for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to more. So I stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me breaking your sphere. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. No, no, you wait and see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to more. So I stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me breaking your sphere. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. Yeah, I wanna make you sweat on me. Just take a hit, you got a free pass. Oh, try to hide it, but you had me from the get-go. Let me be frank, I'm not that complicated. If you need me, there's no use in playing games. No, there's no denying what we want. Just watch me breaking your sphere. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me, baby. Ooh, sweat on me, baby. Ooh, I wanna make you sweat on me, on me.
Hey there, welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. I really appreciate you coming in. It's Monday, it's an hour early so that we can go and do vectors to Copenhagen, but it's also Düsseldorf Monday, and I forgot, really, this is a pretty cool airport. Hey there, thanks for coming on in. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in on a Monday, too. Although, I hear it's kind of easy because it's bank holiday in UK. And I really feel like we need more holidays. A lot more holidays. So thanks for coming in. I'm trying to get the cable out of the way. It was kind of wrapped around the throttles, and that wouldn't be a good thing. Good to see you. Bongos is here. Welcome aboard. There is all sorts of cheers and wows. T-Bird just arrived. I think Loviz is here. Polyot's here. Opinion on the upcoming Bluebird simulations. Real fast on that one. I think it's going to be a nice airplane. I'm kind of stuck right now in Flight Sim 2024, and it's only going to be available in 2020. So I know that if they could figure out a way to make that work, I think that would really be kind of a cool thing. But other than that, all the videos that I see on the Bluebird, Sim 757 is going to be what we used to call in my rock and roll radio days, a hot rockin' flame-throwing airplane. And I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. It's a 757, one of my favorites. No, Martin, this is not a Mad Dog. This is a CRJ. We are flying in a busy VATSIM event today. And there was a challenge to fly an airplane that doesn't have an auto throttle. So I thought I'd jump in and give that a shot. So that's going to be great. Hi, Captain Eagle. Welcome aboard. This can be difficult. The secret to this airplane, though, it's simple. Stay ahead of it. If you know what you're doing on the plane, if you stay ahead of it, that is absolutely the way to do this. I need to say a big thank you. Hydrospace just did a resub. Hey, Hydrospace. Thank you for being here for 25 months. And Rupe, 1989, became a subscriber 14 minutes ago before the live stream even started. So thank you for that, and welcome on in. And if you are on YouTube, thank you for joining me on the new YouTube channel as well. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Let's get going. I've got CPDLC. Easy CPDLC is working here. So let's go ahead and hop into the sim cockpit of our sassy little CRJ. And this is actually a pretty cool little airplane. I do have, this is the one airplane that I have an expanded sound pack on. And I gotta say, it sounds really pretty good. I really like this airplane. Of course, we also have to have a little travel jazz going too, right? Welcome aboard. The Airbus pilot is here. I think I even saw Jazzhead sneak in earlier as well. Thank you for coming by today. And if I forgot to say hi to you, welcome, welcome. Tim Dog's checking in. I think Tim Dog's on the road. Got to do some real world flying yesterday. And I think sent us a really, really nice picture of Memphis from 38,000 feet, which I thought was pretty cool. Chocks are in place. I need a ground power cart. We need to open up all of our doors. This is a 900, so we've actually got all sorts of different cargos. 3 cargo doors. Olivance is back in chat. Hi, Driven. Good to see you. You need a CRJ 700. Airbus pilot has school tomorrow after a 1-month break. Wow. Tim Dog is in Norman, Oklahoma today. Believe Norman, Oklahoma is the home of the Severe Storms Lab. And that is the lab that the National Weather Service, that's where they do all the really, really great work as far as tornado tracking and predicting. So that's one of the really cool places to go. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get a jetway here. Yeah, we're going to get a jetway, so that's good. Mighty Morph is going to Indianapolis in real life tomorrow. No kidding, Indianapolis. And Driven says it's the home of Reed Timmer as well. And we got a nice little jetway over at the door. We've got some nice views. Let's get out of here and get going here. Okay, let's see. I'm over here. Now, this is the updated one. The lab, it's actually at OU Airport in Norman, Oklahoma, and that is where Loviz did flight training. That is where Loviz did the flight training. So, yeah, that's the National Severe Storms Lab. And by the way, it's, I believe, fairly accurately depicted in the original Twister movie, too. And so I believe we are double the number of tornadoes so far this year. So that's kind of a big deal. One of those big deal laboratories and stuff that I think is important. Okay, there's our flight plan. So that looks good. And let's go ahead and turn on the airplane. So battery. And let's get aircraft power, AC power. Let's see. Tim Dog has a view of the OU airport from your hotel room. Okay, let's come on down here. Nav lights will go on. It's probably a little bit too early for the logo light. Let's turn on the hydraulic 3A switch. We're going to do no smoking to on. Arm the emergency exit lights. We do windshield heat early. And we're going to turn on the recirculating fan in case, the co-pilot went to Taco Bell before the flight. It gets kind of gross that way. Loviz says there's a great Mexican restaurant close to where you are. Look on TripAdvisor. So Loviz giving out some good. And you know what, Loviz, today's the day to be giving out tips on where there's really great Mexican food, right? I think today is a special day for things like that, I believe. Cinco de Mayo. So there we go. Driven, yes, in March, the NWS Storm Prediction Center had predicted a massive outbreak, which looks scarily similar to 2011, the April super outbreak. We've had more than a few of those lately. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, keep the door open unless there's a little bit of gassiness going on. Cinco de Mayo. Yes, let's get the party atmosphere going. Hi, Hydrospace. I like to turn up a little bit of integrated lighting here. And then we're also going to come and get the integrated lighting turned up down here as well. There we go. That looks really good. And we don't need these guys, and that looks great. Let's see. Tim Dog went to Tucker's Onion Burgers across the street.
Top clearance granted, agent.
There was an EF3 in Arkansas around 3 weeks ago. It's actually been really busy, hasn't it?
Top clearance granted,
the hurricane
Loyalty
season.
Noted.
Cambo just did a resub for 4 months right now. Hey, Cambo, thanks for a nice resub. And Call Me Bongos just did a resub too, and it's been 4 months. Bongos is a tier 3 subscriber though. Bongos, thank you for the extra support and the really great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Keep this live stream dream going, especially in the crazy world that we're in. I'm so grateful. Thank you for helping me to keep doing this. Okay, let's go ahead and initialize our position. We are at EDDL. 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 And position in it time. And I think we also know that we are at gate... we are at gate... Oh, look at this. They've got it labeled for us. Gate
Bits
Bravo 10.
intercepted. Intel secure.
Bravo 10.
Every
Let's see
bit
if that works.
helps.
Somebody just
Thanks,
dropped some
Agent.
bits. How pitiful of you. It was Tim Dog dropping some bits from the road. Tim Dog, thank you for dropping a few bits in there. Thank you for being a little bitiful, or big bitiful actually, and helping me keep the lights on. The bits sure do help. Driven says mesoscale discussions right now, New Mexico, Ohio, and Florida. There is a great place that you can go for an awful lot of this information. It's public information, and it's over here. Storm Prediction Center is what Driven and I are talking about. I'll put a link in here. It's SPC. And seriously, this is the place that you go. And, the thing is those maps and stuff like that, they look a little primitive, but the information here is absolutely great. It's more about the data than, fancy looks like we do in TV, but the data is absolutely some of the best here. And it's the place that the pros go for storm prediction data. And so anyway, that one's worth your time. Let's see. You got to learn the CRJ. It is a good little regional jet. It absolutely is. Let's do one post here. Tim Dog uses Storm Prediction Center a lot. But then we got to get going here. Otherwise, we'll be on the ground all day. And we need to get going. There you go, Driven. I may not be able to get to it as quickly as I'd like. Okay, all that looks good. B10 is close to, and we'll pop that in. So we just got that in there. And so Bongos, if you're learning this one, this is really cool. So let's go and do nav and nav. Be careful that you don't click the parking brake or anything like that. That's going to be a problem. Oh, I can't get to that one. I'm sorry. Where did you get the Indianapolis scenery from? Indianapolis scenery. I don't remember, I'm afraid. Okay, let's go ahead and we need to go and plug in the flight plan. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a while. Let's also get the airplane loading here, too. So, flight plan over on the other monitor. And what we're going to do is set payload and fuel. And that's payload and fuel from the flight plan. Let's go to performance, and we set the payload in the sim. And that actually loads up the airplane. So that takes care of that. And I always like to check the number here. For quad jets and tri-jets, I still just use the 2 throttles. I just use the 2 throttle levers, but I'll bind different engines together. That's what that's all about. Okay, let me go ahead and dive into the rabbit hole here. I might miss a chat or two. I'm sorry about that. Somebody just did a gift sub thing, I think. No, it's the hype train. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and plug this in. EDDL. EDDL. And that looks good. Our first waypoint is Mevel. M-E-V-E-L. M-E-V-E-L. Mevel is our first waypoint. And go to the previous page, put the rest of the data in. We're going to do Copenhagen, EKCH. I got a little bit ahead of myself. EKAH, EKAH is our alternate, and we are SAS Flight 441, and that looks good. Widget Warrior just arrived. Hi, Widget Warrior. Thanks for coming on in today. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's come on over in here, and now we're going to finish out our flight plan. So all the data's in. You can copy the route in here, but it's not that big of a deal. It's easy. We've only got 3 waypoints. So we're on the Y850 airway, Y850, and that goes in the via side, and we exit at BASUM, B-A-S-U-M, B-A-S-U-M, BASUM. After BASUM, we're direct to MEGAR, M-E-G-A-R, M-E-G-A-R, MEGAR. Then we're on another airway, the P605. The P605 sounds like one of those roads that people like to avoid. And that's direct to Geska, G-E-S-K-A, G-E-S-K-A, Geska. After Geska, one more airway, the Z711, Z711. And the Z711 takes us to Monak, M-O-N-A-K. That's the flight plan. That's all there is to it. Okay, that looks really good. Thank you for doing a level 2 hype train. That was really nice of you. Thanks for a little extra support there. How do I like the CRJs? I really like it. These are fun little airplanes. They're definitely a challenge. Okay, execute that. And now I think I've got CPDLC working. Easy CPDLC. So let's go ahead and go to ATC. And from ATC, we'll come over here and request a clearance. Departure clearance. So the recipient is EDDL. EDDL. We're Scandinavian 441. We are at stand... I already forgot. We are at stand Bravo 10. Okay, we're at stand Bravo 10. So it's B10. And then ATIS, come over here and just hit the EDDL ATIS. And EDDL ATIS says it's information Kila. So information Kila. Okay. And then I will always usually put something in Germany. That's only because I can kind of spell it. Okay, let's send it and see what happens. Okay, I think we sent it. And then we'll look over here and it says Pre-departure clearance, we have sent it to EDDL, and that's good. And this message here, the login was good too. Okay, looking to get it, but you're like flight simming enough to make payware make sense. Well, in some cases, making payware make sense is kind of, you know, some of it can get pricey for sure. All right, let's come up here and we're going to go and open the back flap. Uh-oh. Doesn't have a goofy little phone like a 1990s cell phone ring. It's got a nice little pleasant bell. And let's come on up here and start the APU and see what we got. CPDLC message from EDDL. Received, request received, processing, please stand by. And then here is our new one. Hey, we got a clearance. It sounds too close to a phone. Everybody's going to be checking for a text right now. That's why my text message sound is the sound of the doorbells on the quarters on the US on the Starship Enterprise. That's my text message sound. The thing is if I happen to be watching an episode of some Star Trek or something and I hear that sound, I reach for my phone now thinking, oh, there's a text. Okay, we need to accept it. Okay, so we accepted it. And make sure it says so. Wilco. Okay, now let's come over here and copy the data in. So it's going to be 5 right. Melville 1 Zulu. Squawk 2022. 2022. Next frequency is going to be 121,780. 121,780. And all of that's good. Let's return. And another message from EDLL. This is a confirmation. PDC CDA received clearance confirmed. So all is right with the world. Seriously, if you don't have easy CPDLC for your other airplanes, it's so good. Okay, let's see. Loviz is taxiing. Loviz is taking the Fokker F-28 on today's flight today. Okay, so all this looks good. APU is up and running. Passengers are aboard. Let's install the departure and their arrival. So we know it's going to be runway 05 right. We're going to be on the Melville 1 Zulu departure. Mevi 1 Zulu. And execute that. Okay, let's go back to departure arrival and we'll install the arrival we're expecting, which is going to be the ILS 22 left. I think it's 22 left. Hang on. Okay, let's come on over here and do charts. Origin. Oh, we could. Yeah, actually, it's in the FMS. There we go. So EKCH, the star is going to be Monac 4 Charlie. Monac 4 Charlie. So here's Monac 4 Charlie. Don't forget, OLPIB is where they're going to give you your is where they're going to give you the hold when we come in. And I think we're going to want ILS runway 22 left. 22 left at Adobe. That's it. SimBrief always puts me over on 22 right. We'll get that chart, but it's 22 left is the one that we want, because that's what they're going to put us on. ILS 22 left, and it's going to be the Monac 4 Charlie arrival via Adobe. Fortunately, it's not Adobe Photoshop, and we don't have to pay through the nose for it. Taxiing, a bit nervous. Pauliotte's talking to Widget Warrior. My one flight today, you got to make it count. Oh, you sure do. If this is your one flight today, you've got to make it count. Okay, legs. All that looks good. There will be possibly one route discontinuity. Nope, there isn't. That looks good. A nice flight. Okay, that looks really good. Let's go to... What else could we do? Departure and arrival. We got that in, right? Flight plan. Performance in it. That's what we need. Okay, performance in it. And I need the flight plan up for that. Let's see. Yesterday, early this morning, I did a practice flight with the Huey helicopter in DCS World, and I landed, and there was no smoke and no flames, and I didn't bend any of the rotors either. I think it was a complete mistake, and it was just luck, but there you go. So I had one good one. Cruise altitude is flight level 350, although we do have a step climb in the middle of all this. So I'm feeling particularly accomplished right now, even if it was luck. Okay, if we have to go to our alternate today, that's going to be at 18,000 feet. And 18,000 feet. Now let's come over here. Let's see. Let's go and just snag the airport and stuff. We're going to need those real fast. So airport, EKCH. And we'll also grab the parking stands. And we're good to go there. Now then, let's come back. Let's do the origin stuff real fast. EDDL. So here in Düsseldorf. Here we are at our gates. Bravo 10. Ooh, that was a pretty good roll. Bravo 10. That one was actually pretty good. I had to try that on the radio. Maybe I better not. I'll just get in trouble. Mevel 1 Zulu. EDDL. Mevel 1 Zulu. Why is it I can't see it? Lima Mevel. Mevel 1 Zulu. There it is. There's our departure. Our initial climb clearance, 5,000 feet. Don't forget to put that in there. Don't forget to pop that in. We don't want to bust that. Fidelicor is back in chat. Welcome back in, Fidelicor. Gonza Sim Player is here. You did the same route and Adobe. It's a duplicate info. Check that. Okay. Adobe. Yes, I think I know. And I think I know why. Okay, all that looks good. Let's go to performance. Copy performance data. Set the bugs for takeoff. And that looks good too. And our performance data looks really groovy. Execute that. Page 2. And we need to do cruise winds. 012 at 13. 012 degrees at lucky 13 knots. ISA deviation is -2 degrees. And execute that. Come on back over here. Estimated time for departure. It's 18:24. Let's call it 18:35, which is an on-time departure for our flight today. Execute that. That looks good. VNAV setup. So over here, we're going to need to check the charts for this. So let's go to the pinned notes. Mevel departure. Transitions 5,000 feet going in. Going out, I mean. 5,000 feet. Execute. Page 2. Flight level 350. Next page. Coming in to EKCH, it says 5,000 feet, so we'll put 6,000 feet, and that's probably as close as we're going to get for now. Execute that. Go to performance, because we're also going to save a little fuel, and we need to get a flex temperature, and that's going to be 36 degrees. 36 degrees. Go to the MFD menu. Get some VNAV data and progress. Almost ready to go. Okay, all of that looks good. Let's go to the aircraft, and we're going to close our cargo doors. Let's come up here. The APU is on. We can disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Closed, closed, and closed. I'm going to retract my jetway now, but I'll leave the door open. Low vis is lining up. Jazz hands, holding is easy, especially if you know the words to the Fleetwood Mac song "Hold Me." Then it becomes really easy. Okay, it's going to be the 5, so 050 is going to be our departure. We got chihuahuas barking as usual. I thought they were supposed to fix that. 050, that looks really good. Altitude is set to. I think we've got a ATIS that says our altimeter 1017. 1017 on the altimeter. There we go. I'm going to be a good pilot and set my backup altimeter. If you do that, the chief pilot puts a little star by your name in the pilot's lounge. We did get a squawk code. We can put that in on the radio page. Our squawk is 2022. And if you look over here, you can even check it at CPDLC. 2022. Always good to check that. 2022. And squawkage is good. We do have delivery 121.7, 121.780. After that, we do have a couple of grounds, an east and west ground. So let's get the radio on. Give the band a little bit of a break. Hey, Maple Leaf. Can someone refresh my memory if the CRJ won't take a waypoint? What should we do? You may have forgotten to hit the an execute earlier. Sometimes that becomes a problem. Okay, that looks good. And APU is up and running. Let's go ahead and do seatbelts on. That looks really good. I think we can close the doors and depart the scene of the crime. So aircraft, we're going to close the door. Closed, closed, closed. There's our door. Oh my gosh, somebody's got an A380 here. Somebody's got a big old A380. Okay, parking brakes are on. The ground power card is clear. Closed, 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 and we can remove the chocks. And all that looks good. I'm going to go back over to charts. And this is looking good too. Let's go and do the B button, this is really handy too. Let's see. Fortnite is back in chat. Hi, Fortnite. I don't hear anybody on delivery. 121.7. Maybe I don't know how to... Yeah, I don't know how to dial a radio. 121.700. Fortnite has all sorts of cool little emotes down there. No auto throttle. That's right. We are living dangerously today. Let's go ahead and get our tug ready to go, and we can be ready to depart the scene of the crime. And there we go. No auto throttle. Hey, no fear or no sense. You decide. I was watching an episode of Mystery Science Theater today. Okay, I think we're almost ready to go. How does it work? You keep your hands on the throttle the whole time. You keep your hands on the throttle. Okay, we are connected. I'm going to go and come on here and turn. We are squawking now, mode Charlie. Watching a fellow flight simmer, Conti. Oh, Conti does really good flights. He landed in Atlanta last night. Somebody was given the 5th degree by a VATSIM controller. It was entertaining. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes that's a little bit scary. All right. Düsseldorf delivery. Hello there from Scandinavian 441 or CRJ at Bravo 10. Information, Keela is aboard requesting startup and pushback. No, delivery is 121.780. I didn't misdial the radio. I know what I'm doing. Let's try it again. I usually, Conti's one of those live streamers where I learn things watching Conti's live streams. So definitely, hey, finally hearing somebody there.
Turkish 8, Sierra Bravo startup approved, contact 121.680 for push. Startup approved for push 121.680, Turkish 8, Sierra Bravo 2.
Düsseldorf delivery, hello there from Scandinavian 441. We're a CRJ at Gate Bravo 10 with information. Kila requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, delivery, hello. Startup approved 121.680 for pushback. Ciao.
121.680 for push for Scandinavian 441. Ciao. 680. I think it's almost time to go. Okay, I think we're almost ready. Let's try and call in. Dusseldorf Ground, good evening. Dusseldorf Ground, good evening from Scandinavian 441. We're Gate Bravo 10 with Kila requesting pushback.
Scandinavian 441, Düsseldorf Ground, hello, pushback approved, Papa 4, face north.
Pushback approved, we'll go to Papa 4 and face north for Scandinavian 441. So, Papa 4. So that's Papa 4 right there.
324, Düsseldorf Ground, hello.
Are we ready to go? Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. And away we go. Let's do fuel pumps so that we can pump you up. Okay. And get the rest of our hydraulic systems on. And start engine number 1. Although I think they just call them left and right on these planes. Engines coming on up, 20%. 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Fuel? Parking brakes. Yeah, this thing still just leaves you like right in the middle of something. It's not very nice. Not very nice. Uh-oh, the A380's gone. Wonder where it went. Okay, I don't know about stairways. Oh, the Star Wars livery. Wheelchair Gamer. I would look at flightsim.to. So far, so good. Low Viz is being kept busy in the F-28. Yeah. Flying around in the Fokker F-28 means there's no time for a lot of focking around in the cockpit, is there? Starting engine number 2. Number 2, here we go.
Ground, good afternoon, Emirates 420 Mike 44, checkpoint 1.
Emirates 420, Düsseldorf Ground, hello, expect gate Charlie 05, you're gonna be waiting for a bit for outbound traffic. Taxiway Mike hold short of Lima 7.
Vodka, expect then Charlie 05, hold short Lima 7, Emirates 420.
Engine number 2 fired up.
Contact tower on 118, dismiss 305, bye-bye.
Low Viz has turned off the no smoking sign and opened the ash. That's right. In fact, on that particular airplane, they actually have the sounds of an ashtray from that airplane. It's the real sounds of the opening ashtray in the Fokker.
Emirates 420. At Lima 7, give way to the Embraer from the left behind. Taxi to gate Charlie 05 via Lima 7 Yankee.
Giving way to the Embraer left to right, then taxi via Lima 7 and Yankee to stand, Charlie 05. I'm at 0.
Pack's going on. Probe heaters going on. APU going off. Everything looks good to go there. And we do flight controls. Flight controls are good. And ailerons are good. And then look over on your performance page for your trim setting, which is 7.2. So 7.2. There we go. Flaps. Flaps are going out. Okay, let's go ahead, and we're supposed to pull ourselves out here just a little bit, so let's get out of the way. Parking brakes off.
To the ground, hello, Lufthansa 4 Alpha Whiskey on Mike.
Lufthansa 4 Alpha Whiskey, Düsseldorf ground, hello, continue taxi by Mike, hold short of Lima 8.
Continue via Mike and hold short Lima 8 Lufthansa 4 Whiskey.
Again, wow, is this a nice payware airport? The Düsseldorf airport really is nice.
Turkish 8 Sierra Bravo, continue taxi via Romeo, Lima 8, Mike, hold short of Lima 9.
Continue taxi via Romeo, Lima 8 and Mike, hold short Lima 9. Turkish 8 Sierra Bravo.
Düsseldorf ground, hello again from Scandinavian 441. Pushed and started from Bravo 10. Pushback helper pushed us in kind of an unusual place though, so we're not exactly where we're supposed to be.
Scandinavian 441, no worries, taxi via Romeo, Tango 1, Lima 9, hold short of Mike.
We're going to taxi Romeo, Tango 1, Lima 9, but we're holding short of Mike for Scandinavian 441. Hold short of Mike. Okay, so Romeo, Tango 1, Romeo and Tango 1.
Hold short of Lima 8. You're now entering Lima 8, sir. Hold position.
Romeo, where's Tango 1?
Ground, guten Abend,
Romeo. There's Tango 1.
Charlie, count, hello.
Lima 9. Hold short of Mike. That's got to be Lima 9. So, Romeo, Tango 1, Lima 9. Hold short of Mike. I see where we're going. I have figured it out. Let's go. Hey, Mr. Jazz, welcome aboard. Yes, the big black square is a big black void in there. Have your pen ready. So far, no frequencies after takeoff. Have been listed on vPilot. Oh, great. There's a lot more than aren't showing up on vPilot anymore. Maybe they figured out we're cheating. Hi, Stockholm Plane Spotter. Welcome back in. Stockholm Plane Spotter is over on YouTube.
Stand Charlie 01, taxi via Mike, Lima 9 and Romeo, and wait there for incoming traffic, queuing 1 Charlie.
Wings 1 for Charlie, it's via Mike, Lima 7, hold short of Romeo.
Solarty Mart! Yes, do not rely on those anymore. Okay, we are done here. Primary is now set, and that looks...
Wings 5 Lima Kilo, contact tower on 118, this is 305.
There is...
305, here, Wings 5 Lima Kilo, danke, ciao.
I think that's going to be good. And we hold short of Mike. And I believe that's Mike up there. Yep.
Wings 1 Papa Charlie, continue taxi to gate Charlie 01 via Mike, Lima 7, Romeo.
Okay, everything looks good here. All of our lights are good. I could have done the nose light for taxi though. And everything's good there. I did not go and put in. Copenhagen is going to be 20 feet, so just one click for cabin pressure. And cabin pressurization is good. Takeoff config check is good too. I think we're in great shape. We can go flying now. How do you know if it's Mike? Well, unfortunately, so there we are. There's Tango 1.
Düsseldorf ground.
I'm a little bit, so I need to make a little bit of a turn up here. I'm actually early.
Mike, Düsseldorf ground, hello.
I wonder if all these people are going to. I wonder if all these people are going to Copenhagen.
Request taxi.
Echo Victor Hotel Mike, taxi via Golf, hold short of Lima 9er.
Okay, so now we do Tango 1,
Mike taxiing via Golf, holding short Lima
and then
9er.
we actually go to Lima 9, so we're going to come up here. How do I know that cabin pressure is okay?
To the CRJ 9er from the left, behind taxi holding point runway 05 right via Lima 9er.
So, cabin pressurization. That is, I used the wrong word, I think, hydrospace.
441, continue taxi to holding point runway 05 right via Lima 9er.
Lima 9er to holding point runway 05 right for Scandinavian 441. I think I really used the wrong word.
Lufthansa 5 Lima Echo, Düsseldorf ground.
I should have used landing altitude. I think that airplane was told to wait for us. I think that one was told to wait for us. So what I used instead of cabin pressurization, the word that I used that was wrong is I should have said landing altitude, and that is over here it said landing elevation.
Scandinavian 441, contact tower on 118.305.
118.305 for Scandinavian 441. Ciao. Have a good week.
Delta Hotel Mike, give way to opposite Lufthansa Airbus C20 Neo behind taxi to holding point runway 05 right.
Okay, 118.305.
Delta Hotel Mike giving way to Lufthansa after that.
Now, let's go and check the departure. Contact Langen radar at 2,000 feet, 121.355. That's actually in the ATIS, 121.355. We got that one standing by. Did I get that done right? Yep, I got it right. Cool. So what I did is to set the cabin pressurization is actually landing elevation for 20 feet. So the first thing I did was I went over and I looked at the airport chart, the main airport layout map, and got the airport elevation, which is 17 feet. There is a dial up here all the way at the top. It says cabin pressurization, and with your thumb wheel on your mouse, every click is 20 feet. So one click was 20 feet, and you kind of have to do a little bit of rounding. And so that's what that was all about. Okay, all of this looks good. We contact departure Langen at 2,000 feet. Mevel departure. So we're going to blast off this way.
Going 5 Lima Kilo wind 0 degree 6 knots on the 05 right clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff 05 right, going 5 Lima Kilo.
Okay. That airplane still has to line up and
No
wait.
recruits detected. Welcome aboard.
BAJ Selvis just did a follow on Twitch. Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on in. Düsseldorf Tower, hello from Scandinavian 441 in sequence on 5 right.
Scandinavian 441, Düsseldorf Tower, hello.
And Chihuahua's barking all over the place. Vinyl Rabbit took the CRJ over the weekend. You like the Boeing TCA yoke for this? Hey, Wig Bill, happy Monday. Thank you for coming by today. Just getting ready to go. Okay, so let's see. We're going to do nav off the runway. So nav is good. We need to press the magic takeoff button. The magic takeoff button is good. You can fit. That's right. It's an FSLTL issue, right? I thought that they were going to fix it, but they hadn't fixed it yet. Reg simulation. Thank you. Good luck landing. Yeah, this is a little bit of a challenging airplane, but it's fun. It'll keep us busy on this flight, that's for sure. Minimum takeoff fuel is 3.8. I am 4.3. We got enough fuel. Not going to run out of gas. Cheers, GT boy.
11605 and we all shot Lima 5 fast track.
Okay, everything's good to go here.
Wind 030 degrees 6 knots, 1055 right, stays for takeoff. Charles Canadian 441 behind the departing 8020, line up on 05 right and wait behind.
Line up and right, runway 05 right behind departing traffic for Scandinavian 441. There they go. Strobes. Cabin call.
Hold short, Lima 5 and contact ground 121.
You did the entire route with the CRJ. It's a fun airplane. You just have to stay ahead of it with the throttles. You just have to stay ahead with the throttles. And if you can do that, it's really good. GT Boy says a few cans of beer in the tank makes it go a little faster. Oh, just to make sure you have enough fuel. That's right.
Tower Luke, no 4788, ILS 05 left.
Window 4788 is off tower low number.
Okay, I think we're ready.
4788.
What could possibly go wrong?
8 Bravo, Bravo, cross runway 05 right and right on.
Crossing runway 05 right and right on Mike 8 Bravo.
Eek. Loud person on the radio. You haven't been able to get to flight level 370? Loviz says a lot can go wrong. No fear. Oh, let's do the lucky spy hat, though. We need all the luck we can get on this flight today. Everything else is good. Next flight is Tokyo to Seoul in the Boeing 777. And then we've got Moncton Monday, Halifax back to Montreal. So the CRJ actually puts in an appearance twice today.
Taxi via Mike, hold short, taxi to Mike, Lima 4, hold short, Tango, and contact ground 11605.
I think I need to recalibrate my throttles.
Tango and ground 11605, 8 Bravo.
Lights are good. Just waiting for us.
Canadian 441, wind 030 degrees 6 knots, 05 right, clear for takeoff.
05 right, clear for takeoff. Scandinavian 441. Throttles up a little bit. Engines are stable. Clock is running. And we have flex. And there goes speed. I wish this airplane had call-outs. V1 and rotate would be nice. I don't think it liked me going to the outside view right when we were rotating. Syrian's back in chat. Welcome on in. Positive rate gear. A nice night in Düsseldorf. Passing 2,000 feet. There's 1,000 feet.
Düsseldorf Tower, hallo, Lufthansa 15 Echo. This is 15 Echo, Düsseldorf Tower.
And Langen radar. Flaps 1.
350 kilo, contact radar, 1473. 1473,
Langen radar, hello from Scandinavian 441 passing 2,000 feet.
Scandinavian 441, Langen, hello, identify, climb flight level 100.
Flight level 100 for Scandinavian 441. Flaps up. This airplane, if you stay ahead of it, it will be good to you. But boy, does it keep you... You hold your breath on this one for... I think it is in the marketplace now. I'm not sure, Rock and remember, but I think. The AP has tried to kill you. It is a cranky AP. It doesn't work the way you kind of think it should. It doesn't work like a Boeing or an Airbus. It's very, very different.
Scandinavian 441 out of 55, like Nebel.
Scandinavian 441, direct to Neville. I bet it was Meevil, not Neville. Altimeter. And let's get a little speed going here.
Bravo, contact radar 14732.
Okay, flaps are up. Landing gears up. After takeoff items is good. Now flight level 190 for Scandinavian 441. There is 190. The hardest thing for me with this airplane is just how small the little baby numbers are in there. It's sort of like, I can't read your numbers. And standard altimeter on the back up too. And that's starting to be a little bit hard to see. Let's turn the displays down about a quarter. I can read the numbers now. And 250 knots like a good airplane. Set that heading bug straight up and direct to Mevel. There's Mevel. And looking good. Low-vis landing in the F-28 will probably be better than the A319 if you make it to Copenhagen. You'll make it, and chances are you will have a good landing because you're more practiced up in that airplane in the F-28 than you are the A319. It's the opposite for me. Okay, coming up on 10,000 feet, landing lights. Nose light. 10,000 foot cabin call. And speed it on up to 270 in the climb. 270. And out we go. A little scary, almost like I know what I'm doing here. Feeling very sassy today. The sass is strong on today's flight. I imagine they get very tired of all the sassy jokes and stuff at Scandinavian Airlines. The chime bell is, that's right, I did. The chime bell is down here, and it's here. That's it. That's right. Thanks, Flight Sim Dave. Thanks for the reminder. When you set the altitude, it's this number right here. It's real hard to see. Really hard to see. Captain Sibby has arrived. Hi, Captain Sibby. I hope you are doing well. Happy Monday.
Scandinavian 441, contact radar 129.3.
129.3 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week. 129.3. That's going to be radar. I don't know what it is in the coffee. I can roll my R's. Doing alive. Thank you for asking, Sibby. I'm glad to hear that too. I saw you were doing some racing earlier today. Radar, good evening from Scandinavian 441. Looks like about 15 miles out of Melville at flight level 140 for flight level 190.
441 lang, schönen guten Abend. Flight level 240, direct Fuvok.
Flight level 240 and direct Fuvok for Scandinavian 441. Got to be careful the way I say Fuvok on that one or somebody's going to get real angry. Fuwug. That's got to be it. Direct to Fuwug. Are you using the Airbus throttles with the CRJ? I use it, the Airbus throttles with everything, Vinyl Rabbit. The same things. I only have one side stick and one set of throttles, and I use them with all the different airplanes. Okay, looking pretty good so far. You could remove the detents. I don't. I just leave them in and I work with them. My first detent is actually climb and it's climb and flex at the same one, so I don't have to change those. And so between that first detent and idle is where I work the throttles for the flight, and it works pretty good. It works okay. Do you have to push or pull the button? You mean the altitude button? No. You just dial in altitude.
Lot 36 Tango 2300 for 5000.
Lot 36 Tango, Langen identified climb flight level 1.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and add a little more speed, just 10 more knots to 280. I usually do that around 20,000 feet. And everything else is good. Now I'm setting the speed. Remember, this is not an auto throttle. It's controlling the speed with pitch in the climb. The throttles remain constant. You've got to, if you want to change the throttle settings, you got to pull them down.
Tango, level to Germinghausen, climb flight level 240.
We are 331 miles out of Copenhagen. We should have 2.3 tons in the tank, so we got plenty of fuel.
Scandinavian 441, contact 135650, goodbye.
135650 for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week. 135650. It is Monday, Captain Sibby. It is. It is Monday. And we're going to step climb to flight level 350. Radar Goodenhaben from Scandinavian 441. Level at flight level 240.
PM 441, Magreda Hallo, identified climb level 270 and proceed direct gas car.
Flight level 270, and we are direct to Geska for Scandinavian 441.
Lufthansa 3, Yankee X-ray, contact flight level 380.
270, direct to Geska.
Guten Abend, Lufthansa.
There we go.
Lufthansa 4, Tango Langredder, hello, identified.
Lufthansa Cargo 8356, level of flight level 240.
Lufthansa Cargo 8356, contact flight level
We got
380.
super duper busy. Hang on a sec.
Climbing flight level
Rick is
380.
back in chat. Welcome back, Rick. Good to see you. Did you not say you have the day off? I changed the days off, Captain Sibby. I'm going to do Tuesday and Wednesday off. So I'm going to fly on Monday so we can do some of the really cool VATSIM events. That are like this one that we're going to.
3900, easy 962.
Okay, direct to Geska. I hope. Yep, we're direct Geska.
Subscriber confirmed.
An anonymous gifter has gifted Raven 2 a gift sub. Hey, anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub. That was really nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for some extra jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Okay, so now... Okay, now we take the throttles out of auto mode. Does that mean?
Lufthansa 6 Echo Juliet,
No.
monitoring com 1 on the
With you, okay.
And 310 knots in flight level 270.
9 Fox Tango, contact crash monitoring com 12.8. Oh, sorry, there's Brussels. So contact Brussels,
Excuse me.
131.1. Nee, 1.
And then it's just a matter of using your throttles. Good lord. It's just a matter of using your throttles to manage your speed. And we're going to manage about 310 knots on this one.
Contact Ryan Red on 122.7.
Okay, that's probably going to be good enough for now. Okay, everything up here. Lights are off, seatbelts are good, cabin is good. We don't need the logo light right now. Everything else is groovy up there. Looking over here, fuel is still good, and life is great. It's a little upset about my cruise altitude right now. I think it'll figure itself out in just a little bit. I'm going to leave us at flight level 270. And progress. And let's bring the map out a click. Okay, we're pretty much direct to Geska, and that's about it. So let's come over here. We are done with the Düsseldorf charts. Coming on in at Monaco. So we may have a hold at Olpib. We need to make sure we know how to do a hold. Did I say the APU is on? The APU, door is closed, so it's off. APU is off. Captain Sibby is not in a good mood. Well, I'm sorry about that, Captain Sibby. Thank you for coming in here. We'll hope we can make the mood just a little bit better here. We'll do some beer cheers and some pizza cheers. And how about a little bit of Air Berlin chocolate hearts too? I know they're just emotes and stuff, but I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you for coming in, especially if you're not in a good mood. Always try and make a mood a little bit better, if possible. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go ahead and get ready for the arrival. 22 right. Let's get minimums cranked in. 214 feet for our barrow. Let's get that done right now. 214 is going to be 210 is as close as we're going to be able to get. So that's going to be relatively good. And we don't need to worry about anything else from there for now.
Easy 25 Yankee, Lang radar, low density, climb to flight level 350.
Okay, that's good. And
Easy,
we
nada.
seem to be stable. Could you guys send up a couple of more beers up to the cockpit, please? Thank you.
Easy 962.
Passengers love it when pilots do stuff like that. Makes them feel confident that they made the right choice of which airplane to get on board. Okay, looking good. Low-vis is being vectored about without an auto throttle is real pilot stuff. It is. Yes, it absolutely is. For sure on this one. Okay, we're going a little bit too fast here. We're starting to pick up speed, so I'm going to pull my throttles back just a little bit. We're getting a little bit too close to the little red line. Auto throttles are overrated. That's right. This is where we separate the sim pilots from the sim pilots or something. That didn't come out too well. But yeah, this one, you know, taking an airplane like this on a fly, you know, into an event like this without auto throttles and stuff, this is where it gets tough. This is where it gets a little tougher. Okay, that's a little better. I'm just going to edge my throttles forward just a touch, and that should be good. Okay, that should be good for a bit. We are... let's see, it says descend right now. I think it's saying descend because we did so many direct twos on this. Let's go ahead and get ready for this hold. So there's going to probably be a hold at ULPIB. Let's see if we can pop that at Monarch and ULPIB. Let's click this and see if this does it. Well, wait a minute. Is there a hold button on here? Oh, look at that. It says hold. Let's do this button instead. Hold OLPIB. OLPIB. ULPIB. Hold at ULPIB.
And you repeat the last instruction for easy 9 or 6.
Okay.
For separation, stop. Lufthansa 3, Yankee X-ray, Monitor Unicom 1 to decimal 8.
Unicom to do this.
I don't know.
Lufthansa 3, Yankee X-ray. Thank you for the service. Bye-bye.
Lufthansa 2406, descent of level 140.
Level 140, Lufthansa 206.
Easy 962.
I don't think that hold button works the way we think it does. ULPIB. That didn't work.
Easy 962 for separation, stop climb flight level 380.
There we go. Okay, hold it, ULPIB. ULPIB. Inbound right turns. What is it? Inbound is 030 and right turns. 032, it says 1 minute. Okay, so that's all good. I'm gonna just leave that there and go to legs and ULPIB. So that's in there in case they give it to us. We're set and ready for it. If not, we just go direct to the next one and avoid it. But it's already in there. Tombrasco is back in chat. Hi, Tombrasco. And Bailey's here too. Welcome aboard. Hello, Hotel. Welcome to you. I hope I said that right. I always feel like I mispronounced that. Okay, looking good. We have the hold ready, which they usually do to us. We're ready for that. and all is right with the world. We can kind of look out the window here and enjoy the view. Beautiful sunset tonight.
8356, climb to flight level 380.
And just a nice night here.
Flight level 380, German Cargo 8356.
Lufthansa 2406, contact line grade on 128.
Airbus pilot, your wind wing stick has arrived. Airbus pilot, I think you're really going to like it. I've had mine for more than a few months now. It still is just feeling solid. I really enjoy that a lot. It's been good.
Easy 962 Langen, do you read? Easy 962 Langen.
Okay. And I found that the wind wing,
73 for Lima, turn left 10 degrees.
the wind wing stick works really, really good also with the Boeing airplanes and everything else. So that's not bad. I don't see an awful lot of traffic here.
Okay, 34 Lima, turn left by 30 degrees.
So Düsseldorf was busy. Boy, look at all the pretty colors here.
34 Lima, left heading, correction, left turn by 10 degrees.
So there's EKCH there. We're this little green dot right down there. So we're Betty, we're just we're coming up on Hamburg. Maybe we'll see a couple of belugas in there. Maybe we'll see some belugas.
Radio check.
Low vis just got the hold and a descent to flight level 150.
All right, stop climb at 380, easy 9062.
Okay, 34 Lima, approach direct Geska.
Everybody's getting the direct to Geska. We are 230 miles out, about 30 minutes of flying time, I'm guessing, on this.
Lufthansa Cargo 8356, contact Maastricht on 136.465. Ciao.
Okay.
13645.
CPDLC worked really, really good for today's flight, but I think we're kind of done with this now.
Scandinavian 441, contact Maastricht on 120.860. Ciao.
120.860 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. 120.860, that is Maastricht. Okay, Maastricht radar, direct to Geska at flight level 270. Maastricht radar, good Abend from Scandinavian 441, level at flight level 270, direct to Geska.
441, Maastricht, hello, identified.
We are identified. Captain Tolerance says spy us. I'm sorry, what was that again for Scandinavian 441?
Report your request level. Is it 270 or 350?
We actually did have a step climb to flight level 350, but we could stay here if that's better for traffic from Scandinavian 441.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
How about if we just stay here and save a little gas for Scandinavian 441?
Yeah, you will need the stairs and holding in Copenhagen.
A Ghosty is in chat. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. PC specs are just below the video window on Twitch. Moritz is here. It is a beautiful evening. Mary Arbitrary is in chat. Hi, Mary. Welcome aboard. Plasma's in chat. I'm Plasma. Business inquiries. I'm not doing a ton of different things right now, Plasma. Just expanded to YouTube, and I'm kind of trying to stabilize in there at the moment. So really not doing that much at the moment. But thank you for asking. Mary Arbitrary You have an approach. Oh, that are you gonna? So you're training for approach to get out of the tower. Mary Arbitrary has been doing really good as far as controllers. Florian is Master Radar. Florian, welcome. Thank you for coming into chat today. Thank you for some nice ATC. Yeah, the flight plan did have us going to flight level 350, but I'm just gonna stay here. I'm sorry about the sniff. We've got all sorts of pollen out there now. But right now my airplane is stable and I'm, you know, I don't want to mess with it. Oh, you're a flight sim developer. Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you. I am over on Discord. I don't know what I could do to help, but I am over on Discord if that helps. What's the best throttle for the Windwing stick? Airbus pilot. I really like the
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Thrustmaster right now. I know that Windwing is going to develop a throttle, and it's going to have flaps and speed brakes, and so those look like it's going to be really, really nice. I don't know when it's going to plan to come out or anything, but I think it's going to be nice. Zarkov just did a really nice follow. Hey, Zarkov, thanks for the follow. Florian says it is crowded at Monarch hiding. I'm not surprised that it's crowded on this one. I seriously, you know, Vectors to Copenhagen is like second behind Frankfurt Friday and stuff, it seems like. Nico is from Germany. Good Abend from Germany, Nico. Welcome aboard. Actually, I'm doing a lot more of my flying in the EU, right? My sim flying in the EU. Really great ATC about now. It's really nice. But yeah, Florian, it's Vectors to Copenhagen's getting like really, really busy. Good evening. Guten Abend, Tomsek checking in from Frankfurt tonight. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Airbus, you use the captain's pack. Yes, I use the captain's pack. So, you know, 2 throttle levers, speed brake lever, and flaps lever. And I really, really like having the speed brake lever. More or less holdings to CPH. Yeah, we've already gone in and planned in, because usually as we're coming in to Copenhagen, on this one at Monac, there's the hold at Olpib. So I just, you know, for a Monday night flight, I plug it in automatically. Hydrate, Wingway says to hydrate. Okay, so all of this looks good.
Batterie Hotel Uniform, contact Bremen Radar 125, das müsste 025, bye-bye. 125, 025, Lufthansa, Batterie Hotel Uniform, bye-bye.
How's our speed? A slight touch slow. Low vis is on approach in the F-28 eating nachos. Holy moly, it's been nachos twice. Just keep them out of the, you know, side stick in the keyboard, I guess. Seriously, that's the scary part. Jay Fango just got into flight simming. Welcome to flight simming. It is. I mean, right now we're going into a very crowded traffic area and we're going to have some challenges here. But these are fun challenges and, you know, it is relaxing. Even just going here and getting your airplane up in the sky like this and, you know, setting up a nice view outside the window. I mean, that's really kind of a nice thing to do, too.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Pilot 320 just resubbed for 27 months. Pilot 320, thank you for the resub. Great jet fuel in the flight plan, Pilot. Thank you for the extra support and helping me to keep the lights on, especially while everything in the real world's going crazy right now. Thanks for the extra support. Good news from Loviz. While I'm shoveling the food down my neck, the plane started to hold. Well, you know, as long as it did the holds. That's why I only have beverages over in my sim cockpit. I almost never will bring food. So I'm at 82%. I could actually use just a little more of a touch of fuel, touch of throttle here. So right now, the airplane says I need 87.5. I'm at 82. I'm just going to move these up a touch. Let's just move that up a touch and see what this does over here. Pilot school is coming to an end and you can come back to simming. Oh, I hope you were having fun in pilot school. I'm going to get you, that's right, crumbs in the keyboard. Mr. Posh Martin has arrived. Welcome, Mr. Posh Martin. London to Moscow. Wow, you did a long flight. Happy Monday, Mr. Posh Martin, although I do feel a little weird saying Happy Monday. Mayonnaise is a good lubricant for your keyboard. I would think, though, after a while, it would start to smell funny. That being said, I did have an older keyboard that I got guacamole in a while ago. Needless to say, that keyboard stopped working, and when Sibby told me about the really good Corsair keyboard, I got that and decided, okay, no food over here at all. I wanted to keep this nice. Okay, this is all looking good. 166 miles to Copenhagen. It's also kind of cool to be flying this event right now because it's still light outside. It gets dark really fast in flight sim these days. Next flight shouldn't be quite as busy. Tokyo to Seoul in the 777. Palpro is back in chat. Welcome back in on YouTube. Thank you for coming in. Now this airplane over on flight plan you can refresh weather, but it won't go and get an ATIS and stuff. So you can come over here and use vPilot to grab your ATIS. EKCH arrivals. Information Golf is current right now. ILS is 22 left. Charlie stars. Reduce separation procedure. Landing expedite vacation. Transition 6,000 like we thought. Winds are 210 at 6. 1017 on the altimeter. Old Pib holding established. Yep, we thought that. No bird activity in the vicinity of the airport, so that's a break, right? Uday Palpro, so far the flight is good today. 15 minutes for holds, and it's piling up. Uh-oh. Hope we got a bunch of extra fuel here. There was a cool time to land the wee pigeon. It's going to be a while before this wee pigeon arrives, though. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of holds. Okay, so back to charts. I think we should just sit back and relax and enjoy, because it's about ready to get super duper busy outside.
Good evening, Water Vessel 47, going direct meters, flight level 340, passing 3000.
Not too many other things that you can't worry about. No birds at Copenhagen, you can change that. You can hold for 11 hours, drive over and release some ostriches. That's a pretty big bird. Hey, though, you don't have to worry about birds. There was an airplane. It was, oh, I forget which airport, but I think it was a United jet. It had to turn around because while the airplane was running down the runway, you know, on the takeoff run, a rabbit hopped into the engine and, of course, became, you know, chopped rabbit really fast. And so they had to return to the airport because of so it's not just bird activity in the vicinity of the airport, it's rabbit activity. Don't tell Sheena about that one, though. That's not great. Autumn's Art Studio is here. Happy Cinco de Mayo, Autumn. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming in. Yes, a rabbit strike. How about that one? They jump fences, and they do that. Autumn, hang on a second. There's a permit. There you go, Autumn. Not a problem. And looking good here. A little bit slow again. So let's push this up just a touch. And Sphinx Music is here. May LaForge be with you. Haven't heard that one before. I haven't heard that one before. Here is something from Autumn. This is a flight meme from the 4th. Well played. Okay, this is Heathrow Airport. So somebody went and put in, okay, Tatooine, Camino, Hoth, Jakku, Takadona, Endor, Alderaan. The flight Leah to Alderaan has been canceled. This is really well done. Oh, this is very good. I don't know who came up with this one, but very nice departures. And this was at Heathrow. No kidding. Oh, we got to save this one. Star Wars departures. Save image as desktop. That was really neat. Autumn. Star Wars depart TURES departures, and it's on the desktop. That's cool. Yep, Alderaan got canceled. But I haven't heard.
441 contact Copenhagen control 119.555 and have fun in the holding. Bye.
119.555 for Scandinavian 441. Yep, it's only flight sim pilots that enjoy a hold. Have a good week. Yep, flight sim pilots are saying, oh, cool, we get to do a hold, yay. The real pilots are saying, yeah, right. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441. We are direct to Gescut, flight level 270.
Scandi 441, Copenhagen Control, good evening. I identified clear Monarch 4 Charlie to left. Enter the hold at Olpip as published, flight level 210 initially. Expect to hold at 20 minutes.
Expecting to hold 20 minutes. We will enter the hold at flight level 210. In the meantime, we are cleared for the Monarch 2 Charlie arrival for 22 left. Scandi 441.
Monarch 4 Charlie.
It's going to be Monarch 4 Charlie for Scandi 441. Thank you. Okay.
Scandinavian 42 Yankee, descent flight level 130.
Okay, enter the hold at flight level 210. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to get the bug back down to 280 knots.
Scandinavian 665, contact approach 118.
Okay, and it was the 4 Charlie, not the 2 Charlie. So I'd better go and make sure. EKCH.
Scandinavian 42 Yankee, Copenhagen.
The 4 Charlie, not the 2 Charlie.
Scandi 42 Yankee.
Oh, we had the right one. I just read the wrong thing. Okay, good. We are doing the right thing after all. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to pull our power back to enter at flight level 210. So reducing our speed to 280. I'm going to switch to nighttime charts. And speed's coming down. Now, important safety tip on the CRJ. If you plug in a hold, you're going to look at your map up here. So if I make my map a little bigger, you can see all these really crazy lines and stuff. Don't worry, it always does it like that. Once you get into the hold, your map will clean up and it will look normal. But, you know, coming into it like this, it's going to look Abby something. Hi, Eclipse. Welcome on in. And I think we're ready to go there. And progress. 20 minutes of holding. Yes, we'll just hold on. Okay, almost ready. We got about 40 miles to do this. So there is 280 and speed. And reduce the throttle just a touch more, and that'll be good. Does the CRJ take forever to lift off the ground? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. In fact, this one, it took a little bit more before it lifted off wing bill. One of the hard parts for me is seeing the altitude tape here. I have a hard time looking at the altitude tape and seeing V1. And I think I pulled the nose up a little bit too soon a lot for rotate. And that's probably the reason why.
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa descent flight level 160.
That's 160, Austrian 3 Charlie.
Okay, there we go. Holding for 20 minutes? Wow. Hold for 20 minutes here. Boy, I sure hope we have enough fuel. Could be bad. Maybe we could declare an emergency. Okay, there's 25,000 feet, but we're going to hold for a little bit, so I'm going to leave the seatbelts off. Loviz says we may catch up with Olbib. Loviz holding at Olbib. Pib.
Canadian 120, descent flight level 090. Correction, flight level 100.
Flight level 100, Scandinavian 120.
Oh, I hear an F-28. There's an F-28 coming in.
Austrian 702, descent flight level 180.
Level 180, Austrian 762.
Canadian 441, descent flight level 190.
Flight level 190 for Scandinavian 441. Hey, how about that? We already got another, our first descent in the hold. Autumn's Art Studio is finally free from work. Welcome home and being free from work. Okay, and we're going to hit flight level 190 a little bit before Olpib. And let's make the map a little bit bigger here. And then we can start reducing our speed to a few knots above clean speed. Which is about 150? I don't think so.
Canadian 42 Yankee descent flight level 110.
So far, so good, Corsair Slayer. It's being good.
Canadian 35 Lima descent flight level 110.
Tumbrasco says veteran cargo planes are cool. Like the A300 cargo planes? It is. That's a fun airplane, and you can fly that around here all over the place.
74 November Charlie, contact approach 108.455. Bye-bye.
Approach 108.455, cancellation 1 November Charlie.
Canadian 120, exit the hold, be a right-hand turn direct next to descent flight level 090.
Descent 090, exit the hold, direct next go, Scandinavian 120.
Lova's got to exit the hold. So there is hope we can make it out of the hold here. Now we just have to hope that we don't run out of fuel.
Scandinavian 35 Lima, continue descent flight level 120.
I'm going to start reducing my speed here a little bit.
Swiss 44 X-ray, descent flight level 130.
So I've taken it out of speed descent, and now I'm going to just do vertical speed descent, so I can start reducing my speed into the hold here.
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa, descent flight level 140.
1, 2, 3, 4 airplanes in there. Okay, it's gonna stop us at flight level 190. Good airplane. It's gonna enter the hold at ULPIB, because it says so right there. Hold at ULPIB, so we're good to go there.
Swiss 43 Charlie, descend flight level 150.
Now then, as the speed take comes down, we're going to look for our clean speed here. Does CRJ show autopilot on the screens? You mean, so up here, we have all the dials to control it, but you read all the data on the screens? If that's what you're saying, yes. And Loviz says the F-28 handled the hold like a pro. Okay, here we go. We're in the hold, reducing our speed even more. And I'm going to just move my bug down here.
Austrian 762.
Now, there is a T. I'm going to guess that's going to be my clean speed there. So I'm going to go and hold. I'm going to maintain about 210 in the turns. And that's the minimum amount. We're using the minimum amount of fuel here. Okay, that's a little too slow. Come on, airplane.
Scandinavian 35 Lima, exit the hold direct Nexo.
Exiting the hold direct Nexo, Scandinavian 35 Lima.
Let's see, Widget Warrior, do you know if any studios... A 717. I do not know.
The hold direct Nexo,
I have not heard. Is it Loud Texan or Cloud Texan? Welcome on in, Cloud Texan.
Scandinavian 2185, Copenhagen Control, good evening. I identified descent flight level 2.
Yes, it's mostly, I think it's mostly updated there. Yes, Loud Texan. Those are the system specs.
Scandinavian 120, contact approach 118.455.
Approach 118.455.
Loviz gets to go in.
Scandinavian 42 Yankee, contact approach 118.455. Bye-bye.
118.455, Candy 40 Yankee, thanks, good night.
There we go.
35 Lima, contact approach 1.
Holding at about 210. Is the GPU updated, Wig Bill? On that one, I thought I got that one done there, but I probably didn't.
Austrian 762.
Thanks, Wig Bill, for answering.
Level 150, Austrian.
Okay, there we are, 210 knots, and we are in the hold. And back in the cabin, everybody from Fleetwood Mac is singing their song, Hold Me. 3060 for the GPU. Thank you, Polyot.
Swiss 44 X-ray, exit the hold direct Nexo.
Cancel hold direct Nexo.
A little bit fast.
Confirm the traffic ahead of us.
You're below him.
Confirm the traffic ahead of us. Are we going to bump into the airplane there? Bonsoir, Mostache says this is the perfect time to hydrate because we are holding right now. Whoops. And let's go ahead and do loop-de-loops, loopies. So this is loop number 1. Loop number 1. Always like to count the number of holds that we get. They did say for about 20 minutes or so. Okay, speed's relatively good. Now then, the final reserve and alternate fuel is 1.5. Let's see what we have in the airplane. I have 2.4. So we got about a ton of fuel to play with before we get into trouble. High traffic, Widget Warrior. Yeah, big deal on this one.
Swiss 44 X-ray, contact approach 118.
Oh, a little slow.
118.455, Swiss 44 X-ray, bye-bye.
Okay, that...
Swiss 43 Charlie, descent flight level 110.
Hey, Fidel Core. Yeah, I don't have a CRJ hat here, so we're using the original spy hat. And it's probably time to start turning on some instrument lights here.
Canadian 2185 into the hold at all people as published, flight level 200. Expect Monarch 4 Charlie to left.
Roger, holding and all pips, Scandinavian 2185.
And coming up on OLPIB, and we're going to complete loop number 1. Now, to make a good... Let's go ahead, and as we hit OLPIB, we're going to write down our fuel, and then if we can do another complete, we're going to get general...
Canadian 441, descent flight level 170.
Flight level 170 now for Scandinavian 441. Hey, we got a descent. That's encouraging. So what we'll do is we'll see what kind of fuel it takes to loop around. And then from there, we can decide how long we can hide, how long we can hold. Okay, so I'm just doing a gentle descent here. Up, we're really picking up speed. All right, there is loop number 2. We are at OLPIB. Fuel is at 2.43. So 24430. That's our fuel. So if we're still in the hold at the end of loop number 2, then we can go and do the math and figure out what it takes. And I'm missing some chat. Sorry about this. Just Speedbird, may the 4th be with you too.
2185, descent flight level 180.
180 for Scandinavian 2185.
And there's our speed. Let's bump those throttles up a little bit.
Austrian 762,
so we can hold about 210.
Flight level 140, Austrian 762.
Canadian 441, descent flight level 160.
Flight level 160 for Scandinavian 441. Wow, a whole 1,000 feet this time. That's a big descent. Oh, we haven't even made it to 17 yet. Okay. Did we get a with you? We got a with you on that?
Copenhagen, very good day, very good evening, Postman 20 Alpha, level 200 in Monarch.
Okay.
Postman 20 Alpha, Copenhagen Control, good evening, identified Monarch 4 Charlie to left tonight, descent flight level 200, enter hold all papers published, expect to hold for 10 minutes.
Oh, they get 10 minutes, we got 20 minutes on our hold. Okay, holding, there's our speed. And our descent is still good, going to 16,000 feet. The weather's actually nice. To me, Brasco, the weather's pretty cool tonight, so it should be nice.
Switch 43 Charlie, contact approach 118.455.
118.455, switch 43 Charlie, bye-bye.
That's going to be our next frequency. We'll pop that in there. And here is 16,000 feet. Still going a little fast. Oh, it was a Catholic joke? I missed that completely. Olivant says it's been nice all week. Yeah, getting a whole week of nice weather.
Subscriber confirmed.
Oz
Top clearance
Macappa.
granted, Agent.
Oz, thank you
Loyalty
for a resub
noted.
today for 2 months. And thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Okay, coming up on 16,000 feet. And Tap that throttle back up to hold 210 knots. Clipped Out Panda, welcome aboard. There we go. Now as we're coming around, let's remember to do the fuel. So we came into this loop at 2.430 for fuel. Hi, security man. And right now we are at 2.375. So we'll see how much fuel for one loop. Low vis is on finals. Final downwind. Do you think you were going to make it, low vis? Low vis is flying an airplane that's even more troublesome to fly than this. Okay, so okay, that speed's good. 5 miles to Olpib. Clipped Out Panda is in the LVFR A340, and you've got the new update. How do you like the new update for that one? Okay, speed's good. Meh so far. Not good.
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa, descent flight level 090.
Descend 090.
Oh my gosh, they're going to 090. We got a ways to go here. We've got a ways to go. We're going to be holding for a while, so we better do a good job on this fuel estimate here. Okay, coming up on Olpib. And we're just waiting for the little airplane to get right on the top of Olpib there. And bingo. 2320.
Reinforcements incoming.
Minus 2320. Okay. Hey, we just got a raid from Arch NDA. Hi, Arch. We are in a hold right now, and we're trying to figure out how much we can hold. So each loop-d that we do costs us, so 2430 minus 2320 costs us 0.1 K. Actually, it doesn't. I think we're going to do really pretty good on this. Uh-oh, way too slow, too slow. Can't let this airplane slow down. It'll be bad. Welcome on in, Robert.
Scandinavian 441, descent flight level 140.
Flight level 140 for Scandinavian 441. That's encouraging. We're getting to go down 2,000 feet at a time instead of 1,000 feet at a time. Okay, that's good. I don't think that VATSIM lets you play the fuel emergency game. If you're running out of fuel and you're in the hold and they can't work you in, you have to divert. Ooh, way too much throttle.
Scandinavian 2185, descent flight level 160.
160 with Scandinavian 2185.
Yeah, if we get close to our final reserve
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa, exit the hold
fuel and
right
alternate fuel, when we start getting close to that, then we're going to have to go to the alternate.
postman 20 Alpha, descent flight level 180.
What you said, because controllers can't give priority to an emergency. Oh, okay. Arch NDA is a controller and knows just how out of control things can get. So thanks, Arch. But they do give priority to pilots that tell bad jokes on the radio. And those pilots usually get top priority for being walloped. Okay, here we are coming up on 14. And throttle up there a little bit to hold our 210. There's 210. And that looks...
441, exit the hold, continue present heading.
Exiting the hold now and present heading for Scandinavian 441. Okay, exiting the heading, how about that? How about that? We just exited, so we did 3 loops. 2.5 actually, so 2.5 loops. And we were ready with a fuel estimate to decide when we would have to divert. So that's not bad. So we've exited the hold and we're present heading at 14,000 feet. That was actually pretty good. I'm feeling like Captain Accomplishment here today. We took the CRJ on this and...
Scandinavian 441, resume navigation direct Nexo, descent flight level 100.
Flight level 100, we are direct Nexo for Scandinavian 441.
Austrian 3, Charlie Papa, contact approach 118.455, bye.
118.455, Austrian 3, Charlie Papa, ciao.
Okay, let's make the map a little bigger so we can see Nexo.
Right turn, exit the hold and direct Nexo.
Direct Nexo, exit the hold, Austrian 762.
Oh, we turned the wrong way for Nexo.
Scandinavian 441, right hand turn, please.
Yeah, that would be better for Scandinavian 441, sorry. Right hand turn. Oh, can we go back to some Satco things, please? Oh, that would be so cool. Especially no voice system. That would be great if we could have like no voice system or anything like that. That would be awesome. Oh, I'm missing some chat, but we're staying busy. Uh-oh, too slow, too slow, too slow. Speed up. No auto throttle. Hi, Bryler Gaming. Welcome on in. Happy weekend. Av Tactics. Welcome aboard, Av Tactics.
Canadian 441, if able, speed 250 knots or greater for now.
250 knots for Scandinavian 441. So we'll goose up that speed a little bit to 250.
Scandinavian 441, thank you. Contact approach 118.455. Bye-bye.
118.455 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks.
Austrian 762.
Okay, now we're going to do direct to Nixo. Direct to Nixo and execute. And nav, we're direct Nixo, 250 knots. Now let's go down to the radio. 118.455, looking good. And we're 250 knots. Happy Monday, Bryler Gaming. Okay, there's 250 knots there.
Emirates 54 kilos, contact Copenhagen final, call sign only, frequency 120205.
120205, call sign only, Emirates 54 kilo, bye-bye.
That's our next frequency. Copenhagen arrivals, good evening from Scandinavian 441, direct to Nexa.
New recruit detected.
Scandinavian 441, good evening,
Welcome
descent
aboard,
flight level
agent.
80.
Stay sharp.
Flight level 80 now for Scandinavian 441.
Emirates 225, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 630.
Charlie Hotel 630, Emirates 25.
Sailed Wharf just did a follow on the channel. Hey, Sailed Wharf, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. This is a real busy flight here, but we're all staying really
you can expect
staying out of trouble.
Expect ILS CYUL left, Emirates 225.
Austrian 3, Charlie Papa, you can
The last
expect ILS
minute vectored in. Uh-oh, Solova's got to sidestep to
Scandinavian
22 right.
441, you can expect ILS 22 left.
ILS 22 left for Scandinavian 441. Good, that's already loaded in. Okay, 250. All right, let's go ahead and do seatbelts. Seatbelts are in.
Austrian 762, turn right, heading 060.
Right heading 060, Austrian 7.
Lovis was trying to plug in the ILS. Oh, at that last minute?
Austrian 762, speed 220.
No, it's going to have to be visual on that one for sure. The last minute kind of a thing. Okay, this
MX
is...
225, contact Copenhagen final, call sign only, frequency 120205.
Got that. All set and ready to go. This is definitely one of those busy events for sure. Like I said, I think this one's what? Second?
441, turn right, heading 050.
Right turn now, 050 for Scandinavian 441.
Scanning 42 Yankee, fly heading 190.
Heading 190.
42 Yankee, maintain 3,000.
10,000 feet, let's do lights.
3,000 feet.
Landing lights, let's also put the logo light on so everybody can see that we are a sassy little CRJ. And speed's a touch fast, so throttle's back a little bit more. Wow, I'm at idle right now. We're at idle right now. So when we get to 8,000, be sure and push the throttles forward. Otherwise, we'll slow down and fall out of the sky.
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa, descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1017.
That's 4,000 feet, QNH 1017 off.
And we're over here. I don't see that airplane ahead of us, but I see him on TCAS. And here's 8,000 feet. Altitude caps flashing at us saying, hey pilot, remember to move your throttles up.
Scan 441, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 625.
Charlie Hotel 625 for Scandinavian 441. Little more throttle. Don't want to get too slow. They said 250. Okay, Charlie Hotel 625. So direct to Charlie Hotel 625. And execute that. And back to nav. Got it. Looking good there. And 8,000 feet and 250 knots right where we're supposed to be. Feeling awfully precision-y right now. Don't worry. I'm sure something will happen momentarily to take that really great feeling away. According to statistics, Olivant says there were 128 arrivals. This is a popular event. It is a popular one for sure. There's our runway for 22 left.
Scan 2185, turn right heading 070.
Right 070.
Austrian 762, descent flight level 80. Austrian 762, turn left heading 330.
I think that this is skipping one. I told it to go direct to Charlie Hotel 625, and it's taking me direct to Adobe.
Yeah, for the Yankee, I'll have you vector around just shortly. Yeah,
Charlie Hotel 625.
and for the Yankee, you can turn left heading 100.
There we go. It's like it skipped it a little bit.
080.
And slowing down a bit. Got an airplane about 5 miles ahead of me.
Charlie Papa, contact Copenhagen final, call sign only, frequency 120.
Low-vis got a minus 183, a great landing rate, and low-vis was in an airplane more difficult than this one. But it does have really groovy deboarding music from the 1970s.
Scan 42 Yankee, are you able to rejoin the star? Do you need vectors?
We'll need vectors if you want us to join the point. We can do it if you want.
Low-vis was not fucking around in the Fokker F-28.
Direct at 1 point.
Okay, give us 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll give vectors for you until you're ready.
Okay, the only speed, so 250 at Nexo, we slow down to 220 at Adobe.
Roger that.
Pyroblaster, welcome aboard. Low-vis did get fucked on the approach, though. Oh, really?
110 about Nexo information up on board.
Postman 20.
No kidding. Oh, you got a sidestep. That's not getting fucked. That's fun. I always look forward to a sidestep.
Scan 44 Alpha, descent 4,000 feet. Scan 441, descent 4,000 feet, speed 220.
4,000 feet and 220 for Scandinavian 441.
Austrian 762, descent 4,000 feet.
220. And reduce speed first.
Scan 42 Yankee, turn left heading 020.
Left 020.
There comes our speed down. And heading select straight. Now, we've also, Adobe, I've got the transition in. I have to make sure that we don't go past, we don't make the turn until they tell us to.
Scan 441 in the descent.
Scandinavian 441, we were going to get to 220 first, but we'll do both at the same time.
Yeah, sorry, you're a bit high there. My mistake. Scan 441, contact Copenhagen final, call sign only, frequency 120.205.
120.205, call sign only for Scandinavian 441. Thanks, have a good week.
You too.
4780, speed 200.
We have 2 towers, so we'll have to listen to what we get.
That's heading 355.
Scandinavian 031, descent 3000.
Descent 3000, 031.
Scandinavian 2883, are you established?
Scandinavian 283 established, to the right.
2883, Bex, contact tower 119.355. Emirates 225, turn left heading 180.
119.355 is tower.
Left 180, descent 3000,
And we're good to go with that.
Greenland 4780, turn right heading 190, cleared ILS, Henrik, 2 to left.
Altimeter 1017.
2883, contact tower 119.355.
119.355,
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa, turn left heading 300. Left heading 300, Century Charlie Papa.
At Greenland 4780, speed 180.
Speed 180, 472.
Australia 3 Charlie Papa, turn further left heading 250, cleared ILS runway 22 left.
Left 250, cleared ILS 22 left, Century Charlie Papa.
Scandinavian 441.
Scandi 441.
441, hello, descend 3000 feet.
3000, Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 031, turn right heading 090.
Right heading 090 for 02.
Emirates 225, reduce speed to 160, maintain until 4 miles final.
Heading hold, because we were not cleared for the transition.
Confirm you're established for 22 left.
8 from we're established, meaning 472.
And
that's
let's
for 22 left.
nav source. Localizer 1 is active and correct. Cool.
You're clear for 22 left.
Right on.
4780, you can do 22 right as well if you like. Would you like to continue 22 right?
If it's possible, yeah, sure, 472.
Scandinavian 031, turn right heading 130.
13002.
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa.
Speed is spot on. We could do flaps 1. That's probably a good idea. And when I start my flaps going out,
441, turn left heading 345.
345 heading for Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 031, turn right heading 160.
345. Wow, we're coming in.
Contact tower,
Get ready. 345.
Scandinavian 031, turn right heading 190, cleared ILS runway 2.
Aviation Rhine. Yep, that's next. Taxiing is the next challenge. It is.
Greenland 4780, contact tower 119.355, maintain 160 until 4 miles final.
Maintain 160, 4 mile final, cruising frequency again.
Okay, speed's good. We're right where we're supposed to be.
Charlie Papa, speed 180.
Speed 180.
I got the airport right off the left wingtip.
031, speed 180.
180 for 02.
Scandinavian 441, turn left heading 310.
Left turn 310 for Scandinavian 441.
Subscriber confirmed.
Scandinavian
Top
21
clearance
whiskey,
granted,
if you're
agent.
Somebody just did
Loyalty
something
noted.
nice.
Delta 3000, Scandinavian 200.
Thank you very much. Speed 200 knots and turn right heading 130.
Little slow. Oh, it was Ash Logitech is here. Ash Logitech, welcome on in.
Right 130.
Ash Logitech, thank you for a resub today. I really appreciate you still being here. You haven't been in Twitch for a while? Ash Logitech, I hope you've been doing all right and, you know, it's okay. Just been busy with good stuff. But thank you for being here for 45 months and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on.
Hello again.
As you can see, VATSIM is still crazy.
42 Yankee.
My child, you ride in this airplane a lot in a CRJ?
Left heading 180, cleared ILS 22 left.
Cleared for the ILS 22 left, left turn 180 for Scandinavian 441.
That is correct. Maintain speed of 220 knots, please.
And we'll keep it up to 220 knots for Scandi 441.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
200, Scandinavian 200.
Austrian 3 Charlie Papa, 160 until 4 miles final, tower 118.105.
160 until 4 and tower 118.105, Austrian 3 Charlie Papa Tower.
Scandinavian 031, maintain 160 until 4 miles final.
Let's see. Pirate Dakota just did a nice resub too.
Scandinavian 21 whiskey, turn right.
Thank you for coming in. Pirate Dakota's been here for 7 months. And thank you for coming in today.
Austrian 762, turn left heading 360.
Left heading 360, Austrian 762.
Scandinavian 031, contact tower 118.105.
118.105 for 021. So long.
Thank you, approach from Nordic Pop.
For Scandinavian 441, speed 200 knots now.
Now 200 knots for Scandi 441.
And was it the Nordic 447 check?
And I'm dialing the number in only as a bug. It's just a bug. It's not an auto throttle.
Nordic 447, you can expect
So it does keep you busy on this. Performance, set the bugs to land 142. Let's call it 145 to land.
Right heading 255. Please establish on the ILS runway 2 left.
255, get established on the ILS for the left side for Scandi 441.
Austrian 762, turn left heading 310.
Left heading 310.
It didn't grab it.
Scandinavian 21 whiskey, speed now 160, maintain until 4 miles final.
160 until 4 miles final, Scandinavian 21 whiskey.
Austrian 762, turn left heading 250, clear ILS, runway 22 left.
Left heading 250, clear to left, Austrian 762.
Scandinavian 2185.
72185, final good evening, descent 3000.
3000, Scandinavian 2185.
Scandinavian 21 Whiskey, final correction, contact tower 118.105.
118.105, Scandinavian 21 Whiskey.
Scarab 441, right for heading 270, descent 2000 feet.
2,000 feet and 270 for Scandi 441.
And then please establish at the ILS for the runway 22 left.
Will be established in just a sec, Scandi 441.
Yeah, but I need you at a little bit of a sharper angle. I have very tight separation. Scandinavian correction, Nordic 447, turn right heading 145.
Right 145, for Copson.
Scandinavian 42 Yankee, turn left heading 350.
Left heading 350, 14 Yankee.
Nordic 447, descend 2,000 feet, turn further right heading 170.
Okay, what do we decide? It's going to be
Scandinavian 441, reduce speed to 160.
160 knots for Scandinavian 441.
Austrian 762, speed 160 knots.
Speed 160, Austrian 762.
Nordic 447, further right heading 180, cleared ILS, runway 22 right.
Right 180, clear to the right, correct Copson.
And Nordic 447, maintain the speed, I will reduce you shortly. Scandinavian 441, 160 until 4 miles final, tower 118.105.
160 until 4 mile finals over to tower 119 305 for Scandinavian 441.
118.105.
118.105 for Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 42 Yankee, left heading 250, cleared ILS, 22 left.
I thought I had that in there.
250, cleared ILS, 22 left. Scandinavian 42 Yankee.
Scandinavian
To land.
Runway 22 left, clear to land, Scandinavian 21 Whiskey.
Emirates 225 on the other side, hold short of taxiway Zulu, contact APON, frequency 121.630.
Holy moly, did we get busy here. Copenhagen, good evening. Scandi 441 is on the ILS 22 left.
Emirates 225, confirm holding short of taxiway Zulu and over to APON 121.630. Bye-bye.
11630, holding short to Emirates 225, bye-bye.
Austrian 3, Charlie Papa, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 30 on the other side, hold short of Zulu.
Okay, we're good to go there. We need...
Scandinavian 441, Castro Tower, hello, surface wind 240 degrees at 7 knots, continue approach, your number 2.
Number 2, 22 left for Scandinavian 441. Okay, 135.
Continue all the way on Bravo, cross runway 30.
135 to land. Was that correct? 145. Boy, am I glad I checked that. 145.
Austrian 762, tower law established, LS to the left.
Austrian 762, Castro Tower, hello, surface wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, continue approach.
Continue approach, Austrian 762.
Scandinavian 441, runway 22 left, clear to land.
22 left, clear to land. Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 21 Whiskey, taxi via Bravo, then left on runway 30, hold short of taxiway Delta.
Taxi via Bravo, Lima, and then runway 30, hold short of Delta.
Scandinavian 21 Whiskey, almost correct, forget Lima, it's Bravo, then runway 30 to hold short of Delta.
Bravo, and then runway 30, and then hold short of Delta.
Holy moly. That got out of control. It got out of control when I slowed down a little bit too much. I slowed down too much when I was trying to change all of those other things. Wowzers, that was so close to a go-around. It really was. And then I pushed the throttles forward because I saw we were too slow. Minus 365. You know what? Not pretty, but it worked.
Scandinavian 441, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 30. On the other side, hold short of taxiway Zulu.
Taxiway Bravo, cleared across 30. We will hold short of Zulu for Scandinavian 441. Holy moly.
From Nordic 447 on the left.
Oh my gosh.
Nordic 447, 2 to right, call 119.
You pulling the nails out in the front too, Chili Beams? Yes.
19355.
We're alive. Everybody's alive on this one. It was not pretty. But my gosh, this airplane. It's how much you need an auto throttle. You desperately need an auto throttle for some of these events like this. Low-vis is exhausted. Low-vis may be done forever. GT Boy needs a barf bag. Fortunately, this is the one live stream on Twitch that does come fully equipped with, you guessed it, barf bags. Oh my gosh, we've got them here. Mostly for the joke. Strobes can go off. Open the flap. Oh man. Yeah, those kinds of barf bags. Do you have insurance for damage to the... It wasn't that hard of a landing. It wasn't that bad. Could have been worse. How? It could have been raining. Let's disarm the reversers.
Give way to the Scandinavian CRJ.
Oh my gosh. Holy cats. Breathe.
On the other side,
Dunkstorman, do you know your previous message, but E54 is booked for you? Oh, thank you. Adrenaline, you get them in this game, in Flight Sim. You absolutely get them. Yeah, so it's less than 600 FPM, so it's not that bad. There's somebody on the go-around right... Oh, they got sidestepped over, I think. Somebody just got sidestepped or they're going around. Hello. What a busy day. Widget Warrior, what is Denmark's favorite dog? A Great Danish. Oh. Clear across 30.
Scandinavian 441, contact apron frequency 121.630, over.
121.630 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week. Talk about a great way to get your week off to a start.
Scanner 2883, taxi Bravo and Romeo, stand Delta 1.
Taxi via Bravo and Romeo, stand Delta 1, 283.
Speed 811, Apron, good evening, clear to London Heathrow, language to Charlie Park.
Oh, you heard me on final, observing our beloved FIR director on finals. Oh, you're getting your S3 rating? Dunkstorman, good luck with getting your S3. I hope that works out pretty good for you. Wheelchair Gamer needs a little bit of Wheelchair Gamer needs oxygen.
Hello.
Apron, good evening from Scandinavian 441 on Bravo, holding short of Zulu.
Therefore, for 1 Apron, good evening, stand Delta 3 via Bravo and Sierra.
Going to Delta 3 via Bravo and Sierra for Scandi 441. Thanks. Bravo and Sierra. Bravo and Sierra. I'm doing a lot of R rolls there. Okay, where's Bravo? Stand Bravo 3. Delta 3, Bravo and Sierra.
Is correct. Call me for push.
Oh, okay. Bravo and Sierra. I see that.
43, contact Castle Tower, 119.355.
We are on Bravo.
119.355,
and we're good.
Apron, hello, Greenland 470.
APU coming on. Our next flight should be a lot easier going.
119.355.
Delta 3. Ooh, what a nice gate. A very nice gate. Oh my gosh.
Zulu, Mike, and then Bravo 6, Scandinavian 2 Whiskey.
Greenland 4780, Apron, good evening, taxi via Zulu, hold short of Mike.
Taxi via Zulu, hold short of Mike, Greenland 4780.
And then 762, Airport hello, taxi Zulu and...
This is one of the things I really like. The Navigraph here has a shortcut key to get right to this map. So your ground map. It's really pretty cool. They're both fun, Oz. This one is definitely more of a challenge. So this one is definitely a challenge for sure. No auto throttle. Big deal on that one. Uh-oh, what are you upset about? Ah, brakes are hot. We have hot brakes. I'm not surprised. I stomped on them pretty hard when we were coming in.
Austin 76, okay, wait for the gradient on your left.
Widget Warrior, you can get an auto throttle. Mostly they put the auto throttles in the BizJet version of this. But not really for the airline operations. You have time to get your next snack. Absolutely. Delta 3. Boy, am I glad I got the correct airport fixed for this. And turn off the nose light. That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes on. Ooh, I'll bet that's a Fokker F-28 over there. I'll bet that's low-vis over there. That's going to be low-vis over on that one. Okay, all of this looks really good. So I think this is fine. We do have the APU up and running. So engine number 1 and engine number 2. There we go. Let's stop squawking. Squawking is now done. Fuel pumps can go off. Let's also turn off the probe heaters. And seatbelts can go off along with the beacon and the all the hydraulics except one. Come over to the aircraft. I need wheel chocks, ground power, open up some doors, drop down the stairway, and request a jetway. Holy moly, what a flight. I thought wet lease meant that it came with a margarita machine and free booze. Wow. Wow, was that a flight. That was really good. That's a challenge. I'm gonna have to take this thing. I don't know what Wolfie has planned for flights next week, but I'm gonna have to take this on Frankfurt Friday. I'm gonna have to take the CRJ on Frankfurt Friday. What could possibly go wrong there, right? All right, this was really nice. So we got hot brakes, so they'll have to cool down the brakes. But let's go ahead and get ready. We're going to do a 777 flight next. And this is going to be from Tokyo. I think it's Narita. And we're going to Seoul, South Korea. Be sure you get at least a freeware airport for Seoul, South Korea, because it's missing runways. The default is. And that's the entertaining part about that. I do not have GSX. I do have it. I unloaded it lately because the little Codal, whatever it's called, it was starting to be a pest again. It was starting to be a big pest. And that seems to just be the big problem with that right now. So Tokyo to Seoul, South Korea. Widget Warrior's been to Narita Airport. Okay, let's get a simulator. And let's come over here and see what's going on in the exciting world. Look at all the ATC in this part of the world. That's the little rat's nest we were being. Pauliot, it's been a pest for 15 years. Yeah, it's been a pest, even if you're not using it. It's just so annoying. Okay, I don't see any ATC. So this is our general flight area here. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a flight. I do have an ANA. I think I got an ANA for the 777. And the ANA had Pratt & Whitney. Laxon, hi Laxon. Welcome in. It looked like it was a nice evening tonight in Norway. Not as stormy as it's been. I don't think that I actually put it in though. So we need to do a new airframe for a Boeing 772. Not an 882, a 772. There we go. And we're going to go and get the PMDG for Pratt & Whitney and the default takeoff weight. And select it. So this is ANA, All Nippon Airlines. It's going to be JA715A. JA715A. I bet they run this airplane. I don't know if they would do it in pounds or kilos. I'm going to suspect kilos, so I'm going to switch it over to kilograms and hope I don't get disappointed. Okay, let's give it a shot. New flight. ANA 441. RJTT is Tokyo Narita. RKSI is Incheon. Seoul Incheon Airport. This is going to be a Boeing 777 200ER. There we go. And let's see if I did get it loaded in there. ANA Airlines, there we go. All right, so I'm going to leave it in kilos and hope that's what it is. Wow, this is a 2-hour and 20-minute flight? I thought that this was just going to be a short hop. Let's do 15 minutes of extra fuel. Well, it should be a real chill-out flight compared to the last one. Oh, it's Haneda, not Narita. Okay, RJTT is what I've got in the flight plan. So it's not Narita, it's Haneda. Thanks, Heavy Weather. Thank you for setting that straight. Okay, let's see. Are we clear of all the flight stuff down there? We are, so let's view a PDF of this. And I'm going to save this over to the desktop. I'm also going to copy this into some flight notes so I can put it out for you in just a second. There we go. Let's come over here and pre-file on VATSIM, which prevents chickening out. Oh, it's Monday. Monday is sign into VATSIM day. Okay, flight level 380. So 38,000 feet. And file. Okay, we're all filed on VATSIM. No chickening out now. Okay, RJTT. Here is RJTT over here. And we got gates all over the place. TFP Fred, welcome on in. So far we're out of trouble here. Okay, while we're loading in, let's see if I can make this work. If I can do it the right way, and Pauliot does all sorts of cheers and stuff, that means there wasn't a problem. If there's an angry face that appears in there, then I messed up updating stuff. Okay, those are good. Let's go get a Boeing 777. Really, it's been nice having the PMDG airplane in the new sim now. Really kind of missed it. And there is our PMDG 777. I have avoided the wrath this time. Okay, we need Pratt & Whitney's. There's Pratt & Whitney engines. Let's go to liveries. And here is All Nippon Airlines. Oh, it's the same as the United. Okay. And save and go back. And save and go back. Take a breath. And let's go and try and do this. RJTT. Tokyo Haneda. Loviz says land here in another 20. This is another one. This is is this the Max? Is this the iFly Max, Loviz? They've been posting pictures, so the iFly is going to be coming soon. As soon as we get Sim Update 2, right? Sim Update 2 and then the iFly is coming over. That's going to be great too. Okay, let's see. What do we get for a runway? Sim Brief said runway 22. That's runway 4. So runway 22, what do you say we choose a gate over here? Let's choose one of these gates so we don't have a long taxi. How about... There's 507. Is that 4? 503. There's 407. How about gate 407? It's a heavy gate, so that's cool. It's not heavy, it's our gate. Okay, so let's do... I think we can fly. There's no ATC right now, so if you're new to VATSIM, this might be a good flight for you to come and join us on if you're new. It does require Sim Update 2. So sometime after that, and Slarty Bart says it will be soon. Yes, one of our least favorite words. Soon. Okay, we've updated the titles. What else do I need to do? I need to make sure that I've got Volanta ready to go so that the mean Volanta voice doesn't come get me. Uh-oh. I think we have a terminal problem here. We've got jetways, but we don't have terminal. Oh, and the little error. This little thing has shown up. This thing pops in all the time now. It'll go away in just a second. There is our big 777. Control C. Friend Cam, welcome back in. At a flight shop over the weekend, they were selling an Airbus. We make it a iFly hat, the one you wear. So you got a hat like this one, or the Airbus hat? Okay, let's see if Volanta will let me load in. There's Volanta. And Volanta should be ready to go too. Let's see if VATSIM will work. Hey, isn't it nice? The weather, it's not nighttime here. Let's see, we do have a Boeing hat. Let's do Boeing. November 321, welcome aboard. Go around acknowledge. Now there is a great name in Flight Sim here. That's going to get to be annoying. Okay, this all looks good. So I usually start by going to ground operations and request a ground power cart, and I request a jetway. And we've got a jetway, but we don't have anything else. I think this is one of those things that has little buildings out here or something. I don't know. Maybe there's a terminal over there or something. Oh, I said something? Okay, and then once you do that, you need to go to door management and open up the L2. And then I will usually open up the cargo doors. And there's our big cargo doors opening too. All right, that looks good. And now when those two open, then I'll come over here. Let's go to the electronic flight bag. Request data from SimBrief. Please enter your... Okay, I have to do this like every time now. It's not remembering it. Maybe I'm forgetting to do something, but it doesn't remember. I know we have a terminal problem here. All right, so SimBrief alias, that's the name. So you got to do that. And Hoppy ID, I've got to go and get that. Ask you to look outside just a second, because you're supposed to keep your Hoppy ID secret. So check outside and see what's going on. It's been kind of rainy all day today. Rainy and cranky all day. Okay. Hoppy ID is good. Weather source, keyboard, theme. And let's go save preferences. And the Hoppy ID is valid, but I have to do this, like I said, every single time. Come on back in. Tomsek's calling it a night. Good night, Tomsek. Thanks for entertaining circles. Thank you for coming in, Tomsek. Have a great evening. And let's try and do this again. Okay, there's our flight. And that's going to be PMDG map. I wonder if I need to go... Hang on, look outside again. I may need to go and reattach my... Navigraph. Yeah, I gotta redo Navigraph too. I mean, so the PMDG stuff is not working at all. Hang on, almost done with Navigraph. Okay, NAVIG, our Navigraph code, and put in the code EAT SHI. Oh, that's not the Navigraph code. Okay, we've got success on that now. Come on back in out of the rain. Now let's see if the Navigraph thing works. Hey, Navigraph works now. I wonder if I need to download new data. Oh, I hope we don't have to do that. It's not that bad. Hang on. Let's see. Let's go to this tab. Take another look at the weather cam. Let me make sure there isn't a password. Reinstall nav data. 2504, 2504. Come on in. Okay, so it doesn't have to. Currently installed data is 2504. That's the correct one. So we don't have to do new nav data. That should be good. I didn't do it through Navigraph Hub. I didn't do that. Barcoder, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Vinyl Rabbit, that's what it looks like outside your place too. All right, let's see if it will let me on VATSIM. And this is a Boeing 772 and connect. Okay, that looks good. Do like the fact that they've got their jetway going to the correct doorway for this airplane. Okay, batteries going on. Batteries going on. And external power 1 and 2, those can go on. Nav lights are already on. Emergency exit lights, armed and guarded. Windshield heaters going on. ADARUs going on. And we'll do IFE and cabin utility as well. And let's just go ahead and start up the APU so we got some ventilation. Bartender, maybe that's it. Bartender. Bryler Gaming figured it out. It's Bartender. Bartender is here. Thank you. Sometimes when you're doing all of this airplane stuff, it's just a little bit slow. Okay. And I need my throttles in Boeing mode. What do you bet? Okay, let's come over here. Departure weather. We've got departure weather. That looks good. Let's go and do charts while we're waiting for the airplane to power up. Let's see. Yeah, Melmex, that's right. Polyot's right. It's just a favorite airplane. When we first started, when I first started live streaming, discovered Twitch, you had to come up with an airplane, and with a name. And at that time, one of my favorite planes was the 777 from Flight Factor over in X-Plane. It still is a really, really good airplane. Airport. And that looks good. Our SID going out is going to be... Well, we're going direct to Bekla, but I don't see a SID. Do we have any SIDs called Bekla? Hey, look at that. We got a bunch of Bekla SIDs off of runway 22. Bekla. Do we have one for runway 22 on Bekla? 1634, 1634. I don't see a Bekla departure for runway 22. Nope, don't see one for runway 22. So 3 4s. 1634. No, I don't see anything at all for that. Let's see if one of them is just not listed correctly here. Vinyl Rabbit, we're going to have to wing it. Remshift is back in chat. I haven't tried Chase Plane because I'm mostly over here on this sim. Well, let's see. We could go and we could do another one of these runways to get the Bekla arrival or departure. What's the wind right now? Wind right now is 190 at 11. 190 at 11. So the 16s would be a good choice for runways. The 16s, maybe 16 left would be a good choice. Based on all that. I think it's the one that's right up here. Yeah, 16 left might be a good choice for us today. So we could do that. Pyroblaster, I missed some chat, some questions right now. I definitely have. Sorry about that.
New recruit detected.
He's odd. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow.
Stay sharp.
All right, let's see. So we could switch on over to 16 left instead of 22 and get an actual SID. Remshift is thinking about getting Chase Plane. If you're still on 2020, Chase Plane is looking like it's really pretty cool.
New recruit detected.
It looks
welcome aboard, agent.
Like it's the Chase Plane that we all remember from P3D. So I would think about grabbing it for sure. Given the 200 is identical to the 300, don't you think PMDG? Oh, I don't know. You know, they had to. I don't know what to say about that one. Okay, so there's the Bekla departure. Okay, that looks pretty good. So that's going to get us out just fine. and it's the Bekla 3 Alpha departure. So Bekla 3 Alpha. Okay, after that, that'll get us out there really nicely. Let's see. Arrivals in
Subscriber
Seoul.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Itzad
Loyalty
became a
noted.
subscriber with Twitch Prime. Itzad, thank you for using your Twitch Prime. Anthony was a follower. Itzad, thanks for the follow and thanks for the Twitch Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. We need to do the Gukdu 2 Echo arrival. Gukdu, it's the 3 Echo. There's the 2 Echo. No, it is the 2 Echo. I don't know how to read. Gukdu 2 Echo is our arrival. And that's to 3-4 right. 3-4 right. There's 3-4 right. Okay, that looks good. Let's get an airport chart, and I'll bet the airplane's powered up and saying, you ready to start doing airplane things? There's finally the airport info chart. Parking stands, that's cargo. We're not going to cargo. Parking stands, apron 1 and 4, and de-icing. Okay, we got all the charts that we need to make this work. So there's the airport, and our airplanes come to life here. And all of this is good too. Let's go start doing the flight plan. Hey Beethoven, good afternoon. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for coming by today. FMC. And that looks good position in it. We are at RJTT. RJTT. The gate is right in front of us. We are at gate 407. 407. Compare that with the GPS position. It's relatively close, then go with the GPS. And that should do it. And now we'll do route. So let's see. Captain Edward is back in chat. Welcome back, Captain Edward. Yeah, there was ANA does have a couple of Star Wars liveries, and that would have been good for May the 4th. This was I didn't see them over on the PMDG page though. So I'm kind of just, I'm kind of sticking with the official liveries for a while. Ash Logic Tech's calling it a night. Good night, Ash Logic Tech. Thanks for coming back in. I know you've been busy lately, but I hope it's a good kind of busy, and we'll see you next time. Okay, so we're going to do RJTT. RJTT. Let's see if it'll route request with just RJTT. It's been red each time. Okay, we can't do it because it's red, so we have to put our flight plan in manually. We're going to RKSI. RKSI. This is going to be ANA 441. Dita is back in chat. Welcome back, Dita. I have adjusted the days off, just like Polyot said. And Wigbill is going to relax a bit before before football practice. Good, happy, relaxing. Okay, that all looks good. And now we'll put in the route. So Bekla, B-E-K-L-A, B-E-K-L-A, Bekla. After Bekla, we're on the Y18 airway. And Y18 takes us to Pigap, P-I-G-A-P, P-I-G-A-P. G-A-P, PIGAP. After that, it's the Y182. And the Y182 takes us to BIDIC, B-I-D-I-K. After BIDIC, we've got another airway, the Yankee 16. And Yankee 16 takes us to SAPRA, S-A-P-R-A. S-A-P-R-A. And after SAPRA, it's the Y685. Y685. When the airplane first became available, it was downloading flight plans, but something's changed. Go around. Thank you for coming in. I tried. I'm glad it's working out. I say the waypoint names like this so that I type them in correctly. I don't know if the real pilots do it that way too, but that's the way I do it. And the Y685 goes to Gukdo, G-U-K-D-O, G-U-K-D-O. It's sort of like how it is that I file it away in short-term memory and stuff. Activate and execute. There's our flight plan. Okay, come over to this side, FS Actions. We're going to go to fuel first, and on the flight plan, we need to board, let's see, the airplane is in pounds. Okay, so this airplane is in pounds, and I did it in kilos. But we can fix it. Boy, that sounded funky. I can fix it by coming over here, and we can go up here and edit and do pounds down here and regenerate the flight, and that'll give us better fuel. Yes, I'm going to try and do a cold and dark video that should be ready, hopefully, Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday, something like that at this point. Hopefully I can get that done. I'd like to also do it while there's ATC over in Europe so I can do CPDLC stuff, because this thing has built-in CPDLC, which is really cool. Okay, now then, so fuel is 47,000 pounds. 47,515 is our fuel. There's fuel. Zero fuel weight is 371.5. And that should load up the airplane for us. I think we have to put that in on the payload side. There we go. We are now loaded with passengers and everything. So the airplane should be loaded. Okay. All right. This looks really good. We did change runways though. So our runway that we are planning for departure is going to be 16 left. Let's do departure and arrival. Departure and arrival, 16 left. And it's going to be the Bekla 3 Alpha departure. No transition. And execute. Coming in at the moment, we are expecting runway 34 right, ILS 34 right. This is going to be the Gukdo 2 Echo. The Gukdi 2 Echo. We're going to enter that at Gukdo. And then the transition to that should be... All right. After this, on the arrival, so we come in at Gukdo, zig and zag over here, And then we come on around and it's end pull. That's it. It's end pull. It's our transition and escape. Execute, not escape. Okay, that should be good. And this should be a complete plan. I don't think we're going to have any route discontinuities. Nope, no route discontinuities. Looking good. Performance in it. Cruise altitude is flight level 400. Our cost index is 140. Here I thought the cost index only went up to 100. 13.7 is reserves. Zero fuel should be 371.5. And it is. All right, all that looks good. Let's do takeoff performance. So thrust limits. We are expecting 1.6 left, I believe. Import weather, and calculate. 2985 for the altimeter. 2985. We'll be out of all of this rabbit hole stuff in just a second. Okay, we're gonna derate to 2 and 38 degrees. -2 and 38 degrees, so we're saving all sorts of fuel. Not burning up our engines. Flaps are going to be 5 for takeoff. Center of gravity is 25.4. It rounded it up to 25.5. Speeds for takeoff, 131, 135, 139. 131, 135, 139. Put 139 up here. 139. There we go. Our runway heading on departure, trim, all of that set. Let's go ahead and start closing stuff up. Closing up the cargo doors now. So, we are going to depart on runway 16 left, and that's 158. 158. There we go. And we're going to be doing a departure, the Bekla departure. Does it give us one of those climb clearances? I don't know. We don't fly here. That initial climb at or above 13,000. It doesn't have a hard number here. Flight level 170 at Bekla, 13,000 at Ragos. It doesn't say anything else, so why don't we go and call it 13,000 to start, just to make our lives easy, because the last flight wasn't easy. Climb via the SID each waypoint in this part of the world. So each waypoint go around acknowledge. So does that mean that we should have, so there's a 9,000 at Intel and 6,000 at Welda. So I guess we should have done Welda to start. Is that the way we do that here? Okay, everything looks good here. APU is up and running. Let's get the rest of our hydraulic systems on. Hydraulics coming on. I'm going to do my fuel pumps now just so I don't forget, because I've been known to do that. Each one is with the altitude restriction. Okay. Well, I'm going to try and fly this departure a little bit more by hand anyway with this airplane because it's cool. All right, that all looks good. Let's see. We are in Japan. We're not going to get a squawk code. So why don't we squawk something that no one will expect we're spies. We're going to squawk 0007. Seatbelts can go on. Passengers are aboard. Let's close doors and go. So over here to ground operations, closing L2. And go to ground services. I'm going to release the jetway. APU is up, disconnecting ground power. APU's got us. Ground power is released. I've got parking brakes on. I'm going to remove my chocks. And everything is clear. Let's arm all of our doors for departure. Doors are armed. And we're clear there. Now then, because I'm still a little bit from the last flight, let's do checklists. Oxygen. There we go. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter are set. Checklist is complete. Before start checklist time. So at the waypoint with 13 above, it's at your discretion. So on Unicom, just jump to the final cruise level at that point. That makes sense. Flight deck door is closed. Mode control panel, V2 heading and track and altitude are set. Takeoff speeds 131, 135, and 139. CDU is set. Trim is not set. Trim is going to be 6.25. 6.25. We've had some big trim numbers on this airplane. So at the waypoint, 13 above, it's your discretion. So on Unicom, just keep going to your cruise. And trim is now set. Taxi and takeoff briefing, we totally blew that off. Let's get pushback helper and get ready to go. And we'll call the tug. And 122.8, we don't need CTAF here. 122.8. There we go, that's on. Bartender said, haha, like we're all gonna die, haha, or that joke was brilliant and I'll stop fishing for. Yeah, so this is that airport. They've got these things that the bus will come up to, and it's finally loading in over here. They've got the things that the buses will come up to, and there's a jetway attached to it. Okay, this looks good. So beacon is going on. Beacon is on. Checklist is complete. Let's get ready to do that rumble thing. Parking brakes going off. Parking brakes are off. And out we go. A very, very big long wing outside that window. Everything's ready up there. How about flight directors? That's always a good thing to have on these big jets. And there is our crew line. I figure this is pretty tight in here. But yeah, they got these cute little buildings over here. So a bus pulls up, you go into the building, walk up some steps to get on a jetway over there. That's pretty interesting. Haven't seen that anyplace else. Hawk Driver just arrived. Welcome aboard, Hawk Driver. Happy. Engine 1 starts. 22 or 16? 22. I assume you're asking me to pick a random number for you. And stop. Blackwell Ninja. Those little buildings, like I said, I've never seen those before, but that's a kind of a cool idea. You don't have to build a whole terminal, but you can keep people in a bus and in a small building and a jetway, so that's nice. Releasing the tug. And the tug's released. And engine number 1 is starting. Ezod is in chat. I saw you just come in, Ezod. Also, Ezod did a Twitch Prime. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. And the numbers are coming up nicely. And there's our pushback. So we'll go, looks like Romeo, Juliet, runway 16. Ezod is coming in from the UK. Good evening back to the UK. I hope you had a good bank holiday today. And I'll say it again, we need more bank holidays. Lots more bank holidays. Or more holidays around the world. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 is coming up. Fuel. There comes our fuel. Let's see, Ezod was at a festival today. Old Slow, the banks don't need more holidays. We just need more reasons to have holidays. And if we have to give the banks a holiday, okay, fine. They can have an extra holiday so that we can have the time off too. How's that sound? Engine number 2 is coming up nicely. So except for the fact that every day I have to enter in my Hoppy ACARs and my, pilot ID into this airplane, everything else has been working good. I also had to re-enter my Navigraph. And 2 good starts on our engines. Generators are good, so APU can go off. Let's see. Let's do flight controls. There's flight controls. And we'll do flaps 5. Auto brakes to RTO. And trim is set. Elevators. Ailerons. Flaperons. And rudder. All of those look good. So, checklist time. Before taxi, anti-ice, we may need to do that. Recall, I'll do that in a second. Flight controls are good. Ground equipment is groovy as well. And we are ready to go. We are squawking already, so taxi light can go on. Cabin call. There's a cabin call. Parking brakes off. And let's see if we can actually taxi by. Hawk Driver, you loaded up the same aircraft? No issues with downloading planes. Yeah, I don't have troubles downloading the planes or anything like that. No problems downloading the planes or anything, but the only problem I've got with this airplane is I have to re-plug in Navigraph ID, Navigraph code for charts, and Hoppy. And there's that little building over there. And they probably have them over on that side too. They just didn't load in my scenery. I don't think I've updated this. There's a fix, I think, for it. And that's what that's been. So we'll do Juliet over to 16 left. Actually, I think we can cross Romeo Tequila over there and take that over to the end of the runway. Why don't we do that? Checklist. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps are 5 and the before takeoff checklist is complete. Ring the bell. Flight attendants, seats for takeoff. LNAV, VNAV off the runway. Nobody on that taxiway. And we'll come over there. I've got the radio up. I probably didn't tune the radio right. Do you get the jetways from underground or bus? I believe those cute little jetways, there's a bus. I don't know for sure. I've never been there. But if you look, there's a roadway on the other side of the building and this little area over here where, you know, there's a shelter. So I guess the bus pulls up and that keeps you out of the rain. And then you go in and then there's another little waiting area and that. Izod, I'm using a Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pack for the throttle. And I'm using the WinWing Airbus side stick for a joystick and stuff like that. And that's how those work. And it's pretty good. And I pretty much use them for all airplanes, whether it's an Airbus or a Boeing or whatever. Just use the side stick. Black Cobra, welcome back, Black Cobra. Thank you for coming in. Go around it. I don't know. It seems incredibly, practical. So a bus just goes right over there. So we've got an airplane that's getting ready to take off. We can go look at it a little closer. Parking brakes on. Outside we go. And if we come on over here just real fast, no one's going to be behind us. So if we come over here. The little building shows there is a place to drive up. So you drive up here. And they've got a little fence there, so I bet the bus keeps people from running around. And then you come in here. And you go up here, and you've got a little ramp and a nice window, and then you've got some stairs. So clunk, 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 stairs up here, and then you come over here, and that's probably out to the jetway. Yep, there's the jetway. So that's that little building. It's gate 503. That's not a bad idea. I mean, if you've got to add some extra gates and stuff, I imagine they probably have a little bathroom and some water fountains and stuff like that. So they probably have all that in there. Vinyl Rabbit, you've been on those on an international flight. It only stopped in Japan. So instead of going through customs, you wait to go through your connecting flight in that building. Well, that's going to cut down on all sorts of extra paperwork, right? Okay, all this looks good. I say we get out of here. I think we're the only ones here. Let's go. Strobes? Tabosi is back in chat. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. But no, Vinyl Rabbit, that makes an awful lot of really good sense. If you just go ahead and like you said, you don't have to go through a bunch of customs if you're connecting through that airport. Firebird, welcome, welcome. Looks like we got a little bit of a crosswind from the right that's going to blow us over to the left. Not much. All right, landing lights. And I think we're all good. So throttle up a little bit here. Engines are stable. Hit the clock. Auto throttle. Thrust is set. 80 knots. Hands off the throttles. Whoops. Rotate. I think that my control settings are a touch sensitive for this airplane. Gear going up. There goes the landing gear. Need to make a little bit of a turn over here. Nose down just a touch. And flaps. 1. Flaps up. AP. AP's got us.
25.
Tobosi, we did Düsseldorf to Copenhagen in a CRJ, so no auto throttle on that one, and I will tell you, that one was quite the challenge. It really, really was. But it was a great way to stay out of trouble. Well, mostly. Kind of a heavy landing, but not too bad. Okay, so we've got a couple of... So we got to stay above 6,000 feet at Welda. I think we'll be fine there. Hi, Black Dog. Black Dog is here. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today. We are off to Seoul, South Korea. Although I think on the charts it says it's Incheon. I think it said it was Incheon on the airport chart, right? Nope. Yeah, RKSI ICN. Seoul Incheon, so it's both. Incheon International Airport. Dita says Incheon is the airport's name. Okay. Say Intentions wiped out the SID and said you direct to the start of the route. Really? What is the music? No idea. I had it turned down. It's just a bunch of music that I got off of... I got a new music for live streamers service. It's Epidemic Sound. And I just play it through a little player here. In fact, I think it's almost... I think the playlist is almost over. Tobosi says that Copenhagen is nice, going to Malmö in Sweden over to Copenhagen by car. You said it's a nice airport. The payware of Incheon is nice. Black Dog, I don't think I've got that one. It sounded like something out of a beer festival. Yeah, so we did have... We were flying, I think it was for St. Patrick's Day, and I went and I got a bunch of extra party kinds of music, and then there wasn't a lot of Irish music, to be honest. So I added, since we're always flying in Germany and stuff, I went and added some music from Germany. We'll just continue the climb to full flight level 400. And a few other fun places. Bear is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Hey, Bear. Yeah, a little bit of good dancing music. Well, we shall see who has the full airport. Well, hey, I at least have the freeware. I do have the freeware because the last time we were here, Sunjammer, that's what Sunjammer's talking about. And Sunjammer's mentioning this because when we got in there was no runway. Well, there were runways, but not the ones we were supposed to use. So it's sort of like, there's no runway, where do we go? Very entertaining. The Windwing joysticks are really nice, Pyroblaster. I'm really enjoying them a lot. They've been working really good for me. 10,000 foot cabin call. A little late on that, but that's okay. And I don't think there's an after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist is done. Landing gears up, flaps are up. After takeoff checklist is done. Polyot, it's no different. 2024 uses the same third-party provider, and they don't have permission to do the update. Okay, and around we go here. Speed's coming up. And let's go to progress. Wow, 700 miles. I didn't think it was that far. I didn't think this was going to be that far. Okay. Oh, wow, look at all the clouds. There's not much to see here. South Korea is one of the countries that doesn't like companies flying overhead and scanning the ground like Poland. Well, I'd say Poland and South Korea probably have reason to be nervous. They have some not so nice neighbors, so maybe that's a part of it. That would be about the only thing that I'd speculate on it, is just they don't have nice neighbors, so they're just going to tell everybody, do not scan our ground. Because we think that, you know, that means that you're one of those that's doing an invasion or something like that. Well, AZ, you know, it could be that's what they have in mind by that. And out we go there. Fortunately, this airplane goes pretty quick. So we'll probably get a really nice cruise altitude, and that should be nice. How about... Oh, I got to restart the playlist this time. A little Irish music for this flight. Yeah, this was from the St. Patrick's Day flights that we did. And we made it. So the next thing that PMDG is supposed to be releasing is going to be a cargo version of this airplane. So the cargo version, I believe, is what Lufthansa Cargo's flying. Ooh, what's temperature? 6 degrees. I bet our anti-ice is all on auto here. I think anti-ice is all on auto. Yeah, we don't have to worry about it. Incheon was incomplete because it's relatively close. Yeah, have you seen if you're landing south, you got a pretty tight turn to final on that one. A few countries don't allow it. It's why some places can get good photogrammetry and nice world updates. Host of reasons, legal, regulatory cost, resources. Just not worth the time to update the area. That's right. It's like scanning the ground in Nebraska. I mean, not trying to be mean to Nebraskans, but I mean, seriously, I've never driven through Nebraska, but I drove through the state southern, one into Kansas to the other. It's a great airplane. Eric, I've been enjoying this airplane a lot. Will I get the PMDG 200 LR? So I'm one of those that, when we talk about what airplanes I'm going to be getting and stuff like that, I usually say I only need one 737, but unfortunately, I got them all. I really don't think I need another 777. I would like the cargo variant just so that I can have a 777 for cargo. I'd like to have the 777 for cargo. So at this point, that's the only 777 I see myself buying from PMDG. There's also going to be an upgrade fee for the 737s, and I'll probably pay an upgrade fee for a couple of those. But that's really about all that I think I need as far as Boeings right now. It's a freighter without, yeah, the freighter with seats. Wig Bill, we were just talking about how it is you don't have don't need to scan, Nebraska for really good photogrammetry because it's Nebraska. It's farmland. That's about it. Loviz is not getting the LR. I don't think we need to do the long haul flights anyway. This will work just fine for a long haul. We've also got the other 777s. So I feel like, we don't need to go and get every one of those other airplanes. It could be that one of the salespeople is going to come in and say, oh no, you really need to have this airplane. But I think this is going to satisfy my need for 777ing. Landy, why do you have to wait until 22? West side of Nebraska is nice, though. That's where you get into the sand hills. Yeah, the Kansas part, I drove it once. Denver to Kansas City on I-70. Never again. If I have to do that trip again, I'll just wait until they develop transporter technology before I ever do that. That was so bad. Loviz can get an LR livery, which paints over the windows. There you go. Houston and Norwegian rules. Okay, I missed that. Collimator is back in chat. Yeah, I've moved some time off, so I'm going to be flying on Mondays. But Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm going to sit here and chill out and rest my voice, try and take an afternoon nap on occasion, and be ready for that. Mustache says stretch, bonsoir, and Loviz just got threatened. Plus, I can get an LR livery on flightsim.to with painted windows because it grinds polyoptical. Okay. Now I see why that was ban-worthy. Passing 30,000 feet, seatbelts can go off. So back here in the cabin. Thanks, Collimator, for being in here. And we've got no smoking is on. And a nice computer screen here. That's nice. Loviz says, this is my 777L for free. United Airlines 777F. Okay. It's the PMDG. Okay. But I've got this one. Do I really need that one too? I mean, it's a 777, right? It's got 2 engines. It's really big. And it's got 6 wheels on each main landing gear. That makes it a 777. We really don't have to have the other ones, do we? Besides, I'm kind of like, when can we have the 737 MAX from iFly and the TFDI MD-11? Those are the ones we're looking for. It's free with your 777F and your packs are palletized. Palletized passengers. Don't say that out loud to that. There is a low-cost carrier president that might hear, wait a minute, palletized passengers. Now there's an idea. Polyot says there really are big differences between the 200 LR compared with the 300 and 200, but we have the freighters, so we already have one of each variant. We really don't need the 200 LR. I'm sold on that. We can take that money and buy pizza. We can buy pizza. Bryler Gaming says the more planes, the better. Well, I agree. More planes would be awesome. I'm all ready for more planes. John Coley says, I'm with you. I kind of want that iFly 737 MAX more than the other ones. I really am looking for that. Wolfie's is here. Wolfie is our dispatcher next week. Welcome on in. And we can buy pizza. Loviz wants the Fokker F770 and 100. The freighter is not out for 2024. That's like a couple weeks away, I believe. I think it's a couple of weeks away is when the freighter's coming. So let's see. The reason that I would get anything for a freighter is Lufthansa. Lufty Cargo has the 777F. So that would be the freighter that I would want for, you know, for my 777 fleet. And then after that, I would be very, very happy. They have 18 modern 777s ready for you. 6 are now being operated by Aerologic. I guess they're probably going to all be by Aerologic. Oh, they have GE90s. So that'll be a G. I don't have too many liveries with GE90s. The reason they chose for the freighter is they had to change the wing and fuselage structure to make it stronger because of the extra fuel tanks. That's why the freighter is the 200LR and why the packs in the freighter version both have the IC cows of Boeing, a B77L. John wants the Fokker 50 for nostalgic reasons. That thing flew back and forth every week when you were in the Army. So mid to end of the month. Moritz says, have a nice flight. It is, Germany is, the daytime is getting over. So it's nighttime in Germany, time to get ready for your next day. Moritz, thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Strange thing about this is the cargo 777s, you load it from the back. The loading door is in the back, not up front like this. I think that kind of makes sense to have it behind the wing like that, because let's say you've got an empty airplane and you're loading it from the back, so that means you're shoving everything forward. That prevents the airplane from tipping. So if you load it from, you know, up front here, you could tip the airplane on the tail if you put too much in the back too soon. I'm guessing that might be the reason why it is that they put the cargo door back there. I'm not sure. But I don't know. Okay, we are already at Mach 0.84 with 484 knots, 388 knots of ground speed. We've got a 100 knot wind right in our face. I don't know if that's I don't think it's a prop liner. I bet Loviz can give us a proper answer to that question. Yeah, Loviz can give us the proper answer to that one. Ooh. See a couple of the mountains here. Almost blinked and missed the ground. That's right. Our Fokker aficionado. Bryler Games, we have a few of those. Loviz is not familiar with the F50. Coming up to our top of climb here. And it's a Boeing, so we keep our heading bug on our course. Wolfie is Googling. Doozy is got Chipotle for dinner tonight. Ooh, that sounds good. Have you decided what you're getting from Chipotle yet? Man, I haven't been to one of those in probably 10 years. Loviz wants the F100 really bad. It would have made Vectors for Copenhagen a pleasant experience today. In the 777, it was mostly to do with some structural changes that they would have had to have made to the flight deck and the bulkheads, which would have required a recertification. Oh, I don't know anything, John. No clue about anything whatsoever. Oh, if they had put the door up at the front. Oh, really? Well, so much for my theory about being all nicely balanced out. So they did it for other reasons. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you, Doozy. Are there any special Cinco de Mayo beverages and things in your flight deck today? The Fokker F-50 is indeed a prop liner. It is the updated version of the F-27 Friendship. My cruise altitude is flight level 400, Hawk Driver. Flight level 400. And we are approaching our final cruising altitude of flight level 400. Tobosi, yes, it's always beach shirt day here. Even if there's like five inches of snow outside Spy HQ, it's always beach shirt day. Because, you know. And there's top of climb. So our ground speed is not even 400 knots. No wonder this is going to take a little time. So 618 miles to go. Hydrospace said no bueno. And Tobosi, 5 inches of snow. I live in eastern Montana. And we don't get that much snow, but we had a couple of 5-inch snows this past season. Now it's mostly going to be rainy season before it's going to be super duper dry season. I know, Black Dog, you see the 100-knot headwind? Definitely looking forward to the 757 coming out from Bluebird. I'm gonna have to go and fix my. I'm gonna have to fix my NVIDIA drivers to make Flight Sim 2020 work, and I don't generally enjoy messing around with the NVIDIA drivers, so I'm a big chicken about that. But I'm kind of gonna have to wait, do that because they're only gonna put it out in 2020 to start. But it's going to be a while before it shows up. Tobosi says it's snowing right now. Hydrospace, I don't know. I feel kind of funny about... Polyot's talked to me about this a little. I still feel funny about asking for early access to things. I would just as soon get airplanes and things when you get an airplane. That way we can learn about the airplanes together, and it's more fun for live streaming and hanging out with friends on Twitch. So, that's kind of the reason, one of the reasons, and I've got other silly reasons too. It's taking a long time, I think, Chris, because it's an all-volunteer operation. I think it's an all-volunteer group that's putting it together. So, they can't be setting a bunch of deadlines and working around the clock and stuff like that, because the people that are developing it have day jobs probably too. So that's why it's going to take a little bit of time. Plus, I generally get the impression from what it is that they're saying, the developers are saying they want to get this airplane right. They want to get this airplane right and make it really, really good. So when the 777 when the 757 comes out, it's going to be a really nice airplane. So I'm definitely looking forward to that when it comes out. Yeah, if they were to reach out to me, and just say, hey, Dave, for sure, I would definitely say, hey, I'd love to. Because, I've got probably 4 or 5 flight manuals for the 7.5. And while I am not an airline pilot, I'm just a Cessna pilot with 120-something hours and a private pilot's license. The 7.5 is probably the airplane I know the most about. And so if they were to reach out and said, hey, 757 Spy, why don't you fly this a little early? And, you know, I'd say, sure. Wouldn't want to fly it too early, because the other part of this is also basically saying, you know, I don't like having something that you couldn't have and fly with me. You know, because that way, you know, I've been left out a few times in my life, and leaving people out is not nice. So that's another one of my silly reasons for doing things the way I do them. Wolfie, I'm okay if they take longer. Yes. I mean, we whine an awful lot about some things. I do too, mostly in jest and stuff. But I'm with Wolfie on that too. When I want him to get the airplane right. I would rather, because we've had alpha airplanes and we've had beta airplanes. And in the end, it's not fun. It's just not fun. Uh-oh, Hawk Driver's right below us. I see chemtrails, and there is Hawk Driver right over there. There's Hawk Driver flying along. I don't know, John, if that's their plan or not. The last I've heard, their original plan is going to be to release on 2020. That's what they've been working on. My guess is everybody's going to 2024 right now, so they have to have had conversations about saying, shouldn't we just make this for 2024? I don't know. I don't know these people. I don't know what their conversations are, but that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. But that, of course, I would like to see it come to 2024. That's right. If we were to land on that airplane, we'd save some fuel. Hawk Driver's going to slow down. I don't know. It looks like you're making pretty good time. You're making pretty good time, Hawk Driver. Maybe the wind isn't as strong. I got 105 knot headwind in my face. So, I mean, it is just right in our face for this flight. Mach point 84.5. 0.845. I'm at 8.5. And you're going faster, so you must not have as much wind as I have here. Lots of clouds here today. Hawk Driver is going to drop to Mach 0.82. John, unless they run into a problem, my guess is that that's what their plan is the 777F, the cargo airplane, in mid-May. So we will be able to fly big pallets and stuff like that. Or, as somebody suggested, palletized passengers. So, you know, they set up there and they put you in a cargo container and put you and palletize it. Hawk Driver is down, so it's just a 90 knot wind down there. Wow. Well, it makes sense. If you keep your speed up a little bit more, I may step descend down to where you are. Okay. So far, so good. I think we just got a little weather bump here. The wind has shifted a bit. Now it's down to 90 knots for me. Yeah, we just got a little weather burp here. So, let's see. We are 568 miles from Incheon Airport on the VNAV. My optimum is flight level 390. No reason to change that. And we're too far out for it to be computing top of descent or anything. Oh, I actually, like I said, my wind speed just dropped 10 knots. So now we're at 90 knots. So I'll just stay here and stay out of trouble. Staying out of trouble. I'm still super duper impressed that we've got this really, really nice. Because I remember when when the 777 first came out, and they had a couple of books on the 777 and stuff. And I remember seeing, the main displays here, and they were so impressive, such impressive computer displays when they first came out. And I just looked at this, I said, they'll never make something that good in flight sim. I mean, it was so sharp and crisp, and it looks just like what we've got, right there. And sure enough, look at what we got in flight sim now. Sefio, welcome aboard, and so is Gusty Aviation. Welcome aboard, Gusty. But yeah, just absolutely blown away that display, they're able to put that in the flight sim and make it look so nice. 1 to 2.8, nothing to worry about there. Oh, maybe I didn't hear anything because you need to hit this button and this button in some airplanes and not others. Arrival weather, the winds are just 040 at 9, so that's nice. So, Sean Boy, we've got a little bit of flying to do. We're about ready to clear the Japanese coast here. And after that, right now, so let's see, we're going to be landing at 2305 Zulu. Right now it is 2147. So it looks like we've got an hour and change, unless the wind gets worse. And not much to see because of all the clouds today. Well, we can kill a little bit of time by coming over here and doing 777 ASMR. Click our little pen here. So it's always good to do that. The co-pilot has 2 pens. The flight deck is really pretty cool. They did not model the crew rest area in this airplane like they... Well, wait a minute. That was in the A350, I think. When the seatbelt sign goes off in PMDG airplanes, that's when the curtains close. So nice seats here. And then the seats are numbered too. So you can see there is seat 6A. And let's see, you've got some storage here, some storage there. And the entertainment, there's a little table that comes out here. Uh-oh. Wrong button. So it looks like there's a little table. Some of the first class cabins and stuff, they've got a little refrigerator and stuff. They've got a little drink cooler or something like that. Let's see. We've got a USB and international power. So we've got international power and stuff. There's our little table right there. And then this is the little place. Polyot says that this, when you use these when you do the lay flat thing, you know, that this kind of makes your, you know, jams your feet together a little bit. So it feels a little weird there. And we've got that. And so we've also got a little thing over here. So that probably swings out. And we got a remote control. And then there's the buttons to change. Oh, this is how you change your seat. So that's probably a remote control for moving your seat around. So you got a remote control for your seat, I guess, too. And you can move that up and down. And then you've also got the lay flat button and stuff like that, too. Doozy, favorite wide body? I don't know. Maybe the MD-11 just because it's such a big, cool old airplane. Oh, is it a game controller? Loviz says, oh, so they've got, it's not just a movie machine. It's got computer games too. Loviz, are the games any good on an airplane? Boozy Sheep, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I'm guessing they don't have Flight Simulator. The low is sometimes they do have Flight Sim. Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious. To come into the airplane and play Flight Sim on your, that would be funny. And we got a galley back here. A big door. They didn't model the bathrooms or anything like that. So we got a couple of coffee cups, coffee pots. I'm guessing those are the convection ovens. A Flight Sim Inception, is that what's going on? An in-flight flight, yep. And we got more ovens and stuff. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Happy Monday. Thanks. That still sounds weird when I say Happy Monday. They did model the little panel up here, but none of those buttons work. And if you come on in here, there's arming and disarming the doors. And then there is the big handle to open the door. There's the phone. And my guess is that this is some more first class. So, you know, two first class. Then we're going to have a small area of, I guess, premium economy or a business class type of a thing. And then we get back to what they called on the Titanic steerage. 3 by 4 by 3. I'm already feeling claustrophobic in here. Big area of lavatories here. So a couple of places back here where that goes to 2 seats. I guess if I had to sit in steerage or something like that, you know, a long flight across the pond, I think I would book something way back here so it's just the 2 by 2. A 2 by 2 is just so much nicer than, 3. It's so much nicer. And let's see, crew rest area. So there's a crew rest area back here. And the back galley, we got all sorts of convection ovens and coffee machines. A couple more seats. And oh wow, they got a whole sink over here. There's a whole sink over there for that. Another door. More lavatories. No smoking, no vaping. Toilet is equipped with smoke detectors. Open door slowly. Okay. Open door slowly. Nicely modeled galley, if only the coffee maker was functional. So everybody on this airplane's got a monitor, and it looks like a USB plug. So it looks like there's a USB plug. So we've got a USB and a nice little monitor and a tray table and a drink holder, and that's about it. No smoking, no vaping. Open door slowly. I guess that's what, in case there's somebody still in there or something and you don't want to squish them, because, I mean, seriously, with the door, I mean, there's a room enough in these airplane lavatories now. There's room to open the door and close the door, but... And looks like the business class, so had a slightly bigger monitor. It doesn't have the plug-in in the seat. It's got some cup holders there, probably some trays. Oh, I think I see it. There's your USB plugs. So there's your USB plugs down there. Looks like there's a meter or something on there. Oh, it's got a foot. Is that a footrest over there? Yeah, it's got footrests. So you can pop that down, and I've never really had. I've had a couple of seats that have a footrest like this. It's never really done anything.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Rockin' Rimmer just did a nice resub. Thanks for the resub today, Rockin' Rimmer. Rockin' Rimmer has been here for 46 months, and thank you for great jet fuel in the flight plan. In the crazy times, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tim Dog doesn't like the footrest. Yeah, I've never really had any use for them. Never had that much use for them. And now we're back into first class land. The first class passengers can't vape either. I'm over 6 feet tall, Hydrospace, so yeah. Maybe it's for people that are shorter, and it's a footrest if your feet are short and don't go all the way down to the floor. Maybe that's the reason why. And we got a nice first class galley, which has got convection oven. I think they're convection ovens. I don't think they put like microwaves and stuff on an airplane. And some coffee pots and drink carts. Step up. Always step up there. Otherwise, flight deck door, authorized personnel only, step up, and they've got a camera on the door too. Here in the cockpit, we've got a place for your coat and maybe some suitcases or something down there. Let's see, there's smoke hoods and vests, so those are the yellow vests. Let's see, latch is closed. Oh, there's spare light bulbs. So there's spare light bulbs in there. There is the emergency escape rope. So you've got a rope or something that you can, hang down to climb down if you've got to escape that way. I would imagine that the water gets refilled all the time. I mean, they make coffee all the time on those planes, and they're boiling the water too. So since the water's being boiled for coffee, I would think that it's okay to do the hot drinks on a plane. I don't usually do that. I don't go on very long flights, and when I do, I usually go and get a cup of, very expensive coffee at the Empire at the airport and just sip on that on the flight, and I'm usually pretty happy. Tim Dog says the MD-83s from American had them. Less room for your legs, yes. And they also fell down on me too. Okay, so no seat, no stowage. There's our axe and a fire extinguisher. Large suitcase, stowage only. So there's your large suitcases. Over here, this is that little that pops down. There is a plug. So there's all that. There is a really nice, look at the size of the pad on this one. That's got to be a comfortable jump seat. I haven't traveled for a long time, Widget Warrior. So we've got a really, really nice jump seat in the middle. The next jump seat doesn't look like it's got as big of a pad. They've got cup holders. A nice little engineering panel. The latch is closed over there. Oh, we've got books over here. Stowage load is limited to 20 pounds. Book 1, 2, and 3 of the 777 manual. So there's your flight manuals. Co-pilot. Here's some more things. So there's a thing that looks like one of those things that you could stick on a window or something like that. That is sunshades. Those are sun visor stowage. Lots of stuff to see in here. So we've got a regular plug and then a microphone there. There's a window crank for opening the window. Oxygen, chart lights. Oh, they've got a tiller for the co-pilot. So the co-pilot gets to steer the airplane on the ground too. And we have a phone. They're probably all unlisted numbers. So each one of the doors has a number that you can dial. So dial 11 for door 1L. And then there's a PA for the cabin, forward main, all priority, ground call, and an alert. And here's some aisle and floodlighting. There's the printer. That's got to be the printer right there. OBS audio. So the observer gets to listen to audio over here. Here is a flight deck door deactivated. That's got to be a locking mechanism for that. There's rudder trim and aileron trim. The third radio, the second radio. The phone is the sound for the Phoenix CPDLC. It is. And then we've got over here another little microphone. And pretty much the same stuff over here. There's an oxygen mask, the crank for the window. So really, really nicely, nice cockpit for sure. It's almost dinner time for Bear. Bear gets chicken fingers tonight. Good afternoon, Paul. Welcome aboard. That was a pretty good tour of the airplane. This is what you do when you've got this long of a flight. Got some lights up here and all sorts of circuit breakers. Backup window heat, standby power, APU maintenance, cargo temperature select is what we have up here. There's towing power and ground test. There's the CVR, cockpit voice recorder, and all sorts of circuit breakers. I hate to break it to you, but you can't click on those. That's got to be some ventilation there. There is the voice recorder on auto, cargo fire. And there's a bottle discharger there for probably cargo fire. Passenger oxygen, window heat. Okay, well that was pretty good. Okay, how long now till we get there? Mike, welcome in. Happy Monday. Thank you for coming by. Progress page. We are 427 miles from Seoul. 2309 is our new ETA in Solo is now 2309. Okay, it's 2206. So an hour and 2 minutes. It seems like we haven't moved. It seems like we haven't moved at all. Wasn't it an hour and 10 minutes before? It couldn't have, that was not like a 3-minute tour. Dinner of Champions, yes. Chicken fingers would be good. Hydrospace, yeah, the wind must have picked up again for me. What do we have for wind? Wind is, okay, it's back to 105 knots again. So it's back to 105 knots, that's why. That's why, I guess. So yeah, we could do that. We've got Hawk Driver behind us right now and says it's not as windy below. I don't see Hawk Driver in there. Probably hiding in the clouds. So we could go, we're at flight level 400. So what, that would be flight level 380. On the other hand, on RNAV, optimum is flight level 400. So I'm getting my best fuel here. My optimum is recommended is 402. So I save pixel gas by staying here. Average Canadian is going to do Montreal to Toronto today. We're doing Halifax to Montreal for our third flight for Moncton Monday. Avgeek Fozzie just arrived. So 142 to our next waypoint. Now, Hawk Driver, who's behind me and a little bit lower, also slowed down just a little bit too. So we could do a PA. This is your cabin interphone here. PA all call door 1L ground crew. And here is the directory. So you can talk to the crew rest area for the crew rest area for pilots or flight attendants. So that is station 85, crew rest flight attendant. So that's a cool thing that we can do with this one here. And you can also do some PMDG setup and other stuff with that too. So that's interesting. Let's see, here's weather radio. I don't know if that's something that we can use in, not weather radar, I mean. I can click weather. And let's click weather here and see if we get anything. Uh-oh. Oh. Are we getting weather? We have weather radar over there? I didn't think that that was working. So it looks like we've got some weather off to the left side of us. We could look to see if that's actually something real or it's just something that's modeled. So if we come over here to this Navigraph and go get the flight from SimBrief. And now let's go and be weather geeks. And let's go and pop the, I don't know, look at that. There does appear to be some weather like that. I mean, there's a little spin with a low over there. I wonder if it's this here. Yeah, I think that is this weather over here. See how we've got the weather just off to the left side, the left wingtip of the airplane? I think that's what that is. So we've got eclipse. I don't know. I'm gonna say that the weather radar is real. Widget Warrior, you don't want to get caught flying into North Korea and accused of being a spy. Nah. That's and Widget Warrior, see, they'll never think that we are, that I am a spy. You know how? Because we're squawking 0007. See, they're never going to think that there's a spy on this airplane. So there's rain off the left wing tip in Navigraph, and I think that we have that in this. I don't know. I think that that's pretty cool if we are indeed getting the weather radar. So I have it tilted down. I think I tilted it down just a bit here. I think I tilted it just a bit. Yeah, so it's a slight tilt down. I left the gain on auto, I guess. And I've tilted like 2 degrees. It's definitely shaken, not stirred, Widget Warrior. So that is fairly awesome that we've got that now. And in the real world, so one pilot's supposed to always have weather radar on their map, and the other pilot is supposed to have terrain radar. Avgeek Fozzie, I believe that that 777 is piloted by a Hawk driver. By Hawk drivers, so there you go. And it's 2,000 feet below us. That's actually kind of cool that we've got that. And that it appears to be matching what we're getting here. Well, I guess that's the reason why it is we didn't get to see an awful lot of scenery in Japan today. Well, it's not. The thing is weather radar hasn't been all that great in Microsoft Flight Simulator because that's just not something that the developers have, that's worked well for the developers. Well, as we zoom in a little bit tighter, it appears to be breaking up a little bit, and it appears to be breaking up a little up here too. So I think that that is a real thing there. Outstanding. So now we've actually got that now. And now we're... The wind must be picking up because now we're landing at 2312 Zulu. Our ground speed is 385, 107 knots of wind. Let's see, I think the lighting, integrated lighting is going to be, well, there's master brightness up there. There may be something down here. That's an aisle, stand, and flood. That's not backlighting. I looked at that and I thought it looked kind of interesting. And that's as a replacement for Volanta. I figured I would wait until the next time that we're all supposed to purchase Volanta again and maybe look at that. You think it looks better than Volanta? It's better than Volanta. It has autosave and some cool features for live streaming. So like I said, I haven't done anything with it right now. But because I think I just renewed Volanta, so I might as well go with this for a while and go from there. Just Speedbird, you're using it and it's way better on VRAM usage. On just RAM? Okay. Well, that's a good thing to know. Avgeek Fozzie, I honestly, yeah, Hawk Driver, yours did too. Yeah, so since mine just renewed, it's sort of like, I'm not going to fix that for a while. Let's just go with what we just paid for. And then maybe in 6 months or so, say, well, let's go and do this. Doozy is getting to go to Munich in June on a Lufthansa A380. Do you know where your seat's going to be? Are you going to be in the upstairs or the main deck? The thing is about, the 200 or the 300. Here's the thing. I honestly don't care about the difference in between the two. I like this one because it works in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And we can finally do a little bit of Boeing flying. That being said, if the cargo liners or something different, I might want that just for some immersion. But, at the risk of, blowing my cover on something, it's sort of like, it's a 777. 200, 300, it's okay. Loviz was saying that autosave stuff on Volanta, though, causes problems with some airplanes. So and I don't think I've got autosave turned on, but apparently that's a problem. Autosave's in the free version, and there's some options for live streaming and a bot. Well, I think I've already got some sort of a bot going, so I don't need to worry about that. But yeah, I'm going to keep Volanta Premium for 6-9 months, and then maybe at that point in time, it'll be good to look and see if there's something new. Okay, it looks like the rain is almost gone. Gonna have plenty of fuel for landing. Freak out fuel is 6.2. The computer says 21.4. We're not gonna run out of gas. That's nice. That's nice. Is there something cheaper than Navigraph? There is one thing that's out there, and I haven't looked at it in quite a while. I purchased it. Might be time to renew it again. I don't know. So this is a new thing. It's been around for about a year. It's called Avia Planner. And Avia Planner is a web version of all of this, and there's a planner. I did a couple of planning flights in here. The thing is, I can't delete them or anything. I don't feel like they've done anything with this in a while. The big part about this that they have is they've got Icy Cows charts, which I really, really like. So let's say we're going to go to RKSI. And so now it's going to go and show us RKSI. And there's the info. Incheon International Airport in the city of Seoul. It's 23 feet above sea level. And now it's going to give you a rundown on the runways. And this is nice. But the real reason that I like this is it's a really good style of chart. I really like these. So there's Avia. There is the Avia Planner or the Lido style of chart, which is, you know, I think it's easier to find certain things. Like, one of the things that I really, really like about Lido charts is, let's say, okay, so let's say over here on runway 33 right. Runway 33 right. And they've got the departure runway is 33 right. And we got a bunch of airplanes waiting here. And ATC calls up and says, can you do an intersection departure at the Juliet taxiway? Well, you see there's this little flag right here. And this is a really busy map and stuff. It's hard to see. But there's a little a line and an arrow and says 3,000. Well, this is a 3,750 meter runway. But if you want to take off on Juliet, you have 3,000 meters of runway. So for your intersection departures, it's so much easier to find the information like that. And I really like those approaches. You know, it's just a cleaner map. And so if I could, I would be using Lido charts as opposed to Navigraph. Couple things about Lido charts. Some of the airports that we go to, you will not have Lido charts for. They don't do charts for every airport. Only the airports that they're probably contracted to do. So you're not going to get every chart, every airport coverage. That's thing number one. Thing number two is this is web-based. So, you know, it's kind of hard for me to go and, and get all this set up. So we're going to do runway 34 right. Here is 34 right. So remember over in Navigraph, in my Navigraph down here, if I go into my charts, you can see that I've got all of my stuff. There's my star. I can pin charts in, and I can flip to this chart, flip to that chart, and I'm all ready to go. I can do that. You can't do that with Avia Planner. And that's the thing that I like to be able to do, is I need to flip to the charts fast, especially if we're going to be working, vectors to Copenhagen, Frankfurt Friday. We got to do that. So I really like this. This is $20 a year. I love the style, but it doesn't seem like they're doing anything to make it more usable in the cockpit for us. I also don't think that it will, track your airplane on the ground or anything like that. So Yeah, I was using NDP charts for a while. I really liked being able to use those too. That being said, what we get from Navigraph is so complete. It's everything that a flight simmer needs. We have everything right in here. It's great. So no complaints from me along that line. But, you know, from a style-wise, if you look over here, here's our arrival chart here, and it's not a bad chart. The Jepson chart is not a bad chart at all. It's still the same information. That's just cleaner. So, but they're not updating this. So, but yeah, I think Navigraph is really, really good to have. It is getting pricey though. It's an expensive, you know, it's probably the expensive thing that we, you know, regularly will spend cash on in the sim. But for flying VATSIM and stuff like we do, it's mission critical. ChartFox is the free one. The flight tracking on the chart is extremely useful. Yes, for the complex taxi route, you've got to have it there. You've got to do that. You didn't get me off track at all, Wheelchair Gamer. I was glad to talk about that. Thank you for asking the question. This is one of those rare times when we've got the wind right in our face. 107 knots. Our ground speed's 387. We're not landing until 2314. Hey, we're finally catching up. But no.
Welcome aboard.
Elias just did a follow. Hey, Elias, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. But, yeah. This is one of the times when we're not busy. ATC is not saying, you know, do this, do that, hold over here, turn right, turn left. You're going too slow. We actually have a moment. GT boy, I'm going back to first class to go back to sleep. So, nobody disturb GT boy back here in first class for sleeping. The nav data is also, and I believe that Avia Planner, part of their plan was to do, I think it was to do navigation data, and maybe they are, I don't know. Somebody is locked in the lavatory. Well, they've got a crowbar back there, they'll take it out. SimApp Pro, Volanta, VATSIM Radar sometimes have the taxiways. They're a little bit outdated, except in Chicago. If only we could get an update in our scenery in Chicago. Boy, would that be nice to have a appropriate taxiway. Hey, Dadage 677, welcome aboard, Dadage. Thank you for coming in. Coming up on Sapra. Hey, look at this, 160 miles to top of descent. That is encouraging. So usually when I start to get like 150 miles from top of descent, if we've still got a flight to do, the next thing that I'm gonna do, Wheelchair Gamer says they need to update Memphis as well. So let's come over here and we're gonna go and be, oh, we gotta go this way. Okay, so we're going to be doing this next event here, and we're departing out of Halifax. Halifax International. All right, let's see, what do we got here? YYZ, approach runway, Zulu, visual, runway 23, initial contact, landing and departing. So runway 23 is what they're using for departures. So I'm going to put a note in there. Mahan is back in chat. Welcome back, Mahan. Thank you for coming in today. Dadage has the 777-200 in X-Plane. And we're going to CYUL. And we don't have anything for CYUL right now. So if we don't have anything for that, we can go over here and we can look and see what's happening at the real world. CYUL. Montreal. And if we look, you can see they're landing. Okay, so they're landing to the southwest. So they're landing real world on 24 left. So I'm going to plan on landing on 24 left. And that's kind of the way that you can pre-plan a little bit of what's going on. And let's come back over here. And here we all are over here. And we'll just leave our map there, and we don't need that. So that's how it is you can figure that out. So now what I've done is this is how I can get ready for our next flight. I've gone and figured out the departure runway and the arrival runway. So that's good. We're all getting set for our flight out for Moncton Monday. Pahan says there is a meteor shower. Is it simulated in the simulator? I don't think so. But I'm not 100% sure if meteor showers are. That being said, the stars in Microsoft Flight Simulator are all in the right place. So you can do celestial navigation in the flight simulator. But beyond that, I don't know if there's a meteor shower in there. Okay, so now we're all set, and I've kind of cleaned up my notepad here for not only our arrival, but we figured out the runways for our next airport, our next flight, and that is a real little time saver. And I usually do that when we're about 150 miles out. It's dinner time for Wheelchair Gamer. No idea what dinner will be tonight. I usually go straight to sleep sometimes. Okay, all that looks good. Eating food right now. Hydrospace has food from a local Mexican restaurant. I'm guessing Hydrospace is celebrating Cinco de Mayo today. A little bit more jazzy right now. Okay. Speedbird, did you think about trying the 789? It's an okay airplane. You're talking about the one with the Horizon mod? I flew that occasionally. At the risk of appearing to be a payware snob and something like that, I kind of like the fact that, you know, here in the 777, everything works. We can go back into the cabin. We can do everything. And the freeware kinds of planes, I applaud the effort, you know, of people that are doing freeware airplanes. I just, you know, I think about the only two, you know, the default planes that I like are the Beluga, the A400 military propliner, and the A330. Maybe I should stop being such a snob, though, and giving it a try, right? Tim Dog reminds us, though, it did. The 787-900 filled a really big void until we started getting that. So you're absolutely right. The thing is yeah, the A380 is okay. It's just so freaking big. And, you know, we can go to practically every airport and do stuff. But really, it's, you know, it's not like we could have done, you know, Hamburg to Copenhagen in the A380. I saw somebody Düsseldorf. I saw somebody had an A380 in Düsseldorf. I can, you know, I don't know. It's just so big. It's nice flying in the daylight, though. Very nice having some daylight here. A nice looking airplane for sure. That's true. And the thing about the Antonov is when the Antonov first came out, we all kind of got it, and it was really pretty cool. And then, you know, the thing is the startup procedure on the Antonov is a kind of a big deal. And so we all kind of just, you know, didn't really get into the Antonov. I'm just cleaning out some tabs from the browser. As the day kind of goes on, you start to accumulate tabs in your browser, and I imagine that takes a little bit of resource away. So I'm just turning off everything there, and that's good. And I also sometimes get several browsers turned on at the same time, so that gets a little old. Let's see. Tim Dog, the A380 isn't practical unless you'd love doing long hauls. Yeah, that's the other part about it, too. Wolfie's going to use the A380 on a long haul once, but the novelty wore off. It depends. If you're going from an A380 airport to another A380 airport on something like Cross the Pond, that would be one thing. But the thing about that, though, is I kind of like an A380 cockpit that's done by somebody as good as Phoenix. So didn't they have okay on the way down? Sunjammers is coming in. Did I miss you over on the map, or are you not on VATSIM, Sunjammer? I thought you were with us. I was just looking to see where you were. Or are you doing something else other than this? Didn't they make one livery of the Antonov with English subtitles or something in there for everybody? I might have missed where you were, Sunjammer. I wouldn't buy an A380 Phoenix because I wouldn't fly it. It's just not practical. Oh, Sunjammer's doing Say Intentions. How are you enjoying Say Intentions, Sunjammer? Not as much drama as there is on VATSIM these days. But Tim Dog makes a really interesting point, not buying the A380 from Phoenix because I don't think we'd fly it that much. I know that I don't. So, Sunjammer says it's good, but there is drama? There is drama on Say Intentions? That's right, Tim Dog. They were tooltips. And yeah, I don't have tooltips on. That's one of the first things that I turn off. That's like a big immersion killer for me, is to be clicking around the cockpit and seeing a tooltip pop up. Sunjammer says you hear other players. I'm going to just do a direct to because I feel like it. I just feel like it. It probably only bought us about 30 seconds, but still. Well, there you go. Tim Dog, I've got a collection of airplanes, and, you know, airports and airplanes that I have a collection of that we never fly, and we never do anything. So I'm with you on that one. Fozzie has got beyond ATC. It's the novelty, and you know, we paid for the Antonov, and I was really glad to pay for the Antonov because back then, a portion of the Microsoft Flight Simulator money that we were paying for the Antonov, somebody was going to write a check to the people rebuilding the Antonov, and it was sort of like, hey, it's cool, the flight simmers got to help them rebuild the Antonov. I think that's great. Really, I mean, that was one of the best moments in flight sim and stuff. So, but as far as, boy, I can't wait to fly the Antonov, it's sort of like, not really. Long distance, Sunjammer has the A330 and the 777-300. And I think Sunjammer flies primarily in X-Plane 12 too. So you've also got the A340. Okay, it's 2240. Did I bias anything? Now landing at 2315. The Neo, the 73, the 340, the 756, and 777. See, we had some really cool airplanes over in X-Plane. And I ended up trading space on my hard drive from X-Plane so that I could re-download DCS World. So that's why I haven't done anything with X-Plane. But I do miss that Flight Factor 757. They did a really good job with that airplane. I mean, they really did. Okay, I don't see ATC up ahead, so winds are 040 at 9. Ceiling and visibility rocks and rolls, 11 degrees, 1008 on the altimeter. I think that our runways are fine. Russ is here. Hey, Russ. Russ is flying and enjoying Jimmy John's. That is a sandwich company, right? I remember that. I don't think we have Jimmy John's here. Avgeek, yeah, I can't wait for the 757. I didn't realize that there were sim issues with the 75 Sunjammer. I thought that that one was just a solid airplane and really a hot rocket flame-throwing great plane. Okay, altimeter is 1008. We can preset the altimeter. Hectopascals. Okay, altimeter is preset at 1008. There we go. It isn't, oh, it's not good with Flight Sim, with X-Plane 12.4. That's the one that I think Ashley was saying did get some optimization update too, I believe. Okay, all of that looks really good, so our arrival is great. Minimums for our runway are 223 feet. I'm setting minimums now, the Barrow. And you kind of got to go slow, because if you're just cranking and cranking and cranking, it'll take off on you, and it's really frustrating. 223 feet there. Our minimums are set, so that's good. Coming in on the arrival. So if ATC were aboard, they would tell us we were cleared to descend via the Gukdo to Echo arrival, and that's going to be 7,000 feet. Let's pop 7,000 feet in. There we go. So 7,000 feet. And it's a Boeing, so it's going to do the descent all by itself. We don't have to do anything. Chris took off from Foggy Kennedy bound for Heathrow in the PMDG 777. No work tomorrow. Oh, are you going to stay up for the whole flight, Foggy? How long is it going to be? That's like, what, 5.5, 6 hour flight? So, yeah, Chris James is going to stay up all night long. I don't know how you do that. I mean, I can handle cross the pond, eastbound, westbound, but there's ATC, and we get to have fun. We get to have fun on Twitch together and stuff like that. There you go, Speedbird. Chris James is landing at 5 a.m. I mean, all night long. All night. Yep, you remember that Lionel Richie song. Speedbird, did I not do the permit right for you? I thought I did it right. Just Speedbird, that's you. I don't know why I can't do that. There you go. Oh. Maybe I'm not a moderator anymore. Polyot said I can't be a moderator anymore. I don't know what's wrong with that. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, so let's come over here. So 51 miles to top of descent. There is our top of descent dot. We don't have hockey sticks here, so a top of descent dot. We've got minimums are set. We've got the altimeter is set. We're ready to come in and land. And then we're going from Halifax to Montreal on Moncton Monday. And I took the CRJ9 out last week, so I'll take the CRJ9 going back. Nothing to worry about there. Fuel, looks like we're going to have twice as much fuel in the tanks, but I did board a little bit extra as I usually do. So there's the... Actually, we're doing the Gukdo transition, so we need that part of the map. Dadage is going to fly the 777-200. And I don't see ATC up ahead. Ooh, we are feet dry. So if you were worried about sharks, we're now feet dry, so we're good to go there. Got a little bit of wing flex out there. Land ho. Yeah, that's what they would say, you know, land ho, and you point, and that point to the direction of the land. Sunjammer just got a direct to final approach. Avgeek Fozzie, so I've got a series of quick view types of things set up in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I use that in conjunction with the number pad, you know, and a keyboard. You've got ASDF keys, but off to the right there's a number pad, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I try to use those the same with all my airplanes. So this is view number 0, main view, look outside. View number 1 is always autopilot view. Number 2 is FMC or McDo view. Number 3 is usually going to be my radios. 4 is going to be a close view of the main primary flight display and navigation display. 5 is always my upper panel. 6 is a big wide view like that so I can just see anything. And 8 is my electronic flight bag. That leaves 7 and 9 as my wing views. And you just set those in the computer. You just set them with the airplane. Widget Warrior, the Headwind Sim 339 is okay. It will get the job done if you don't have anything else. But I would, you know, again, I at the risk of being a snob, I want my airplanes to do more than a lot of these freewares will. So now that I've got a A350 and a 777, I just don't feel the need to go and do that. Widget Warrior, I had a video over on YouTube about camera views at some time. I had a video over there. I don't know whatever happened to it. I must have deleted it because I think I'm the only one that can delete them. So I must have, but I don't know why I would have done that. I ought to redo that. And let's get ready to start our descent. So that'll be something that I put on the list to do as far as a YouTube video down the road. But if you go into settings for your keyboard settings and just click the views tab, or cameras tab. I think it's cameras in Flight Sim. Click cameras and cockpit cameras. And then scroll down a little bit. You're going to see like 10 views all bunched together. And below that, it's going to say set those views. And what I've gone and done is, so I went and cleared all of their commands out. And what I did is now for quick view 0, it's 0 on the keypad. Quick view 5, it's 5. To set it, it's control and number, and that's the way I do it, like Wolfie just posted. And that's the way that I do that so that I can move around. And it's the way that I've been moving around flight simulator cockpits for years. And it's sort of like, over in DCS world, you use like eye trackers or a head tracker or something like that. And it's really kind of hard for me to get in that. I'd really just rather have quick views to be able to do that. But Dad Game Time, it's exactly like X-Plane. I mean, that's when I first got Microsoft Flight Simulator, that's one of the first changes I made in it was to set up quick views like we have in X-Plane so that I can get around the cockpit as quickly as possible, especially when we're doing Frankfurt Friday and ATC is telling you do this, do that, do it now, or we're gonna put you in a hold for 20 minutes. Yeah, it would have been a nice, Wolfie, if they'd done it like that. They do. I think they've made some of this more complex than it needs to be. And I don't know, this might be a hell of an editorial comment on my part. I don't think the developers of this are flight sim geeks. I think that they're game developers. I don't think that they are into, I mean, some of them may have a pilot's license or something, but I just don't feel like, they're flight simmers. Is there going to be a good payware A330? I'd actually, I wish that maybe Any Builds did an A330 and put it in as a default airplane, and it's okay. I took it across the pond, it was fine. I missed an awful lot of what the Phoenix McDo would do, and I don't think, I could use, I think, the autopilot. I couldn't use the McDo. Would have been nice if somebody would do that, but I don't know. Well, and Polyot mentioned this earlier. Sim pilots have been screaming, we want walk-around mode, we want walk-around mode. And then they finally put it in there, and you have to go in it, that's how the sim starts, is in walk-around mode. Well, no, we wanted to be able to get, start the sim, get a few things done, and then maybe hit walk-around mode so that we could walk out of the cockpit, walk down the jetway, and walk around the airplane, something like that. But yeah, Exponent, I think that would be really nice, is that if Phoenix or FS Labs would do the full line of Airbuses. But yeah, I haven't heard about anything like that. Jesus Saves is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We are on our way into Seoul, South Korea. And then after that, we're going to do the return trip from last week's Moncton Monday. We're doing Halifax to Montreal. Dad Game Time says, yeah, they should have looked at the walk-around mode from Hot Start, the Challenger. Yeah, I was watching Diana do the Hot Start walk-around recently, and it was actually pretty good. Okay, I am the only one in this. I'm going to do a direct to. I'm going to go, we've entered the star. I'm going to go direct to GE27. GE27. We don't need to do the racetrack. I'm the only one in here. Now all of a sudden I'm 7,000 feet too high, so we're going to need speed brakes, but we'll catch up. Holy moly, it's putting us into a dive of death. 6,000 feet. Dive of death. Oh my God, we're all going to die. Not nearly as bad as the original dive of death that we had in that old Airbus when the flight sim just came out. Sunjammer did direct to NPUL. Asobo should have done to just enhance 2020's graphics. Yeah, well, I know that they needed to reinvent the wheel to a certain extent because... I think they needed to reinvent the wheel because they were building, they needed to fix things. They wanted to fix things, and so they had to change the structure of the application so that they could implement the changes that they wanted to make. And we went from about 7,000 to 3,000 feet above profile pretty quickly. Init ref, I'm going to do flaps 30 landing, so 129, we'll call it 135. That's right, we're doing an emergency descent to practice. Okay, let's do a checklist. We'll do auto brakes 2 and recall, we'll do that later. Notes, auto brake is 2, landing data, VREF is now in. Approach briefing got blown off, and we're good on the approach checklist. Tail rotor is in chat. 2020 was just getting too large and server-based is the way to go. I think so too. I was a little worried about this, it being server-based and stuff like that, but it really seems to be working pretty good. It takes a fraction of the time to load than it used to, and I'm pretty happy with that. Seatbelts. They already had a stable sim. They should have just made it better in certain areas. Pyroblaster says that they should have just fixed what they had. As long as they just don't break anything else, I hope. I would really hope that they don't break anything else. And there we go. Speed brakes down. Question for the group from Russ. Lately when landing, getting close to touchdown, the runway gets blurry and not crisp like it should be. Is there a setting adjustment to resolve that? Hi Dougal, welcome aboard. They could not have taken 2020 to Xbox, which was always the plan. Hi Dougal. Okay, so there's the important part. They wanted to put it into Xbox. I know they always wanted to have just one application, but I kind of feel like they needed to have a separate thing for Xbox. If you can stream Netflix without buffering, you can stream and run 2024. The server stability is another issue. Altimeters was checked and set. And I believe our next checklist is altimeters. Done. Okay, we missed a couple of speed restrictions here, so we're going to have to do our own speeds. And we needed a 250 max, and that was it. Sunjammer sees 4 runways. Uh-oh. So that's the big thing. We came to Seoul, South Korea on, I think it was a VATSIM event even. And I didn't have time to get a scenery or anything. So, just default scenery. ATC's got us coming on around. I was able to dial in the localizer, but we get close to the ground and they just did not. There's 2 runways missing. 2 runways missing. So had to go around, and the controller said, yep, they're missing the runways. So there you go. But yep, so we'll see if we have 4 runways here. Yeah, you know, that's the primary responsibility at that company. So Dougal's right about that. Hey, at least they're not charging us for pixel fuel. 10,000 feet, landing lights, nose light, cabin call. That's right, there was one day that I forgot to load in the CYHZ scenery, and there wasn't any there. Yeah, Wolfie, I remember that one too. Not a fun arrival. And speed brakes are armed. Liveries have come a long way. They absolutely have come a long way. Continue down to 5,000 feet. Can you set the trim? Yeah, trim is down here. The thing about that, Russ, is before you can set the trim when you're setting the airplane for departure, you have to come up here and turn on the hydraulics. So you got to have the hydraulics going, otherwise you're not going to move the trim at all. Surprise. Yeah, the crew rest area wasn't modeled in this one. They did a really good job of modeling the crew rest area over in the other. In the A380, and I thought that was nice. I see an airport up ahead. I see an airport up ahead. Thing about going into Hong Kong and stuff is you really do need, when you're into Hong Kong, you need to go and get some free lighting enhancements at flightsim.to for the Hong Kong scenery. It really makes the lights that you need to be able to see the runways and all just pop up, and you can see what you need to see. And it makes the rest of Hong Kong pretty stunning at night too. Yeah, Exponent doesn't go out into the area. The only reason that I really like going out into the cabin and stuff like that, I like going into the cabin when we have a long flight with a nasty headwind in our face like we did today. That's when it's a great time to go into the cabin and go wandering around. But, you know, the rest of the time, no, we're flying for sure. Mr. Anderson likes CYHZ. You need to go look for the lighting mods. So if you go into flightsim.to, I think if you just search for Hong Kong, and there's 2 of them. I'll try to remember what they are, but there's 2 that you're going to need. Wolfie can do without a cabin for the most part. You fly the A350 without a cabin. That does save you on frame rates, doesn't it? And that's really nice. I keep reaching for my Airbus autopilot dials on this flight. I keep reaching for the autopilot dials there. I guess that means I need to take an Airbus. You do that too? Do it? Yeah. So I only use the Airbus autopilot in an Airbus. I don't. You can set it up to have some of the dials work in a Boeing. I just don't have any of that set up. But yeah. Flaps. 1. J-Dubs says it's dinner time. Happy dinner time, J-Dubs. Hey, Qantas Sim Pilot just arrived. Qantas Sim Pilot is doing cargo today. Happy cargo flying. How about some gear? That'll add a little drag here. Wigbill, being relatively new, the game drives me nuts at times, but overall I love it. Plus the VATSIM controllers are going to be great. There is an element, Wigbill, yes, that about flight simming that really will drive you nuts about some things. They're you know, dumb decisions that get made by, you know, by developers and stuff like that, and there are things that can be frustrating as hell. That being said, it really is a lot of fun. It is a game that just, you know, keeps on gaming, really. You know, you go and you get, you know, the latest RPG or something like that, and at that point in time, you're just not going to be able to let's call it 135 to land. You know, you play it for 90 days at the most, and then you burn through that RPG, and you're done. You're done with it. This, I've been playing Flight Sim for years. So, and, you know, it's mentally challenging. You know, some people will say, come on, you're just taking off and landing in a jet. Every flight is a little bit different. Flaps are out. Landing checklist is almost done. And I have a runway too. I mean, you can get bored with this exponent. You really can. But the skies are full of pilots on VATSIM. I mean, this is a little different. We're not in an event right now. The community is definitely slowly growing with new people all the time, and it's fun. And I just, you know, this is a great way to spend some time. This is a great way to stay mentally engaged. You know, you have to engage your brain on a regular, every day. You're mathing, you're flight planning, you're looking at weather. I mean, I've always enjoyed looking at weather and stuff, so there you go. It was a keying issue. Things are great. Same problem that Russ is having with the grounds becoming pixelated. J-Dubs, I would assume that it does. Incheon traffic. There is a ANA 777 short finals for runway 34 right, landing Incheon. Yep, a little bit tired today, so I'm letting the AP do a little bit more work for me. Well, part of the reason I don't do a lot of go-arounds is we try to do 3 flights a day. And, you know, the first 2, you know, if I do a go-around, that just means we're going to be late for the next flight. And then after that, for the last one, by that time, I'm like asleep. Auto throttle disconnect.
Approaching minimums.
Landing. I'm a little high on this one.
50, 30, 20.
Got reversers in the 777 now. Incheon traffic, that ANA 777 is clear of runway 34 right. There might even be some butter on the runway. Happy landings, Incheon. There might have been a little bit of butter on the runway, but I doubt it. It's probably really heavy. I don't have any scenery for this airport, so it's going to look a little weird.
New recruit detected.
Somebody
aboard,
just
agent.
did something
Stay
nice.
sharp.
Hang on a sec. Let's see. Let's see. Xavier Grande. Did I say that even closely right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. So we've got Hawk Driver just coming right in behind us on the same
New
runway
recruit
there.
detected. Welcome aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
No auto land zone. Well, a great name for flight simmers on Twitch because none of us do auto lands. I think I have done less than 5 auto lands in years of live streaming and years of flight simming. Thank you for helping Russ out with helping to figure that problem out. Old school picture-in-picture window you had with FSX. I don't think I ever had a PC that was strong enough to use picture-in-picture.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent.
Uh-oh, somebody just did
Loyalty
something
noted.
nice. Hang on a sec, let me get over here. Let's go to this gate. It was Jazz Hands. Jazz Hands just gifted some subs to the community. Holy moly. Oh, thank you for that. 3 cheers and thank you, Jazz Hands. That makes such a big difference here. With all the crazy going on, thank you for adding a little bit here. But also thank you for being nice to other people. Not everybody can afford a sub. So thank you for some extra support. I also wanted to take just a second. Jazz Hands is also a new moderator here. And I wanted to say a big thank you for Jazz Hands wanting to do that too. Jazz Hands has had a ringside seat in real cockpits. And brings just so much really great information to the table. So thank you for all of that. And parking brakes are on. Let's stop squawking. Stand by. Did we get the APU up and running? You got to look down here. APU is running. So, engine and engine. And while those are popping down, did we miss? Oh, there's Hawk. Oh, there's a United. I think Hawk Driver was an ANA though. I think made the same high speed that we did. Let's see how this looked. Okay, coming in over here. So let's see what we had coming in. So our touchdown was still in the zone. I was a little long. Well, wait a minute. Is there another set of marks here? Nope. I was technically out of the zone by a few inches. Bad pilot. -183 from outside the cockpit. Let the unsportsmanlike celebration begin. I'm not kidding. There's going to be yellow flags in the field as I do an end zone dance for that for sure. Oh, Hawk Driver, you were a United flight. And there we go. So Hawk Driver was flying United today. Looks good. When Russ uploads the new driver, NVIDIA app goes and resets the settings. That is a problem. It should not reset your settings there, Russ. I don't think it does not reset mine. Now, I also, Russ, have a little thing that I do when NVIDIA announces that it is going to, when NVIDIA announces there's going to be a new driver or something like that, one of the things that I do is I wait a week. I have there's a notification in the tray, and that's it. And I'll ignore it for a week before I'm going to go and let it update. Hydrospace wants to go back to RJTT. At some point we could do that, hopefully with the wind in our favor. But we got to get to Halifax and Montreal. I've been having to check it out. I know NVIDIA has been butchering the drivers. So yeah, as whenever NVIDIA puts out a driver, the first thing I'm going to do is wait a week. Because usually they put out a driver and a day or so later, anything that's going to blow up is going to blow up. The other thing that happens is NVIDIA is supposed to be all about graphics and stuff like that. The thing is there's been a few times that the latest NVIDIA driver has gone and totally reconfigured my audio. And the audio, you know, I've got like 4 different channels of audio that I can use as a live streamer. And so that's kind of what it is that I've got to watch out for. And part of it is music stuff. So, you know, I'll have to go and reconfigure all the audio stuff. So I always wait about a week before they're going to go and before I'm going to let them do another one of those before I download and install the drivers. Shall we go to Moncton? Well, Halifax. Hopefully the winds are better, and I'm going to quit to desktop since we're changing. Yeah, there were some pretty big missing parts, weren't there? Somebody was in chat saying that they've got a really nice payware for Seoul Incheon Airport. Maybe we ought to look for one of those. Okay, next flight is going to be Halifax. We already know runways. Thanks for flying on that flight there. Hawk Driver, thank you for flying with me on that one. Rave Automata is a great name. Welcome in, Rave. Thank you for coming in today. The flying has been good. It usually is. Okay, CYUL, we don't have any ATC. That's okay. We know they're using 24 left for arrivals. We're going to depart out of Halifax here. Somebody's got a Concorde on the ground. Somebody's got a Concorde at Halifax, Nova Scotia. How about that? Actually, though, that's not unusual. They would have actually landed Concordes there, I think. Let's get a flight simulator. Blackwell Ninja says disable HDMI audio devices in Win 11 and then it can't do that. There's an idea. It's only happened twice over the past, I'd say, 5 years. And it could be that maybe it had to happen. You know, maybe it had to happen or something like that, and I shouldn't whine. But usually I only find out about things like that like 10 minutes before the live stream's supposed to start. What? You changed my audio? Ack! Don't do that. Sunjammer had a freeze. Really? Okay, I think we're good to go. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's get ready. So I flew the Air Canada Jazz for this one. So it's going to be a JZA flight 441. We are in CYHZ, CYUL. We're going to be a CRJ 900. Who needs an auto throttle? CRJ 9. And this is going to be Air Canada Jazz. Sunjammer, absolutely. There you go, Sunjammer. Thank you. Okay, let's check runways. I guess I'm doing something wrong, Sunjammer. I'm not able to permit anybody right now. Sorry about that. I did it. There's something that's changed. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Polly out about that. Departure runway is runway 23. Landing runway 24 left. Sorry, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to do 15 minutes of extra fuel, which is pretty much usual. And that's good. Let's generate a flight plan. Sorry that there was a problem. That's there's been some changes in the backside of all of this stuff too. Rave Automata. It was a nice screenshot. Again, I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's get a PDF and put that over on the desktop. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. We're going to fly out. Flight level 360 is probably a good. Flight level 360 and file. We're filed. Okay, that looks good. Let's see if I can put a few things in chat for you. And let me pop this in first. Okay, the title should have just updated. And that PDF flight plan, the complete package, that should be able, if you just do exclamation point flight plan, and that way you can see the whole flight plan there. And everything looks good to go here. Let's go start. And we need a CRJ 900. I'm starting to use the search bar for airplanes. It makes it so much faster. There's a 900. Configure. And livery. And I should have a Delta connection, American Eagle, Lufty, Scandi, Air Canada. I would have thought it would be a much jazzier livery than this, but apparently jazz has nothing to do with jazz. And save and go back. And now let's go to Halifax, CYHZ. It would be nice if we could favorite airplanes and filter. There's a cool idea. I never thought about favoriting an airplane. Can I favorite an airplane and a livery? So I usually, like I like to fly the Lufthansa A319 with my little Lufty bird. If I could favorite that airplane and just have a favorite, Rave Automata, that's a great idea. That would be a little bit of a time saver. It'd be a big time saver, actually. Okay, let's see here. How about... I don't think anybody's there. Let's try this. And that's going to be... Let's drop that name in there. There we go. Okay, did I actually get the flight plan? Halifax to... Yep, we did. So I'm going to go to this page and grab this, which is very nice to have in my notes. Slide that over there. Come on down there. There is our little... Oh, look at that. It's still light out. I figured it'd be dark here by now. I figured it'd be dark already. So we're chasing the sun. And I'll usually just kind of walk a little bit over here. There's our airplane. So about the only jazzy thing about this particular airplane is the little logo by the door, and that's about it. There's no other jazz here. Okay, into the cockpit we go. I thought I had a payware airport for this one. I guess not. See if it'll let us on VATSIM. Connect. JZA. And it's a CRJ9. Oh my gosh, there's Air Canada planes all over the place. Look at all these maple leafs. And a box of Timbits in every cockpit. All right. Come on over here. And turn on the iPad. Aircraft. I usually just hit the cold and dark button to start. It's easier that way. Let's get a ground power cart. Open up some doors. So get all of our doors open. You actually don't have to, but it's a nice little bit of immersion there. Uh-oh. I'd better do the Volanta thing before the Volanta voice yells at me. Okay, there's Volanta. Okay, got Volanta done. I knew I was forgetting something. All right, with that, let's go and drop the guardrails and see if the jetway will come out for us. Oh, it's going to go over to the other side of the airplane. Let's not. Let's get rid of the jetway. Sometimes in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the jetways will go to the right side of the airplane. Well, first of all, that little door is actually too small for passengers. It's not a half size, but it's a shorter door. So we'll just go ahead and they'll walk up the stairs. It'll be nice that way. Flight plan, import. There is our route. Set the payload and fuel over there. And we'll turn it on and then go and pop things on. Okay, this airplane, the sounds on this airplane are actually really pretty cool. I do have this, and I mentioned earlier, this is the airplane, the only one that I have sound pack for. So master battery. It beeps at us a few times. Ground power's plugged in. Ground power's in. We're going to turn on nav lights. That way people walking around know that there's some idiot up front pushing buttons. The hydraulic 3A switch. No smoking. Emergency exit lights are armed. We'll do windshield heat and air conditioning recirculating now. And I'm going to backlight the upper panel just a little bit because it might get dark. Okay. Master caution and master warning can go off. While we're waiting for it to power up, let's do integrated lighting here. And we're going to come down and do integrated lighting down here as well. That way we can see everything. I think we'll also turn down the display here to about half. Yeah, maybe it's too early to turn that down by half. How about a quarter? That's better. And let's do that the same down here. We'll turn the display down by a quarter up there. Okay, initialized position. Navigation data is groovy. Positioning it. We are at CYHZ. We are at gate 15. And I usually will then go to the FMS position, kind of look at that up here, compare that, and then just grab whichever one looks closest, and that's good. Now, before we do too much, we have to come down here and do nav and nav. There we go. And those are good too. Flight plan time. And it's good to just, if you've got a multiple monitor setup, have your flight plan on the other side. You can copy all of the, you can have it pop this into the FMC, but usually our routes are so short, only like 2 or 3 waypoints. It's almost easier for me to just plug it in manually. So we are at CYHZ, CYHZ. We are going to CYUL, CYUL. If you're new to this VATSIM thing, I will tell you that air traffic control in Canada is some of the most patient ATC on the network, and so this is a great place to come and learn. CYOW is our alternate. We are a Jazz flight, JZA, and that's our flight number. And our first waypoint is Kelno, Kelno. Kelno. After Kelno, we're going to be on the Q806 airway. Q806 airway. Those go on the VIA side, and then our waypoint is Mond, M-O-W-N-D. M-O-W-N-D. Maybe it's Mound, not Mond. I really have creative pronunciations of a lot of waypoints. ODBOS. ODBOS. They've got to have a special class in pilot school to teach you how to pronounce these things so you don't sound like an idiot. And that's it. There's our flight plan right there. And execute that. Cool. Performance init. Let's just plug a few numbers in right now, and then we'll go get a clearance. Flight level 360. Oh, you have to do the last 2 zeros on this airplane. Otherwise, it'll yell at you. And 16,000 feet if we have to go to our alternate. Now we'll stop there. And let's go and copy performance data into the FMS. Let's set our bugs for takeoff. And all of that looks good. Execute that. Page 2. Cruise winds 264 at 28. 264 at 28. At least it's not 100 knots like it was on our last westbound flight. It is 3 degrees for ISA deviation. And I don't usually do the climb and descent winds on this one. That's cheating, I'm sure, but... And estimated time of departure, it is now 23:34 Zulu. How about 23:55? And execute that. VNAV, we don't have to worry about that. We're in Canada. Go to performance. And now let's go ahead and get ready to do a clearance. So Halifax ATIS information Victor is current. Still on runway 23. Halifax ground is 121.9.
Readback is correct. Push and start is at your
I hear radio.
Call me for the taxi.
Copy that. We'll call you for taxi. Good night. Thank you.
Halifax ground up to 242, where you pick up IFR to Boston.
Boston.
Delta 242,
Baston.
cleared to Boston Logan by Halifax for departure, flight plan route squawk 4306, plan runway 23.
Sounds like they are
Halifax
doing...
for departure 4306, Delta 242.
Delta 242, readback is correct. Call ready for the push and start.
We'll call.
Well, there's only one departure for Halifax, and that's this one. Halifax ground, hello there from Jazz 441. We're a CRJ at gate 15. Information, Victor's aboard, requesting clearance down to Montreal.
Jazz 441, Victor is correct. Cleared to the Montreal Trudeau by the Halifax for departure, flight plan route squawk 4376.
Jazz 441, we are cleared to Montreal via the Halifax 4 departure and then flight plan route. Our squawk is 4376 for Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, readback is correct. Push is on request. Call me for that.
Give you a call for push and start. Thanks, Jazz 441. Okay. So that looks good, and we've got the airport and everything set. Yep, that looks great. Let's come on back here and do our arrival real fast. So, stars, we are going to do the Ombre 2 arrival. Ombre 2 is at the bottom, and we're expecting runway 24 left. 24 left. But I'm going to grab 24 right. ATC could pop us over there. And we need the airport and parking. And all of our charts are good. I'm going to switch to nighttime because it's more mysterious. Okay, so here we are, gate 15 right out here. And the Halifax 4 departure is basically vectors off the runway to our first waypoint. On the Ombre arrival, it's going to be right on into the runway, it looks like. So Sloka is the transition in. If we get the runway we're expecting. 24 left, exit. And parking is what we think it's going to be. Cool. Now we're going to go and open up the little flap in the back of the airplane and put those in. So departure and arrival. We are expecting runway 23 on the Halifax 4 departure and execute. Back to the departure and arrival. Arrivals, it's 24 left. And it's Ombre arrival. And that's going to be via D-Bus, ICMIC, and Mustu. Odd Boss. I think Odd Boss is the one we want, right? I think I even said that earlier. Is it Odd Boss? No, it was Sloka. Oh, Odd Boss is up here. Oh, that transition in. Yes, it's Odd Boss. So Odd Boss in there and vectors. Okay. Execute that. That looks good. And flight plan. So vectors to Kelmo. That's good. Next page. Odd Boss. And then after Marie, it's vectors to Sloka. And that flight plan looks great. Off to performance. We got a flex temperature over here now in performance. There's a new tab, takeoff and landing. We're going to flex to 40 degrees. Save fuel. Make them all happy there. And add a little bit of VNAV data to the map. And over to progress. Over on charts, and now we're going to start the APU. APU starts. We're going to be departing off of runway 23. That means our departure heading is going to be 233 degrees. And I'll bet that's what we're supposed to fly off the runway. 233 degrees. How about that? Avgeek Fozzie is back in chat. Welcome back. Just in time for our departure out of Halifax. Now then, very important. Let's look and see. Aha, see, maintain 5,000 feet. Always got to check your departures for an altitude. Maintain 5,000 feet. Otherwise, they're going to laugh at you and be testy with you on the microphone, and that's not fun at all. 5,000 feet. ADDL says the altimeter is 3045. So we have to hit the hectopascals button. Ooh, strong high pressure here today. 3045. Really? 3045? Yep. Wow. 3045. And there is our first waypoint. That looks good. We did get a squawk code. 4376. 4376. Ground is 121.9. That's who we're talking to. Tower's 118.4. That's on standby. APU should be coming up now. And now we can come over here and go to this page, and that takes us right over to our parking spot. Really, really nice. Okay, APU is on and available. We'll disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Go to the aircraft and disconnect the power card. Let's close all of our cargo doors. And there goes our cargo doors all closing. And somebody left a chihuahua out on the apron again. Passengers are aboard, weight sheets are aboard. Let's close the main door. Okay, closed, 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 removed. Do all of those. Check your brakes and then remove your chocks. If you pull your chocks while the door is open, you can't close your door on this airplane after that. So you just can't do that. We've set our bugs for takeoff, right? Yep, we have. Trim's going to be 6.8. Let's do our final preparations here. Let's start squawking. Turn on the radio again. Everything looks good to go up there. Before I call for push and start, I'll attach my tugs so I don't have to wait for me. Vital Rabbit, yeah, we got 2 of them today. I think that this one was because this is what we flew in here last week. So we flew this in here last week when we did Moncton Monday, so we're flying it back. The other one was a challenge and a dare, which I lived up to. Okay, we're ready to go.
Aircraft 361 right on Gulf,
like those
Foxtrot, cross street to Lima, full trade.
2 people talking.
Right Gulf, Foxtrot, cross runway 3.
2 people talking at the same time. Nothing frustrating about that, right? Halifax ground, hello again from Jazz 441. Stand 15, information Victor still aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Jazz 441, push and start is at your discretion.
Jazz 441, thanks. Shall we go? Parking brakes going off. Parking brakes are off. And away we go. Got a nice delta over there. What do we have over here? It's Air Canada over on that side. Always fun to see the airplane kind of hopping up and down a little like this. How about if we just go straight here? And fuel pumps going on. Engine number 1 starts. That's probably pretty good. Let's just stop here. Get out of people's way. There goes
Delta
engine
242,
1.
Be advised a CRJ on your right side is pushing back.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him to continue his
20.
pushback, and then I'll go after him. Delta 242. Thank you for this last one.
And we got a good start there on engine 1, it looks like. And we can disconnect, turn off pushback helper. Worked this pretty good this time. There goes engine number 1. And it looks like it's stable. We're not leaking oil out all over the apron. Starting engine number 2. Although I think in these they call it left and right. It is Pyroblaster. The modeling on this airplane, they really cleaned up, especially the outside. It looks really good. Not Waffle, I have never been to Halifax before. I've never been to Halifax before.
Air Canada 361, if you haven't already done so, call the tower region 4.
And there goes engine number 2. The plane was exiting to take off. I always start engine 1, so there was a new bit of directive. There was a new directive from Airbus, and Airbus said start engine number 1 all the time first. And so I've started, starting all my airplanes, engine number 1 is first for me. APU can go off. Bleeds can go on. AC can go on. Yep, that was AC, right? I don't remember it being 2 switches. Air conditioning, aft cargo, and then we're going to go and do these guys over here. Let's see. Airport. How bad is it? 120 feet. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2. That should be 120 feet for... Yep, that's good. Trim for takeoff is 6.8. Jazz 441, ready for taxi.
Jazz 441, right on Golf, Foxtrot, cross 32, Lima, hold short.
Right on Gulf, Foxtrot, crossing 32, and we'll hold short for Jazz 441. Nose. Cabin call. And out we go. Oh, somebody forgot the rest of his hydraulic pumps. Parking brakes are off, tow brakes are on. Nose wheel steering's on, and out we go.
Halifax ground, Air Canada 247 Heavy with Victor requesting IFR to Boston, Logan.
Got a lot of people heading to Boston today. There must be free Sam Adams in Boston today.
Air Canada 240. 247, clear to Boston Logan Airport via the Halifax for departure, flight plan 3, squawk 4362.
I took that turn
Clear
real
to
quick.
the Boston Logan Airport via Halifax for departure. Flight
I
plan
do
3,
use
departure,
441 all the
squawk
time.
4360,
It's
Canada
easier for me to remember.
247, your readback is correct. Push and start.
It is
at your
easier to
discretion
remember.
only for the taxi. Plan runway 23 for you getaway.
Push and start at my discretion, and we'll call runway for taxi at expect runway 23, Air Canada 247.
1918, you're number 2 behind us, CRJ.
Roger, we're giving way to the CRJ.
Got an
Halifax
airplane
ground up to
landing
242,
right
ready
in
to taxi
front of
with
us.
Victor.
That was nice.
242, Victor, correct. Taxi apron right on golf.
Vinyl Rabbit says it is rainy in Baston today.
23, you'll be number 3 behind us.
Oh, sorry about that.
Right on golf, Foxtrot, cross 32.
It might have seen
Lima, and
it,
then
seen
Hotel
it as a
23,
link
then
or
number
something if you
3.
didn't have a space after a period or something. Takeoff is armed. 118.4 for Jazz 441. Thanks for the clearance. Have a good week. Okay, we've got two. No, we only have one approach. 119.2. Halifax Tower, hello there from Jazz 441, approaching runway 23 with Victor, fully ready.
Jazz 441 Halifax Tower, good day, continue holding short, traffic is on a 5-mile final, mouth off speed.
Jazz 441, holding short, runway 23. AH Mike says, oh, it was a weather statement because of high tides in the bay.
Tower, good evening, RKSI 668 RS 22. Looking at 668 Halifax Tower today, when 18.
Parking brakes.
Good land 23.
I need to retune my throttles a little bit for this airplane. And we're all pretty much ready to go here. Just turn on a little bit of flood there. Everything's good there. Probably ought to do the logo light right now. Everything else is nice. Oh boy, we got a big United behind us. It looks like a 777. Hey Melvin, good to see you. It is nice to be on Moncton Monday. Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Yeah, we're been doing a lot of Moncton Monday lately. 53-foot tides in the bay, and that's the highest in the world, AH Mike. Wow. Melvin is setting out. You're over in the cargo. You got a big cargo flight today? I thought I had an airport for this one, Melvin, but I can't find it. So we're probably going to be doing a lot of Moncton Mondays. So I need to be sure and get a scenery for here. Okay, let's go ahead and look over here. Landing elevation is set. Parking brake is on. Let's turn that off. Parking brake is off. Takeoff configuration is good. Parking brake can go back on. Halifax to Toronto. Runway 23, line up and wait. Caution, wake turbulence for Jazz 441. Strobes. It is a really nice way to start the week, and the ATC is always so nice here in Canada. I always like to say this is a great place for beginners to come and learn a little bit about VATSIM and stuff.
Thank you, Jim. And Canada 668, just out of curiosity, did the terminal forgot to hand you over to me?
great.
Yeah.
The terminal forgot to hand you over?
I told them to, but otherwise no.
Okay, this is 668, Ron.
Head landing lights.
Test 441 airborne contact terminal 119.2, winds 182 clear for takeoff, runway 23.
Runway 23, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, it's terminal 119.2 for Jazz 441. Thank you. Have a good week. Shall we go? Throttle's going on up. And clock is running. Flex is set.
United 19.
Rotate is 149.
United 1918.
Been wanting to look for that. 80 knots.
I have a weight room 23 United.
V1 and rotate. Positive climb gear. I think we got blown off there just a little bit. Gear going up. Airborne contact terminal. Terminal is set.
Air Canada 361, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
132.2, okay, 361.
Heading hold. Speed. AP. Terminal, good evening from Air Canada Jazz 441, runway heading passing 2,200 for 5.
Jazz 441 Halifax, terminal you are identified, turn right direct Kelno on course climb, flight level 230.
Flight level 230, right turn direct Kelna on course for Jazz 441. That was flight level 230, right? Average Canadian had a hard landing. Oh, that's not a bad landing. That's a nice landing, average Canadian. Some of us can only dream of a landing like that. A lot of little dials to change here. There is 230. Okay, that looks good. Let's do our direct to now. So, direct intersection, Kelno, and engage. There's Kelno, and nav, and we're good. Okay. Flaps, did we get those up? Yep, flaps are up. Landing gear is up. And climbing at 250, direct Kelno.
Hello, you are identified. Turn
everything looks good there.
Jesus, Scott's on course. Climb flight level 230. Not used to seeing that waypoint.
Hey, Captain Chris just arrived. Welcome in, Captain Chris. Happy Monday. Hope you're having a good week.
Primary 4211, contact Halifax Tower 118.4.
18-4, thanks for the great service. We'll see you next time. Primary 4211, take care.
1322 is next for us. 132.2. We'll have that standing by. It's going to be a nice sunset flight, I think. Somebody just did a follow over on YouTube, I think. Thank you for the follow over on YouTube. That was really nice of you. And looking good here. Little bit of a wind, but not much. All that looks good. We are 432 miles east of Montreal. Captain Chris is a little bit late tonight. Work is hard, yeah, and sometimes a little time consuming too. Captain Chris, thanks for taking time to come in and say hi. If you had a long day, put your feet up back here in first class. We'll have the flight attendant bring special beverages and snacks back to you, and enjoy the flight back, and enjoy the flight into Montreal. And it actually is kind of a nice thing to do. If you're having kind of a hard day,
Departure.
hop on into Flight Sim, look out the window, and enjoy the sunset.
Delta 242 Halifax, terminal you're identified. Turn right heading 260, climb flight level 230. I have a reroute for you. Advise ready to copy.
Uh-oh, somebody got a reroute.
Climb 230, standby 1, Delta 242.
Those sometimes in complex airplanes are the scariest thing that you can hear. I've got a reroute. I mean, an airplane like this, if I were just taking off and I had a reroute now, that would be a little bit of panic on my part. It would be like,
you are cleared to Boston by present position.
sort of like, I'm in the CRJ, I don't have an autopilot, I don't have an auto throttle. What do you mean reroute? Great to have you in, Captain Chris. Thanks for being here.
Victor, India, November, then direct Euro, spelled Echo, Uniform, Romeo, Romeo, Oscar, via Euro. Join the Ocean 5 arrival, spelled Oscar, Oscar, Sierra, Hotel.
And we're clear there.
Alright, present position, clear the Boston Airport, present position.
And out we go, direct Kelno.
Euro in Ocean 5.
Right on course.
Delta 242, read back correct.
And Kelno should make our nice little turn over there. Yeah, that's got to be mound, not moaned. I do have some creative pronunciation, unintentionally creative pronunciations of waypoints.
Jet 441 contact, Moncton Center 124.4.
124.4 for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a great week.
Good evening.
124.4. Oh, not this one. 124.4.
FedEx 46, runway 06, taxi via Echo, backtrack runway 06, advise ready.
Okay, there's Moncton Center and altimeters. Moncton Center, hello from Jazz 441, direct Kelno, and climb into flight level 230.
Jazz 441 Moncton Center, get a climb flight level 290.
Flight level 290 for Jazz 441. And flight level 290, that looks good. And let's also hit the stud button over here on the backup altimeter. And out we go. Almost ready to make our turn. And I think the airplane's got us. This airplane really does work well. It just takes practice and staying ahead of it. If you can stay ahead of it, it'll work really good. Also, making sure that you're never let it get too slow. Okay, lights, and let's go ahead and ring the bell again. Let the flight attendants get up. And we had flight level 3. Uh-oh, was that us? Hey, Shoguns. Shoguns, this is a CRJ, not an E-Jet.
Jazz 441 Moncton Center 132.
132.2 now for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
See you later, 757.
Moncton Center. Hello from Jazz 441. Passing flight level 250 for flight level 290.
Jazz 441. Moncton Center. Hello. You'll climb flight level 360.
Flight level 360 now for Jazz 441. Shogun, thank you for coming on in today. Welcome, welcome. We just departed out of Halifax. And we're on our way to Montreal. We heard they're giving away free Timbits at the Terrence and Phillip concert. How long is the flight? Avgeek Fozzie. The flight is... I never looked at that. That's going to be page 3 of your flight plans. It's where you'll get a good gate-to-gate estimate. Hour and 55 minutes. A little bit longer because we got the wind in our face. Syndicate says posture check. Yeah, I do tend to scrunch around a little bit. Thanks, Syndicate. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Hydrospace again. What did I do again? Reset the heading bug straight up. In case the autopilot fails, it tells us which way to go. Let's say the wind is not blowing. The wind has not been blowing in our favor all day today, has it, Hydrospace? Yes. Effie Trinket is probably saying, may the winds always be in your favor. It's not working today. Shogun tried the Flight Sim Studios E-Jet, but it crashes your sim after you start to taxi? Wow. Okay. After you start to taxi.
United 1918, Moncton Center. Hello, climb flight level 40.
I almost wonder, Shoguns, if maybe what happened is you downloaded it and something got messed up, because back before I shifted over to Flight Sim 2024, I haven't been able to fly it since. But when I was flying it in Flight Sim 2020, that never was a problem after taxiing. So I'm kind of wondering if the thing to do is go into your community folder and completely delete it. Completely delete the E-Jet and any liveries that you got. And then go out to where you bought it from and download a fresh copy. Try a new download and see if that's still the thing. That's about the only thing, because as far as the sim crashing after you start to taxi, that's a little bit weird. That's just weird.
And we are establishing that Jedi 69, the QNH 1028, the wind's 330 at 10, you are clear to land. 1028, clear to land, Jedi.
384 miles to go. I don't really I mean, if you've got the airplane all powered up and stuff, I've never heard of it crashing like you just said.
Delta 242, Center, good evening, identifying flight level 380.
Climb 380, Delta 242.
And here we all are exiting the area. And nobody at YUL, so we're on our own. We already know what they're doing in the real world, so we should be good there. This is, yeah, Avgeek Fozzie. This will probably be the last flight for today. Ben Flies. I am Jazz 441. Hi, Ben Flies. And we're right about here, heading over to YUL. And that looks pretty good. So one of the things I'll be doing on my days off, I got a couple of days I'm just going to chill out and stuff. Oh, Ben, you were Tower. Thank you for great ATC going out. It's always just so nice. You know, Moncton Mondays is good ATC going in and out, and it's always just a nice place to come and fly. Thanks for the ATC, Ben. Identified is Moncton Center. Hi, Identified. I remember one of the first times I did a VATSIM flight out of the United States, because usually in the United States and stuff like that, it's usually, you know, Jazz 441 radar contact, continue the climb. But in other parts of the world, it's Jazz 441. You are identified. And the first person that said that, you are identified, it seriously, it sounded like, oh my gosh, you're going to shoot me down? You're identified. It was scary like that. Okay, that was new. Axel Has Fun is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in, Axel. Joker, welcome to you. Did you get mad at a guy? Well, Ben, sometimes that happens in flight sim. It just does. If somebody's out there kind of clueless and stuff. Joker, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. And I know that there was a follow also over on YouTube. Thanks for that earlier. But I'm going to try and get a nice, complete cold and dark flight either tomorrow or Wednesday up on YouTube for the new 777. And I'm going to try and do that over in Europe where we'll be able to get a CPDLC clearance and stuff in that airplane. So that'll be good. Average Canadian's calling it a night. Good night, Average Canadian. Have a great evening. See you next time. AZ, no need. It's the end of the week. It's nice to have a chill out flight into Canada. That's fine. We'll get ATC next time. We don't always have to have ATC. Oh, we should have another hat because this isn't a Boeing. All right, here comes top of climb. We just got the beep here. So once that happens, we're gonna rebug for about Mach 0.81. But the throttles are on us. Right now we are in climb mode. And you can see the throttles are here in climb mode. So we'll pull them back just a little bit. And then we handle the throttles from here. And we're going to get something here that starts flashing at us at about 800 to 900 feet. It's going to flash at us here. And then at that point in time, I'm going to redo my bug. There it is, altitude cap. So I'm going to take this. And this doesn't actually control my speed, but it's just serving as a reference that says, I want to fly this fast. And then once we settle in to 36,000 feet, we'll go and move the throttles out of climb power.
Thank you. Taxi apron to discretion. Apron to discretion. Anything for service. Take care.
There we go. So now we'll go, and you see we're in climb mode. So we'll pull the throttles back just a touch. Now it's in cruise mode. And the airplane says we need about 89.4 in there. So let's see how that works for us as we're attempting to accelerate to Mach 0.81. And as long as there's a little pink line on top of the white arrow, that means we are accelerating. And we'll just stop from there. And then usually on these commuter flights, after you get yourself established and your speed set, it's time to start preparing for landing. No ATC, so we'll just go ahead and get the METAR. It doesn't speed up that much. Oh, and let's also do seat belts. And now all we have is no smoking on.
FedEx 46, hello?
Somebody just got advised, looks like Moncton Center said, please log into NatTrack VATSIM to get your entry point. Get an oceanic crossing. So they're using NatTrack right now. Okay, so now we're kind of coming up here. There's still a little pink thing on the top of that, of the white arrow, so we're going to go faster than Mach 0.8.
FedEx 46.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull these back even more. And now that little pink thing has disappeared. But you might have to go and just nudge your throttles forward a little bit. Otherwise, you'll slow down too much. And there we go. There's Mach 0.80. Level at flight level 360. We are 224 miles from top of descent. Alex, this is a CRJ. So we've got a little CRJ here flying into Montreal. This is an Air Canada Express or Jazz flight. So very long and skinny.
Canada 361, contact Boston.
It's a fun airplane to fly. Generally, it's not a fun airplane to be a passenger in. 122.8 is going to be our next frequency. So we'll put that into recall. And they've cleaned the airplane up quite a bit. You know, they gave us an opening door. We can walk back into the cabin. We can check the galley. See if we can get ourselves some coffee. It looks like they got it all buttoned up right now. There's a lavatory up front, and then there's one in the back. And it looks like they've got some pretty nice, relatively nice seats.
Halifax altimeter 3045.
Okay, 10.
On the CRJ 200, this exit sign is a little bit lower in the CRJ 200. I have to duck if my seat's behind that exit sign in the CRJ 200. Not nice. I don't have claustrophobia or anything like that. It's just not a fun airplane to be a passenger in.
Delta 1092, stand by. Delta 1092.
Every now and then it's good to check your speed, make sure it's not off the bug too much in this plane, because no auto throttle, so you've got to keep an eye, but it's holding us really, really good. Over here, it's telling us that it's got 30 minutes to our top of descent in 207 miles. We are 320 miles out, and we should be landing in about 43 minutes unless the wind gets in our face and gets worse. Let's see. Winds right now are kind of in our face at 46 knots. Better than the 100 knots that we had going into Incheon Airport earlier. We don't need the Halifax charts, so usually over here I will go and once we're done, just clean these out because we got enough things to distract us here. So we've got the arrival, 24 left, the other one that they're using is 24 right. And if we decide, so the 24s, it's 4,000 feet will be our initial descent. On the left side, it's 3,000 feet at Solka. Let's go ahead and set minimums. 320 feet is our minimums. So we'll go over here and click MDA. And there's a little number up here, and we're going to put in 320 feet. That's minimums for the landing. 320 and 320. So that's set. And then also over here, we'll be exiting and then come right into the terminal. If we go to flight plan and hit refresh, it's going to give us a it'll give us a new METAR. Winds are still 140 at 6. The altimeter is 3022.
Contact Halifax Terminal 119.
Not so bad.
19, thank you, perhaps have a good night today.
Bye-bye.
Our ground speed's better than the flight out of Tokyo. 414. So a little bit faster than our last flight. This event's going to be going on for a while, so you'll get plenty of time to fly in this area. Looks like it's busy going into Boston. We would have had ATC going into Toronto if we kept on going. Other places, if you want to fly a little later on, looks like we've got Memphis is up. Raleigh-Durham has got an approach up right now. Usually on a Monday, it's fairly quiet here. Palm Beach has got ground and ATIS up. Denver has approach. Looks like LA Center is up. Takes you out all the way out to Vegas. Oh, and look at that. Seattle's up. So Seattle and Portland are up too. And there's a big line of airplanes heading south here.
Very good evening. WestJet Flight 14 with you, level
In South America, looks like we've got Atlantico.
WestJet 514.
Oceanic is up. But a quiet night in South America. Africa's quiet. Little bit of ATC over here in Ireland too.
Delta 1092, climb
Shannon is up. And Dublin is up. So Ireland is a rockin' place tonight. Germany's nice and quiet.
United 1918, contact Boston Center 1347.
So VATSIM's a fairly nice night, but again, it's usually kind of quiet. We've got 821 pilots flying tonight. The busiest airport right now is Los Angeles with 31 arrivals at the moment. Denver is next, followed by San Francisco. So those are the busiest airports. Top airline is United tonight. I'll bet it's 777s. Let's see. Yep, 777-200s, 222 flying now, followed by the 737-800 and the A320, and then the MAX. And that's about it. Any CRJ-9s here? There are 6 CRJ-900s flying today. So, not a ton of CRJs, but it's a fun, challenging plane. Zenonity? I don't know if I said that even close to right, but welcome in. What do you think of the Phoenix A319, A321 bundle? Do you recommend it? Okay, I personally like it because it got me the A319, and that's become probably my go-to airplane for Frankfurt Friday and oh my God, we're all gonna die Saturday or whatever, the busiest VATSIM events. That's the sporty little airplane that I want. Now, that being said, the A319, 20, and 21 are virtually the same cockpit. It's just different payloads. And
441, contact Boston Center 1347.
Boston Center 134.7 for Jazz 441. Thank you.
That's a pretty fair simile of the Boston accent.
I usually make it sound a little bit too New Yorky for that, so Boston more.
Fair attempt, fair attempt.
134.7 Bastion. So that being said, I mean, if you really want to get into your Phoenix A319 and 20 and 21, I think I enjoy all of them. I don't fly the A321 that much because it's a little underpowered. It takes forever to climb to altitude. I like the 319. It's sporty, it's fast, it's a cool little airplane. So that's the big reason that I've got that. On the other hand, if all you're looking for is an occasional Airbus, you're going to be happy. You're going to be happy with the 320. But you do have to have the A320 to get the 19 and 21 bundle.
Skywest 9955 Boston.
Level of flight level 360.
Skyhawk, Professional Skies West 9935, set summer class Brickyard 4599, climb and maintain for level 210.
So we got all of this Boston here.
7000 will be your final. The Providence altimeter 3027, United 1035, contact Boston approach 133.0.
This person's busy. How about if we just chill and not bug them very much? I really do like the Phoenix airplanes. They're really good quality airplanes. Again, that's a go-to airplane for a really big VATSIM event. So, yeah. AZ got a new screen. Baston Center, hi there from Jazz 441 on the north side of your airspace at flight level 360. Good evening.
Jazz 441 Boston Center, welcome. Walker 3473, IFR 9 is a pass.
You got your screen, but you didn't get the correct cable. AZ it's always like that. Oh, I got this great new screen. I'm really excited. Oh no, I got the wrong cable. It just happens there, AZ. How long before you can get the new cable that you want? Is it going to be a while or hopefully soon?
RNAV Alpha approach into Morrisville. Descend and maintain at 5,000.
Tomorrow? Oh, that's not bad. It's not like waiting, okay, you know, it's going to be here next week or something like that. So that doesn't suck nearly as bad at all. Okay, nice. 36. 144 miles to top of descent. We're 31 minutes away from Montreal.
Thank you very much. American 16.
Fuel on landing is 2.8. We're supposed to have, and I always board a little extra, we're supposed to be panic fuel down here, or final reserve and alternate, serious one, is 1.6. So final reserve and alternate is 1.6. I boarded extra, we're going to have 2.8. So that's good news for that. We got more than enough fuel for this, and we could go around. Frank the plumber is in chat. Hi Frank, welcome aboard. Not a former airline pilot or anything like that. I do have a private pilot's license, so I can fly small airplanes like a Cessna 152, 172, and a Cardinal. But love all airplanes, so that's why we spend our time in these. But welcome on in. Thanks for coming in. And we've got good ATC on this going out. Doesn't look like we're going to have anything going in. That's fine. So 122.8 is going to be our next radio. We got that already set.
TBM1 Papa to report IFR cancellation of this approach with me. Change to advisory approved.
132 miles.
Delta 1973, climb and maintain for light level 370.
So this is 000 Zulu. It's 29. So that's really the latest weather for us right there. Not too windy going in, a few clouds here and there. It's overcast though at 25,000 feet. So we're coming in on an ILS, so visual after that, I guess.
Air Canada 247, Boston Center, Roger. JetBlue 2818, descend via the Robux re-arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 3031.
Nothing in the lavatories on this airplane, I'm afraid. So nothing flushable.
Clipper 573, verify you have the weather at Keene and say approach request.
Frank the plumber, that actually was my path too. I started flying 17-18 and was in Colorado Civil Air Patrol for 2 years, and
And the runway 20
that was about it, and then I went into another line of work. But yeah, Civil Air Patrol was a great place, especially being young. I, exposed to all sorts of different kinds of pilots, and in Colorado, Civil Air Patrol, basically, it's an Air Force auxiliary, I believe, and mostly what they do, at least in Colorado, my chapter, was searches for downed airplanes. So the thing is especially at the time when I was in Colorado and stuff, we had a lot of people that were getting their Cessnas and their Beechcrafts and stuff like that, and they were flying all over the place in their little airplanes. The problem is they would come into Colorado and have to learn about things like density altitude in the summertime. And there were 14,000-foot peaks there. And their little Cessna 172 just wasn't up to the task. And we had people get themselves in trouble and crash. And so one of the biggest things that I learned was the way that we've got a report of a downed airplane here. We go and we take the air charts, and the way you split it up so that you can cover the most ground and search for, and as soon as you find the airplane, then you can call in and bring in rescue people and hope that the pilot's not badly hurt and we can get them out of there. And that was a big part of what we did there. At least the chapter that I was a part of.
Tonza 400 approved.
Yeah, the airplane crashes were not, but again, that was something that was just happening. And back in those days, we're having a lot of those that would go in, 2 or 3 a year. Is there a sim brief profile? Yeah, Brandon, there are. So to get a profile, Brandon, just super duper simple. Go over to sim brief. Go to saved airframes, go to new airframe, and in a search go 772. Up, there we go. Boeing 772, right there. And then you would select it, and then you have several to choose from. You can choose default maximum takeoff weight, or 6 or heavier takeoff weight for longer range. You can also choose between GE90s, Pratt & Whitney's, and Trent engines, all 3 engines. And that's how you go and set those up in there. So you can see I've got All Nippon, United, and Austrian right now. And in fact, I was going to probably try and do an Air France tomorrow. Or the next day for a cold and dark flight. So let's see if we can go and get that airplane set up right now. And so the first place that I go is I'm going to go, especially for something like this, we're going to go over here to Op Center, and we're going to find an Air France. Here is Air France. There's 2 of them. Oh, look at this. Air France.
Oh, I see that.
It's GE engines, FG Spy. Okay, so it's going to be an Air France is what I'll do.
Thanks.
It's FGSPY, and it's got GE engines. And it's verified, so that's nice too. So let's just go ahead and install that right now. And I was writing this information down over here in my notes. So Air France, the tail number, and what kind of engines. Because I'm getting a little bit older. Okay, that looks really, really good. I'm going to go, and it wants us to update that. I'll do that later.
Alright, 200 my discretion.
So we're going to get out of that, and now let's go and install that airplane into my sim brief for tomorrow. So we'll do create saved airframes, new airframe, And it's going to be a Boeing 772, B772, select it. Over here, this is GE engines. Yep, GE. And I'm just doing the default maximum takeoff weight right now and select it. Now we're going to go and put that tail number in. So we'll put in the tail number. I'm going to call the fin number Sierra Papa Yankee because that's just too good. And then I'll change in comments. It's Air France AFR. And that's how I say which airline. It says it's going to be in pounds. I don't know. I would think that an Air France is going to be in kilos. Don't know, so I'm going to leave this. Well, I'm going to go and switch to kilos. I'll have time to check it tomorrow. So I'll check the weight units and put it into kilos. I'm going to guess Air France probably flies it in kilos. And I'm not going to touch anything else. Save airframe. And now it's all set for a flight plan tomorrow. I've already got my livery downloaded, and we're all ready to go. And that's kind of how it is that you go and set those up.
Okay, yeah, you can't be away from your computer for more than a half hour, so if you don't plan to come back, then you may just be better off to disconnect from the network.
Okay, top of descent's coming up here pretty good, within 74 nautical miles.
Contact Moncton Center 132.2.
Charts. The Ombre arrival is 4,000 feet.
American 108, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
Moncton 32.2, American 108.
Now this airplane, this isn't going to take us down the way.
Contact Boston approach 133.
We don't have any waypoint. We don't have any constraints coming in. So we'll just go with 4,000 there.
November Romeo Foxtrot. Cleared to Boston Airport. Burlington 1 departure.
And now we're pretty much all prepared for this. Do you have to save an airplane for every livery? No. Captain Chris says, yes, Air France is going to be in kilos. So we're going to have our airplane in kilos too. Frankie, you do not have to save an air. You could just have one 777-200 in there. One for GE engines, one for those. Because I'm going to have a livery and I need to have the right liveries and stuff like that for the way I fly. That's why it is that I have one for every airline that I'm going to fly around. And yep, that means that I've got an awful lot in there. And I've been going in there and, getting rid of a few of them as time goes by. But yeah, that's what I've got one for everyone, but you don't have to.
There's a non-jet aircraft there. So it's going to be
a non-jet aircraft.
Direct to the Gardner viewer, Golf Delta Mike. And then Victor 431.
Okay, we got tower that has popped up here. There's an ATIS. Let's look at what they say. Approach runway is 24 left. That's the one we're planning. So in this case, because there's tower, what we do is we go ahead and set ourselves up on approach. And then when you are ready to, when you're established on the ILS, that's when you call for landing. But you do everything up until that point. YUL tower is going to be 119.9. We're going to get kicked over to Unicom in a bit. Cambo, I've enjoyed it. It's been a fun airplane. I've been happy with it. So not a bad plane. Not a bad airplane at all. Yeah, and I'm excited for the freighter version too, because that's what Lufthansa Cargo's flying these days, and I'm kind of excited to do some lufty cargo flights. Loviz is here. Hey, welcome back, Loviz. Kind of laid back tonight. Laid back and quiet. That's right. It's going to be great for FedEx flights, and Loviz flies for FedEx Virtual. So that's going to be a nice airplane for you.
60, descend and maintain 6,000.
Hello, WestJet 252 is Boston.
WestJet 232 Boston Center, Roger. November 6 Mike Delta, fighting 360, maintain 5,000.
360, 5,000, 6 Mike Delta.
Air Canada 247, descend via Ocean 5 arrival, runway 4 right.
I think the most unusual thing, though, about the 777 cargos is the big cargo doors behind the wing, not in front of the wing.
Descend via the Ocean 5 arrival and expect from 84 left. Runway 04, sorry, Air Canada.
Air Canada 247, runway 4 right.
Runway 4 right, Air Canada.
Air Canada 361, contact Boston approach 133.0.
Approach on 133.0.
American 7 Alpha, climb and maintain flight level 380. American 7 Alpha, climb and
Loviz says the 777F is your favorite. It's a good cargo liner. And I've kind of gotten, you know, to the point where I think flying cargo, that's a lot probably better in the long run than flying passengers.
Ocean 5300.
Plus, if we've got more, you know, illnesses and stuff, you know, cargo's still going to be going. There's our top of descent, about 40 miles away.
Seabird 616, Boston Center, thanks. Short CFP, contact Boston Center 132.2.
Almost on the line here. So Unicom any second now.
Romeo Foxtrot, runway 15. Taxi via Gulf. Cross runway 19.
15 via Gulf.
Fish Finder is in chat. Hi, Fish Finder. Over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. We're in Microsoft Flight Simulator, Fish Finder. Thank you for coming in today. We're in a CRJ coming into Montreal, Canada. Cambo, you've got the Grumpy A300. That's a good airplane, though. And the cool thing is those are airplanes that are flying all over the world on cargo runs. Atlas System is here with some sushi. Okay, I'm gonna go and just.
Clipper 573, thank you. Port aft car cancellation. Let's approach on this frequency. Change to advisory frequency approved. United 2630, descend via Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 4 right.
Captain Chris, we have hockey puck TOD tonight instead of having a hockey stick. That's right. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's a hockey puck, Captain Chris. Cambo wishes that UPS use the 777. You see a bunch of other airplanes though, but yeah. Holy moly, that's not nice. I think they've forgotten to kick us to Unicom, so I'm going to go ahead and dial this in.
6000, Bradley altimeter 3021.
Sushi is the rice, not the fish. The fish is called sashimi.
November 6, Mike.
Well, no matter what, it's kind of fishy, right? Atlas System?
Left turn 340, challenge.
Sorry. Actually, rice would be good tonight. Maybe rice and chicken would be nice tonight.
Virgin 212 Boston.
4,000, there we go.
Level 350.
Campbell, you still get to see a lot of the MD-11s? This is Flight Sim 2024. Lex Stereo is in chat. Lex Stereo got to do a real weekend trip in the E170.
Contact Moncton Center 132.2.
32.2 for WestJet.
Delta 1973.
Delta 1973, Washington.
Delta 1973, contact Moncton 132.2.
132.2, Delta 1973.
We're well past the line here.
Star Trek 444 Boston Center, climb and maintain 15,000. The Bradley altimeter 3021.
Okay, let's go ahead and reduce that speed bug
Number 6, Mike Delta, descend
to
and
Mach
maintain
0.75, and we're going to start to slow down. SRQ Aviation, no.
2,200 now, 6 Mike Delta.
Okay, we're starting to slow down here.
21, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
And there's nobody between us and the runway, so they've just probably forgotten us. So we've reduced our throttle, and we're slowing it down here for top of descent.
United 19 cross trace at flight level 240. WestJet 514, descend via Robust 3 arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 3031.
We were given Ocean 5, but we'll switch to...
And speed.
Number 6, Mike Delta, turn right heading 130.
And starting our descent.
Right turn 130, 6 Mike Delta.
Number 2, Romeo Foxtrot.
I think they just forgot us, so let's go over there. And CYUL Towers 119.9. 119.900. We'll have that one in there ready to go. Reset the heading bug, and we've started our descent. SRQ Aviation is excited about the Bluebird 757. That's going to be an amazing airplane. I really feel like the developers, at least from watching their videos on YouTube, I think that that's going to be a really neat airplane. I think that they're going to do a really good job with that, and they're trying hard to make it just really good. Okay, down we go, and we passed top of descent, so we're going to go and reduce our throttle a little bit more because we need to descend a bit faster. We're descending at about... There we go. Now we got the little snowflake here in the middle. I think we're going a little bit too slow, so let's add a little bit of power here because we don't want to get too low here. I'm going to switch my speed over and go to vertical speed on this one. It's just a little bit easier to control. And we want to descend at 270. So now it's just a bug for me. Now it's just a bug. Every time the Cambo has been southwest, I hear that they taxi fast, Cambo. I've never been on that before, but they have. They're delaying the aircraft, but you wish the 7.5 was out at your favorite. Well, yeah, mine too. It's a really awesome airplane. I'm happy to wait for this one, though, simply because the longer they take, the better the airplane's going to be. And they seem to, like I said, they seem to be wanting this to be a great airplane, a really good airplane. So, kind of excited to see how that works. And I think it'll be a good one, too. They've got big shoes to follow in a way because, the Flight Factor 7.5 was a really great airplane. So there we go. Fish Finder, oh, the A350? Yep, we've flown that all over the place. It's a fun airplane, too. They've still got to clean up some of the WASM crash issues and stuff. But, we've taken them on some medium-sized flights, and it's been just fine for us. It was a big problem though for some people. Yeah, big problem for some people coming into for cross the pond. And let's keep our speed about 270 in the descent. There we go. And we're descending just fine. $28,000 feet. We're right on the descent profile for this plane. SRQ. I'm on Flight Simulator 2024. And flight controls are a WinWing side stick, Airbus side stick for everything. A Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pack for throttles, speed brakes, and flaps. And some very nice crosswind rudder pedals. And that's pretty much that. Did a couple of the other WinWing things for Airbus. McDoing autopilot, but obviously we're in a CRJ, so we can't use those in this. A little bit fast right now. So we'll pull the throttle back just a touch. And 26,000 feet. Let's go to performance. Bugs are set. VAP is 137. Let's call it 140 to land. 140 to land should be fine. SRQ is getting the Boeing autopilot. That one we had our eye. Some other people in the spy flight who fly along all the time. They have had that. They've had their eye on that, and it looks really pretty good. So 25,000 feet. Seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. And we got to shut the cockpit door. We always hope that they'll bring us up some leftover pizza, and they never do. Okay, we should be coming in. There we are. Just coming in right about there. Now it's a little bit slow. And that's just the thing about the CRJs. You're constantly, the pilots, constantly kind of have their hand on the throttles, and they're always making little adjustments to keep it on the speed. There we go. Looks good. Fishfinder got 58 3D CPU because your 50 wasn't working very well with Flight Sim 24. There are all sorts of options right now. It's tough to kind of keep them all straight. And if you found the one that works for you, that's awesome. Is it, have you got it yet, or you just ordered it, Fishfinder? Everything's pretty good here. I need to recalibrate these throttles. A little bit too much on one side there. 62.8. Yep, there we go. Okay. Altimeter. Let's see if there is an update again. Refresh the weather. Yep, there is an update. Altimeter is 3023. 3023. Let's set this one. Some nice high pressure in Canada today. Fishfinder got the new stuff on Sunday, and it will be delivered next week on your birthday. Now there is a nice birthday present right there. Very nice birthday present. Okay, that looks good. Winds are 160 at 8. Light rain and 15 miles visibility. Still overcast. Actually, it's dropped a little bit. It's dropped a little bit. So a bit soggy in Montreal tonight. Reduce our rate of descent just a touch here. But by doing that, we might need to add a little bit of throttle to maintain that 270 knots. There we go, looking good. Altimeter is 3023. Altimeters are checked and set. And do a little 18,000 foot ring the bell for the flight attendants, let them know it's time to make sure everything's put away. SRQ Aviation. There are a couple of bugs, but they've been fixing them. We've already had one sim update. We're expecting another sim update coming pretty quickly, actually. I would almost estimate, I'd be surprised if it doesn't come out in the next 3 weeks or so, hopefully. And that's going to fix some stuff, but it's also going to open the door to the PMDG airplanes coming out, and also the iFly 737 MAX should be available once Sim Update 2 comes out. But I've been flying this this has been exclusively flying Flight Sim 2024 now for, several months, and I've just been happy. It's been working really, really well. So definitely say do that for sure.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Hey, Doozy.
Loyalty noted.
Doozy just did a nice resub. Doozy, thank you for a resub. Thank you for 8 months. And some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, 15,000 feet. We're looking pretty good here as far as our descent. My next speed that I'm going to have to worry about here is coming up in, 8 months, right, Doozy? The time has just been flying by for so many of us. I think that the night lighting and the night scenery has gotten so much nicer in the new Sim 2. We've got really nice clouds, so that's been great. I don't do the mandatory. I bypass that all the time. Some airplanes you got to click on the chocks and the engine covers and the pitot tube covers to take. You have to be outside for that, but I don't really do that. Now, sometimes as we're starting up the live stream, we'll walk around, just walk around and look closely at just some of the detail on like the Phoenix and the PMDG airplanes. It's really pretty amazing. But beyond that, we don't really do that walk around. We're also flying all the time in free flight mode. So, Frank likes the Airbus A350, and we've got a good one now, an A350. It's got some WASM bugs, but it's doing better and better. Well, first of all, changes in quality, just looking out the window, we got better quality scenery. Even just default scenery has gotten better. They've been able to rework the engine, the under the hood stuff that makes the simulator work. And I'm going to go and pull the throttles back a bit here and slow it down to 250 as we approach 10,000 feet. So, I feel like it's better. I get better performance with the new Sim, so I'm real happy with that. And reduce our rate of descent just a bit too. Chris has got 3 hours till landing at Heathrow. Yeah, Chris is doing an across the pond flight tonight. A very long across the pond flight. So slowly reducing my speed to 250. We are 36 miles from Montreal. I'm going to go and flip that frequency now in. This is Tower, but I'm not going to call them until we are established and coming on in. And landing lights. Flight attendants, seats for landing. Dome lights. And there's 250 right at 10,000. Very nice. Now let's go ahead and just bump these throttles up and hold that for a little bit here. SRQ did a flight Seattle to San Francisco. It looked like there was some nice VATSIM ATC available on that right now. Okay, looking good. Let's go bug 210. And again, these are just bugs for my reference. And we're going to start slowing it down there. Kool-Aid's is back. Hey, Kool-Aid's, happy Monday. It sounds weird when I say that. Happy Monday, Kool-Aid's. Thanks for coming in today. Fish Finder did Phoenix Sky Harbor. Yeah, we were at Sky Harbor for a while yesterday, too. I think it was our Sky Harbor to Denver flight. Kool-Aid's, happy Cinco de Mayo. I hope you have got some fun Cinco de Mayo festivities planned. Okay, pull the throttle back a little bit more. In fact, we're idle thrust now. We're idle thrust at the moment. Okay, 119.9. That is correct. Turn the radio up just in case. Okay, looking pretty good over there. ILS runway 24. So 3,000 feet for that one. I'm going to continue to let the airplane descend to 3,000 feet here. And there should be an airport out there. Kool-Aid's had burritos for dinner. Let's see if I got anything like that. That would be a good idea. 220 knots, flaps 1. And then when I do flaps, let's also use that to remind us to arm the thrust reversers for landing. And reset the heading bug. And there's 210. We're 20 miles out. I'm going to rebug now for 180. So this has been a really nice descent. What was it? 140 for landing? Yeah, 140 to land. Here we are coming in. Let's get the airport. There we go. I got the airport. Looks good. Okay. Heading select. Nav source changes over to localizer. I've got glide slope and localizer. I'm going to arm the approach. Approach is now armed. That's going to help us out. Speed's coming down again. Flaps 8. Doozy is going to fly the 787 tonight. Chicago to EGLL. If you get a chance, and remember, be sure and come back in sometime and tell us how that worked for you. And you're the 787. Are you like the Horizon? Because there's several versions of the 787. Flaps 20. I usually do flaps 30 landing.
Hello, Air Canada 894, ILS 24 right.
Air Canada 894 Heavy, Montreal Tower, bonsoir. Winds 160 at 6 knots, clear to land, runway 24 right.
Clear to land 24 right, thank you. Again, 894.
Montreal Tower, bonsoir from Air Canada Jazz 441, just turning final on 24 left.
Jazz 441, Montreal Tower, bonsoir. Winds 160 at 6 knots, clear to land, runway 24 left.
24 left, clear to land, Jazz 441, thanks. Okay, I'm going to set the bug now for 140. That's my don't go slower than that speed. Landing gear going out. A little more thrust. We got the localizer. That looks good. Gears going down. Reset the heading bug one last time in case we have to go missed. Flaps are set. A little more thrust. A little bit slow. We haven't quite captured the glide slope yet. So we're starting to slow down. Fish Finder, you get nervous on VATSIM? Guess what, Fish Finder? Everybody gets nervous on VATSIM. Everybody does. It's not just you. Even real-world airline pilots get nervous talking on the real-world radio, and they get nervous talking on VATSIM. They just do. So if that's what's kind of stopping you from being on VATSIM, just realize that everybody gets nervous with that. And eventually it does go away, although there's sometimes in some of the bigger VATSIM events and stuff that I get nervous getting ready to yap on the radio myself. So that's just something that happens. There's a 777 over here on the see if we can see him. Don't see him outside the window. Let's see. They're not in our field of view. Okay, flaps are set. Reversers are armed. I'm letting the airplane do a little bit of the work right now. It's been a long day. They're ahead of me. I did not see them ahead of us. Lots of twinkling lights out there, so if they're ahead of us, I don't see them. You've been flying on VATSIM for 3 years. The first transmission is, it's special for everybody. It absolutely is. Oh man, the lights are nice tonight. They look great. It's a little late now. Yeah, I think I was planning on taking a... Did I say that? I thought I changed that to a CRJ. Yep. I changed one. I didn't change the other. All right. Looking pretty good. We're clear to land.
1,000.
Yeah, the 777's on the right side. We're at about 160. Okay, winds are from the left blowing us to the right. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane.
500.
Air Canada 94 Heavy, welcome to Montreal. Exit left on Bravo 4 and taxi Bravo 4. Cross Charlie, south ramp to gate 50.
Alright, Bravo 4, Charlie,
200.
south ramp. Air Canada,
Minimums.
Landing.
Sync rate 100.
Ooh, got blown off to the side a little bit.
50, 40, 30, 20,
There we go.
10,
Little bit of wind blowing us around there.
441, welcome to Montreal. Exit at the end of the runway, and gate 12.
Exiting right, gate 12 for us tonight for Jazz 441. Tim Dog went to BJ's. How was...
Alpha 2, Alpha Mike, to gate 12.
It's going to be Alpha and Alpha Mike to gate 12. Did I write that down right for Jazz 441?
Yeah. Alpha 2, Alpha Mike, gate 12.
Thank you so much. Alpha Mike to gate 12. Thanks for the nice ATC. Nice to be in Montreal. Tim Dog says it was really good pizza tonight. And flaps going up. And landing lights going off. APU flap opening. Clear of the runway. Strobes going off. And there's Alpha and Alpha Mike to gate 12. Gate 12's right around there. And now we're going to use this map to get us in. So it's right on the other side. Okay, cool. APU coming on up. And everything else is good up here. Okay, flaps are up. Reversers are off. Got the speed brakes down. How bad was the landing? We got kind of blown off the side at the end. So we were off to the side of the runway. Kind of really was surprised. 212 minus 212. And you can see we were off to the side there. There was the plot. So we were still within the zone, but boy, did we get blown off. That one was weird. BJ's makes their own root beer as well, so it's not just the pizza. They make their own root beer, really. Speakers 24, they have more detailed scenery. There's gate 15. 12's going to be right around here. And for the CRJs, they don't use the jetways over here for them. There's gate 12. So we come right on in here. There's gate 12. Nose light going off so we don't blind the ground crew. Oh, look at this. They've even got a walkway set up for the passengers too. And that's that. Well, nope. I think they'd have us go up a little further. So there's another one over there, but I think that they want us on this one.
And they're 1089
there we go. Parking brakes on. Did we get the APU up and running? We sure do. So we got that open. Engines 1, 2. Engine 1 and 2 are looking good. Fuel pumps can go off. Beacon can go off. Probe heaters should go off. We don't want the ground crew burned. And there goes the hydraulics. Seat belts can go off. Over here on the aircraft, we need chocks, ground power, cargo door. No jetway. Well, that almost matched up there with the little markings, but we made it. This was not bad at all. SRQ Aviation. No, you really are going to want, you're really going to probably want, you're going to want a scenery. You're going to want, you know, a payware or a freeware for Microsoft Flight Simulator. The defaults can be kind of, they can be kind of brutal, to be honest. Tim Dog, they also make their own beer, but you don't, but the root, I bet the root beer was really good. There's sometimes that root beer is just super duper tasty. What a cool little airplane. Again, it's a handful, especially in a really big VATSIM event. But, you know, if you kind of stay ahead of it, it's just a super duper, you know, fun little airplane that, you know, really enjoyed.
Welcome aboard,
Islam
Agent.
SCR
Stay
just did a
sharp.
follow over on Twitch. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on in today. Ryan, do I have a tutorial on the bigger
New
planes?
recruit detected. Welcome
Ryan
aboard,
did
Agent.
a follow.
Stay sharp.
Yes. So Ryan, over on YouTube, I have tutorials for a lot of airplanes. I also live stream on both at the same time, and it's the same name, 757 Spy. So for like the Airbuses and the PMDGs and the A300s and stuff like that. And in fact, I'll really go and I'm planning to do a cold and dark video on the new PMDG 777-200ER. And I'm going to try and do that tomorrow or Wednesday. So I do try to do those over on YouTube all the time. So, yep, absolutely, Ryan. But, yeah, your flare, my flare still needs work. It needs work all the time. Oh, I would imagine so. Tim Dog, if they're going to make their own root beer and pizza and stuff, they're going to bring it out in a chilled mug. They've got to do that for sure. So... wow, thank you for being here today. I hope you are doing well. I need to say a special thank you. There were some very nice gift subs today. Jazz Hands gave out 10 gift subs, and I need to say a big thank you. There were several others too. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'm also going to do my regular evening shout out and thank you to the secret agents and special agents on Double O's and Double O's over on Patreon. Thank you for the support and helping me to make that work out. I really do enjoy that. I get to do a little bit of geeky airplane stuff over there and weather stuff, so I enjoy getting to do that on Patreon. I've got a cold and dark video I'll be doing and take a day off because my voice is getting a little on the fried side. So I can't wait to go and see you. Our next live flight is going to be on Tuesday. So it's going to be on Thursday, excuse me. Our next live flight is going to be Thursday, and I'll look forward to seeing you then. Departure time is always the same, 1900 Zulu, and that's 3 o'clock Eastern time in the United States, right here on Twitch, and also over on YouTube now. So I'm really grateful to be over there. But I want to thank you for coming in today. I sure appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Be sure and get a good night's sleep. Take extra good care of yourself. It's crazy out there. Be nice to yourself, you know. Get some good rest. And as always, stay healthy, stay safe. I can't wait to see you Thursday, 1900 Zulu. In the meantime, I think I see Sim Caesar and Mustafa are doing a shared cockpit flight. What could possibly go wrong there, right? Let's head on over to the jump seat and say hi to Sim Caesar and Moose. Have a really great evening. Thank you for being here. As always, though, thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Can't wait to see you Thursday. Cheers, good night, and thank you.
Boy. Will's with a triple Twitch baby, 27 months, and holy smokes!
Holy moly, I saw that. 757 Spy, bringing all his friends.
Getting a
that Spy
raid?
guy.
How about
Spy
that?
guy is such a guy. That Spy is such a guy.
I'm telling you, 757 Spy, thank you so much. We're just getting started here. I'm Sim Caesar.
And I'm Mustafa.
And we're doing shared cockpits. Oh, together,